There have been trials, there have been tribulations, but at the end of the day, there can only be one winner, one team to take the crown, one team to take the prize. Welcome back to Osnabrück. Welcome back to the first ever DBD League LAN event. Welcome back to the Esports Factory. Give a big warm welcome to our crowd. How are we feeling today? The energy in here has been absolutely electric for the last 3 days. A quick recap, we have had to say goodbye to 2 of our teams from the tournament. Team USA have been kicked all the way back across the pond, and Team Eclipse came in swinging, but unfortunately, the lights were just a little too bright on the day. Now we have the best and the brightest teams in the world ready to compete today. Without any further ado, let's first give a big warm welcome to Team Praxis. Overdose, Obi, Sile, V1, Zynox, and Marco. And we're actually going to have V1 joining us for the pre-match. Okay, so yesterday's game against Elysium, it obviously did not go to plan. We know, anyone can see that. What do you guys think in the dugout went wrong in that game, and what have you done to try and adapt to that in these future matches?
I mean, I think yesterday we had a lot of matches, so we had the first time slot and we were here all day. And I think we were pretty exhausted towards the end because, like that's just the way it works when you're on stage and also relaxing with other players. But today we're going to be locked because we got here in time. We're prepared, no stress, got a little warm up in, and we're going to be locked today. Yeah.
Obviously, this is a team that you've already versed in this tournament in the first matchup. There was a 2-1 victory to you guys, but that was quite close. I believe I don't recall the exact final set, but it was very, very close. Only a couple of stages in it when all was said and done. The fact that you already have a victory over Invictus, do you feel like watching them, they've gotten better throughout the tournament? They'll give you maybe a little bit more of a challenge? Or do you think that it's still going to be, a quick win, easy matchup for you?
I think everyone's going to get better. Like the first match was probably the hardest one, where the nerves are probably the highest. Apart from maybe the grand finals, we'll see. But we've also gotten better. So we started out without our 2 main roster survivors, with Obi on Survivor. That's where we started out, but today we have actually more players arriving, so we've also gotten better since then.
And has the team coming together, actually being able to practice on the stage, you think that you've all it's just been a net improvement? Like there's been no downgrades, no downsides in this team at all?
No, net improvement, and we're gonna show today that we still got it, and we can beat them twice back to back.
You still got it. They're right across the stage from you. Not much space in between you guys. Hopefully you don't come to blows or anything like that. Did you have anything that you wanted to say to these Invictus players directly?
Good luck. Good luck.
How nice, how wholesome. Thank you so much. Oh.
And we're winning. And we're winning.
Okay, well, I'm glad that we... I'm glad you clarified. You went in now. We're gonna get shit on. Don't even worry about it. Thank you so much. I'll let you go and prepare now. Right. However, there are two sides to every coin, and despite getting knocked down to the lower bracket very early, they have been absolutely dominant since then, haven't been dropping a single set, ready to redeem themselves. Welcome, Team Invictus. Nightlight, Pedro, Dan, and Rocket. And Pedro has offered very kindly talk in the matches beforehand. Now, I hear that you guys were in here quite late last night. I think I actually saw when I was on my way out, Nightlight coming into the venue to come practice with you guys. Aside from the obvious of just scrimming, what specific things, if there was anything, were you actually looking to work on and to improve?
I think just getting used to the PCs, the ping difference, like whatever's different from when we're home. Yeah, I think that's about it. We're just trying to practice, get used to everything. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This isn't the first time that Invictus have been knocked down to the lower bracket quite early, right? And then have made a run after that. Do you guys consider yourselves to be like a lower bracket team? Like when the pressure is high, that's when you guys perform at your best?
Yeah, I'd say so. Most times we usually get knocked out into the loser bracket quite early into the main stage. And then we usually make the run back to grand finals and sometimes win, sometimes lose, unfortunately, but yeah, it happens. Yeah, I think we're more confident now. We lost to them the first game of the tournament. But like I said, now we're more used to everything. We're more confident. So I think we're going to put up a good show.
I was going to say, because something that V1 was saying is that, of course, the first game is the hardest, and I do agree, and that you only get better. I'm sure that you guys have gotten better as well, but they've had their recent additions, they've had their new survivors arrive, come in, put up absolutely fantastic performances. Aside from the obvious of having the experience on LAN, getting better, what makes you guys different now? How is this game going to go differently? Why is Invictus going to be in the finals against Elysium and not Praxis?
We just are.
Because they're goated. Okay, awesome answer, brother. And obviously, right across the stage from you, did you have a direct message for the Team Praxis players?
Like V1, just good luck, and we're winning.
Everyone's gotten so humble now, but yeah, thank you so much. I'll let you go prepare now. Feel free to take a seat on the PCs. Of course, it's going to be a banger matchup. Just a quick reminder for the format, we only have 2 matches today. This is our lower bracket finals. The winner of this matchup will be facing Elysium in our grand finals. Of course, Elysium did absolutely fantastically, and they absolutely deserve to be here. We have a little bit of time before we send it off to our casters and head into our match. So there was someone that I wanted to bring onto the stage who I think volunteered. Our Commissioner Kasi, come up onto the stage. I know how much you wanted to be on the stage in front of everyone. It's so awesome. But for people that may not know you, please give a little introduction to yourself.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kasi. I'm one of the commissioners of DBD League. I'm head of match officials and head staff, and I've been with DBD League about 5 to 6 years now.
And how has your role in DBD League sort of developed that time? For instance, when you started, was this just something for fun on the weekends? Did you ever foresee that we'd be pulling off a big event like this one?
For me, it's still a fun hobby on the weekends. It's always something to look forward to, and I would have never guessed it goes this far, but for me it's still like a fun little thing on the weekends.
And it's a fun little thing on the weekends, and you're running the shop as well. It's incredible stuff. And as a matter of fact, you were very heavily involved in the planning of this event. Seems like the crowd's having a good time. Seems like the viewers are having a good time as well. Yeah, there's a couple of... okay, there we are. There we are. We would not have this event if it wasn't for Kasi. Come on, guys. And Banshee as well. Shout out to Banshee in the crowd as well. Shout out to everyone in the crowd, let's be honest. Don't say anything mean in Twitch chat or Banshee will kill you. That's just how it works, unfortunately. But how did you find, obviously this is sort of the first event of this magnitude that DBD League has tried to put on. It's one thing when, you know, there's lots of viewers online, but we're all doing it from the comfort of our own homes. Planning this event, how unbelievably stressed and how much work was put into this?
Sweat, tears, and I think I can say that this is done by improvising, adapting, and overcoming, and I think we did a pretty good job so far.
Good. Was there any final thing before we did send it up to our casters? Obviously, we don't just have a fantastic, beautiful live audience here, but we have several viewers on Twitch Live as well. Was there anything that you wanted to say to them as one of the commissioners of DBD League?
Yes, that is something I would really much like to say. Thank you, everyone. We would not be here without you. About the audience here, or you at the Twitch, YouTube, anywhere supporting us, I want to thank you so much for all the support. I'm getting emotional, I'm so sorry. But I also want to thank our staff team. I think they haven't been getting enough credit for the event. And also the venue staff has been so amazing in here. So thank you so much to everyone from the staff as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kasi. I'm sorry to put you on the spot like that, but there we are. We have a big matchup. Remember, loser goes home, winner gets the chance to compete for gold, gets the opportunity to create history. Give some energy to Praxis and Invictus. Come on, guys. And without further ado, we're going to now send it up to our casters. New caster today, Sinta from Team Eclipse, along with Outcast Andrew. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Agder. Thank you, Cassie. Oh my God, like Cassie got emotional, and I was like, "Oh, not me too. I gotta give me a minute." She's absolutely right. I want another quick shout out. The staff here are just the greatest group of people I've ever. It's phenomenal. We're so thankful. But enough about that. We are ready to rock. Day 3, final day of the LAN. We have our lower bracket, which is not just a lower bracket. It is a rematch of the first game we played on Friday. Before I get into that, Sinter, welcome to the casting booth. I want to say I am so honored to be casting with the world's best and the world's worst Baymar. He's the only Baymar I've ever met, so he's the best and the worst. How's it feel to go from the stage to the casting booth?
It's so fun, man. You know, it's been such an amazing event. I feel like we haven't had really people's experiences. Like, people haven't talked about how much fun it's been, but honestly, this is like one of the most fun events of my entire life. It's just been so amazing. Finally getting to see all the people behind the players. Like, it's so much fun to put a face to all these people that we've been following, you know, viewing for so long, so many years. And it's honestly so amazing. I'm having so much fun.
I think we've all like had the exact
it's just crazy.
Everyone I've talked to, whether it's staff or it's viewers or the players, everyone said basically we all have that same there's a huge sense of camaraderie in here, not the perk. Anyways, but why don't we talk about it a little bit? So we've got, again, we started this out with Praxis versus Invictus, and I want to say, we've had some great matchups, but that might already be the best matchup. Like, the first match, we start off with such a bang. We had Ghoul, Blight, and Oni tiebreaker. The teams took each other's sets, right? They took each other's sets. For anyone who missed it, we had Ghoul had a total of 7 hook states combined. It was 3 hooks to 4 hooks, and like I said, we took each other's. There was, again, I've already talked to him about this, so I'm going to go ahead and glaze rocket again. The Dead Hard in main against Blight was like, I talked to him about it. I'm like, did you get caught out? He's like, no, I was baiting it. Like,
he was just full baiting.
What a confident psycho. Anyways, phenomenal match, and now we get to do it all again with a best of 5. And unlike the rest of the weekend, although it hasn't really come up, this best of 5 will be the first to 3 wins. So it's not whoever has the most wins. Like, if it's like both teams take a win and we tie 3 of them, we're replaying. We're doing replays and whatnot. So, where are you at? I'm yapping too much. Where are you at? What do you think? What are you predicting here? These 2 teams are both been playing phenomenally.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be insane. As you said, rematch. It is going to be slightly different. The pick and ban system, which we'll see, I think, soon. We're going to be seeing the pick and bans. But it'll be in a sec. But the format is also slightly different. So teams only get 1 ban instead of 2, which they had for the best of 3 stages. Which means we might see some killers we didn't see last matchup. But either way, I mean, since both teams took each other's sets, I don't think they would want to pick that killer again. Like, either way, like, that's got to be a bad feeling. You know, you're picking your main killer, you're picking Ghoul, then your killer gets free staged. You know, you're not really feeling that excited about that set anymore. But it's also definitely as you said, that was the first match of the entire LAN weekend. You know, people only just got here. It was like everyone's still getting set up, getting used to the PCs, because it is a very big deal playing on a different setup, especially people playing on keyboard and mouse. You know, you have a completely different feeling. The monitors are different. Everything looks a little bit different. So I definitely think they have to get used to that. But now they're fully locked in, and I think we're going to see some way better results.
Yeah, well,
especially on the killer side. Like killer side has been lacking a little bit here and there.
Killer side's been lacking, but I don't necessarily think it's the killers were playing badly. The survivors were locked in, like so locked in. Again, it came down to the Oni match, and it was it was me and Egder. Egder and I were sitting here talking about how, oh my God, after all that, Invictus wins it. It's phenomenal. Invictus is going to, oh God, oh no, Rocket got caught edge, it was Rocket, I think, got caught edge map going for Hatchet Shack, gets bonked by the Oni, and suddenly we're like, never mind, Praxis. That was so close that we were about to announce the wrong winner. That's how close it was. So the survivors were locked in. I can't even think of any like major mistakes. But you said it. We've now played all weekend long. Yeah. These two teams have played the most sets too. So both of them have I mean, we've been making the jokes about the ping, right? Like the survivors are just like getting away with absolute murder with like, oh, that's a swing through and hit on a win. Never mind, you made it. You're good. That's cool. Okay, no, we're good. All right, that's all right. He's got to drop the. He greeted you. You were greeting.
I mean, okay, yeah.
This man. This man against the unknown, it's like he'll drop the pallet this time. He greeted that pallet for like it was probably one of the longest chases of that whole set.
Yeah, I mean, I was like, most of these killer players, they play on 40 to 50 ping, and it feels like that's nothing. Like 40 milliseconds, what does that really do? But in a game like Dead by Daylight, people get used to it so much, and I was like, all right, I just got agreed. I'm not dropping any pallets. You know, these killers are gonna swing for stuff. They do a little bit of ping abusing, and let's just try to abuse the fact that they can't do that anymore, because we're playing on like literally no ping, and it was so funny to just keep greeting and getting away with it, getting a stun here and there. It's so funny.
Oh, there have been some crazy stuns too,
stuns,
where it's like the vacuum stuns, but it's just like it's so you can really make the decision: do I throw or do I greed? Like, because you have like no delay.
Yeah, I feel like anytime a killer goes for like a random swing, like sometimes you just see them like try to double back and then swing around the corner again. Going for that just doesn't work. It just never works. Like in normal games, in the online games, it happens and it works. You get some hits every now and then, but I don't think I've seen a single like crazy hit through a pallet so far. It's been really consistent.
That one feels gross. Like
there's been nothing. Nothing.
I do want to say I'm getting. If you see me looking down, I'm getting instructions. I'm being told. Chat, Twitch chat. Listen up, and also everybody in the hall, you can log into Twitch chat, just so you know, because you are also Twitch chat. Let's be honest, everyone was Twitch chat till this weekend.
Yeah, of course.
Now we're live. Anyways, okay, we have a new giveaway on stream. I don't have all the details about exactly how they're running it. I would imagine Banshee's doing it. So log into the chat, and there will be instructions on screen. It'll be happening for the next 5 to 10 minutes, so you got a minute. But log into the Twitch chat if you're hearing my voice somehow without actually being in chat, because most of the people will be in chat. If you're hearing my voice, log in, pay attention, and we'll have instructions for the giveaway. I believe it was either a DLC or a Steam credit, one of the two. I mean, if you're looking for a free judgment, check out the giveaway that's coming up. So we're just getting things settled behind the scenes. We're getting ready to set up we should have the picks and bans on screen in the next few minutes. But let's talk about predictions here, Center. I feel like I've been sitting. I mean, me and Egder sat here and we got every prediction wrong.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So our predictions were. Here's our prediction. We're gonna go back in time to Friday, first game. Both of us, for the most part, was like, they're going to take their sets, right? So Nightlight will win Ghoul, and Praxis will take their Blight set, and then it'll come down to, and the prediction was Invictus by an edge on Oni, and in 3. Yeah. We were 100% wrong. They took each other's sets, and Praxis won the Oni match. So my opinion is dirt around here. All right. I will say Invictus. When they said it themselves down there, Pedro said it himself, where it was like, we play better coming from behind. They've been very cool, calm, and collected, knowing they're facing elimination all the time. So I believe that they can do it, but I'm not counting Praxis out, because God knows I already did that once and I ain't doing it again. So.
No, of course. And we're actually seeing the picks and bans getting started now. Remember, only one killer ban per team, and that is going to be some pretty classic bans. The Nurse coming out from Team Praxis, the ban, and I think that's definitely a good play because I have some behind-the-scenes info. Last night I was still at the venue. I've been sleeping here. I saw Invictus actually they stole my killer player Fasty, who was killing for us yesterday, and they scrimmed for like 1 to 2 hours, and the main killer they scrimmed was Nurse.
Oh,
so
that's
very good bands coming out. And first pick here again, we're gonna see a rematch. Let's go.
The opposite of what you said. It's the do you want to play? You don't want to. Oh no, you said like you don't want to lose your set. Well, they're like no, we'll go again. Praxis happy with the Blight pick, and then we got Team Invictus picking the Plague. Very interesting pick. I know there's some casters are not a big Plague fan. I actually think it's interesting because it creates, again, some of those macro plays where, okay, we need to get a pull. We don't want to have to cleanse, but if everybody's already infected and no one's there, you can't trade or anything like that. So having to make decisions when and where to cleanse, if you cleanse, killer gets caught out giving too much space on the unhook and you don't got to cleanse. So Plague's interesting to me. I don't know. Yeah.
I think Plague, we already talked about the ping a little bit, but Plague is going to be the set where ping is more important than any other killer in the game. Because for those of you who are aware, 1v1s are pretty common among the comp players, and Trapper is always played on the same set as Plague, so just an M1 killer on Suffocation Pits, which we're going to see. And that map is so unbelievably brutal for M1 killers. We're seeing more picks coming in though. Cenobite, Ghoul, once again, Ghoul, another rematch.
Another Ghoul. They're like, you know what?
I was really surprised.
Run it back. Run it back. We're going to do better this time. I love that. So we're literally seeing an absolute rematch, other than Oni just got banned. Rest in peace, Kazan.
No Oni.
I got 2 Onis this weekend. That's one more than I thought I would get, and there was a chance I got 0. I'm happy about it. Cenobite is kind of interesting. Pinhead is an interesting pick. I think that is, again, it's one of those killers that has some built-in slowdown with the box and whatnot. You can get some interesting teamwork if you help each other break chains and whatnot. I think a Cenobite will see some outs, so that's interesting. Like Ghoul and Blight, don't quote me on it, should potentially be 4Ks. Of course, they weren't. Should potentially be 4K. They weren't.
I mean,
they should be.
Ghoul may be on a different map, but Suffocation Pit, as we've seen, it's just too strong. The mid map, you have so much looping potential. You can take a couple hits for survivors. Like, you really need like a 5-gen around one side. And the tiebreaker is not coming out yet, but we're almost there.
Freddy!
Most bans. Is it Freddy?
It's Freddy.
It's Freddy. Once again, another killer we've seen before in this weekend. That is going to be really fun. Freddy, I feel like it's another kill. All of these killers are going to be so different with this 16 to 20 ping, very low ping we have. Like, all of these killers are kind of M1 killers, chase dependent, except for the Blight, I guess. That's the only exception where, we have 2 insane Blight players, potentially the 2 best Blight players in the entire world. I mean, like some of the best.
There's one notable one missing, but
one notable one missing. Yeah, we sadly didn't get to see him play any killer this weekend. That would have been fun to see.
I know.
I really wanted to, but sadly we didn't see him. But yeah, like these 2 killers.
It's a compliment that they're like, no, ban Blight. Like,
we
don't want to face your Blight. It's a compliment.
He plays 1 killer for the team, and they still ban it.
Yeah,
like,
of course.
That's kind of
I would ban
target
Blight. Anyways, regardless,
sure.
No, but you're right. Like, you've got Plague and Ghoul you're going to be injured a lot, but M1 chase, right, for the most part. I mean, again, power and cutoffs and whatnot. But and then Freddy, again, we got chase power, but M1 killer, right? So,
especially on this map. He's playing on Dead Dog, right?
Dead Dog, yeah.
Yeah, like on some other maps, like Cold Tower, the pallets are really strong because you have the fake pallets around the main building, which cut off the entire main building loop. You have pallets all around on every corner, and then you have just the clutter around the mid map as well. You have the fake pallets there, so power is really strong. Well, if you come DDS, you only have the snares to work with. Yeah, like the snares help with main building a little bit and like stop the filler pallets.
Behind behind the buildings on the street, there are a couple places, and we did see some hits. And some zoning, right? Like that's again, it's always like explosive and like fireworks when you get a down or an injury using a fake pallet, right?
For sure, yeah.
But the really good nightmares, the really good Freddies, and obviously we have the really good Freddies. They will use them to zone, right? It's like you said at main building. It's like, well, I can't loop main buildings. If I do, I'm going to get blown up on, right? Well, in Cold Tower, same thing here. Like, yesterday we had a chase going on back there, and instead of hugging it and curring, we went corner to die. Like that was it was the choice you had, right?
Yeah. So. Sometimes you'll see people like intentionally just going to a spot on Dead Dog Saloon. We call it the toilet pallet. It's known as like the worst pallet on the entire map. But people will just go there, even like they would prefer going there than staying around the main and like getting one more loop around the window, so going upstairs, dropping from the window there. Because if you go to toilet pallet, even though you're not gonna last, it's just the best dying spot
You
in
die
the
in the
entire
best
game
place.
because there's no gens there.
Yeah.
There's not a singular gen in that entire area. Like there's no gens close.
And you also usually have the behind the main hook, but sometimes it's over here. But that behind the main hook, like right by that pallet, if you hook there, you're not camping it.
No, it's
impossible
to camp.
If you camp it, you've literally given 95% of the map. The survivors own the Dead Dog Saloon and the surrounding buildings, and you can't camp it, right? You really can't effectively guard your hook. You can and because of main building, you can be like behind on the gallows side. They come this way. You can't see them. No line of sight because you got a giant saloon in the way,
really
and same vice versa, right? Easy line of sight. I mean, you do see a lot of really smart macro play. Well, they'll range out, try and interrupt a generator, apply some regression, and then come back, right? Like try and catch the right timing. But if the survivors have clean comms, which I mean, these two teams
they should. I mean, they've been playing together for years.
You probably won't have getting it. And we are in.
Look at that.
We're on Blight. We're on Suffocation Pit. Crowd, I hope you guys are ready for another Rock'em Sock'em match of Blight on Suffocation Pit. Let's hear it for these two teams as they get started. We've got Obi on the Blight. A pretty standard build. I do like to see the Call of Brian there. We've got the Turn Back the Clock, Corrupt Intervention, and a fan favorite, Eruption. I always like the combo of Eruption and Turn Back the Clock because you can, you're not kicking every generator, so if you want to regress one and then set a trap for later, start some regression for later, that's really nice. We're going to start our first chase here on Pedro on a pretty strong rock pallet. We're just trying to kind of maintain pallet control here to maybe get some bounces. I think we're going to make that pallet. Okay, we will. We get the hit. We get the blind. We get the Champion of Light. We're going to get a little bit slower here as we continue our first chase.
Yeah, very nice start here. Pedro, one of the scariest survivors to chase her, #1 ladder, best 1v1 chaser, and also one of the best Blight players in the world. This is very scary, but we're getting a nice mind game here. Jungle Gym, 110's dropped, not fully safe, especially not against the Blight. We do see no finesse value, but we will be using the overcome. We're going to be reaching mid-map here, but this is not really the best chase to loop. If we die here, it's going to be catastrophic. We're going to be able to... Nice, we're going to win the 50 on the pallet, though. Incredibly crucial 50 there. That means we're going to be going to take this chase into the corner, but this right here is an open gen. This is a 4-gen around the main building, and it looks like we're going to be dying here. And I don't think, this generator, no one started it, so it looks like survivors are actually doing the generators closer to Shaq. No! It's reading out the slow vault. I mean, you got to play 50s. Eventually, you'll use them. Very nice job by Obi, though. That's an instant hook. Very fast coming out. Here we see a little bit of sneaky Dan. Oh, almost getting fouled, but not really. We saw both Deliverance and For the People on him. Very interesting build. And that's going to be very useful for Pedro, who has 2 perks, which only activate when he's healthy.
Unhook comes in, and we're gonna see that For the People play. So we slow down that tunnel out. Really good stealth play there by Dan. I want to throw back there too, by the way. Pedro did that slow vault, which looks funny, but let's remember he won about 5 50-50 before that. So if you're telling me to bet on coin flips with Pedro, Pedro's winning. We are gonna instead of continuing chase on Pedro, we are gonna go hit the injured / broken Dan. We're gonna take the hook. It will be a Deliverance. I think. Not necessarily just for turn back the clock. The thought process here might be, you know what? I know you got jelly. Get it out of the way, and then later on, if I find you, I can tunnel you out, right?
Yeah. I mean, and one main thing is, I talked about this is a 4-gen. I think it may have been a slight miscommunication. Usually you want to take chase away from the 4-gen, but it looks like we're kind of stuck here. And even though we hook Deli, we see it getting procced in the distance there. As long as we keep all the chases around the main building, the survivors eventually are going to have an insanely hard time because they somehow need to get multiple people on generators on this side of the map. Oh, we're seeing a little bit of scary gameplay here. That is Dan. Wait, that's Deliverance and Decisive.
Decisive, yeah.
Wait. That is very interesting, and Obi is absolutely reading that because he knows why would an injured Deliverance hooked survivor play for a down like this? The only reason that would be happening is if it's Decisive Strike. So he knows he's not interested in picking that up. He probably has one of his teammates with the timer.
Ooh,
hit through finesse coming out even with the ping. Very nice. Of course, we don't want to commit that. We know Pedro was overcome. We saw it earlier. So he's just going to reach all the way bottom, and he's going to have to play for a reset. We find Rocket behind the tree. Are we able to convert this rush combination though? Oh, we don't get anything to bump on. I think Rocket's going to be able to juke this. Very nice job. And now we have time to probably get the pick on Dan. I'm not sure if it's going to be worth it though. Wait, Decisive probably already run out. Yeah, we're just waiting one extra second to make sure. And look at this. This is a really rough position for the survivors. I think we have some progress on the top side of the map, but it's going to be very limited.
Well, you're absolutely right.
And we have the Decisive Strike player Deathhook already.
You're absolutely right about the fact that we're kind of playing, rather than tunneling a survivor, we're like tunneling some generators, if it's a silly point. That we're having a situation where, okay, I don't want to take a chase and tunnel someone out down the end of the map, get an unfavorable gen split, and then stick with that. Maybe this is something we learned on Friday. Maybe this is just some smart gameplay that we that OB's decided is the best play for this moment. But yeah, we are keeping chases down in this gen setup. Dan gets unhooked. Dan, of course, is no longer broken, but Dan will, of course, have a Decisive Strike. Obi knows it. Obi will probably potentially slug when we find and try and wait out the timer. Gotta imagine teammates are over there. Someone's looking at their watch. Someone's looking at their phone. Got a minute-long timer there on Dan's Decisive Strike. He is on Deathhook, but for the next about 30 seconds, he will be unkillable in a sense. You can see we've got, looking around this top side, we got an injury on Rocket. Gonna break that with our mind. Break it with our mind! The turn back to clock on that corner generator on the top side of the map. We are chasing some scratch marks here, and we are gonna get them down. Great bump logic there by Obi, and Rocket will go down, and once again, Eruption goes off on our generators, and we're just gonna go, we're gonna hoist them up on our shoulders and drag them back behind main building. If I'm not going to tunnel somebody out, every hook is going to be back here.
Wait, what are we seeing here? Yeah, there's one issue with these special builds they're running. Usually, Deliverance is accompanied with one perk that stops the killer from slugging you. But because we wanted both For the People and Decisive Strike on Dan as well, it means we don't have Unbreakable or Plot Twist or anything, so Dan cannot be slugged. Really nice job here. Another blind coming out with the champions, but you thought we were going to play for a tunnel out, but yeah, this is just not the game plan anymore. Usually you'll see even these top tier killers like Blight and Nurse, playing for tunnel out is too risky, and it gives the survivors too much time on generators for free. So instead, Obi here, he plays it safe. He leaves Dan. Dan, we talked about it, he has Decisive Strike anyway, so downing him is just, like, it's not really worth it. Instead, we pressure the rest of the map. We got tags, we got the hook onto Rocket, deep in our 4-gen, and anytime Dan is getting found, he's basically unsafe. Like, Dan cannot do these generators, he's almost paralyzed.
Well, what's happening here too is Obi's playing this very smart. We were playing Suffocation Pit to the best of Suffocation Pit's benefit there. We were holding that mid-map cross. We're gonna get a trade here by Nightlight. Both Nightlight and Pedro trying to come in, trying to get that save, but Obi holding that center part, that choke point in the middle of the map, catching them moving constantly. Dan is working main building generator. I thought he was working down the other. I mean, we're down to two, so obviously he's up here. Dan trying to stay hidden, but this is extremely risky, as you said.
If he gets found, it's over.
We still have live. He's looking around. He knows he's here. He knows Dan is here. He doesn't know where, because he's seen Nightlight. He's seen Pedro, and he knows this is the gen progress. We're looking in the wrong place, and we run away. We assume he went around the other way, and we ran away. We ran into the map, but in fact, what happened was that's going to be a hit on Rocket. Was that Dead Hard? Was he still
I think
injured?
that was another Dead Hard. Another Dead Hard by Rocket.
Rocket with the Dead Hard, pressing E to win. Let's go. Break it with our mind again. Yeah, Dan, excellent stealth there, Center.
Yeah, I mean, this is still scary, though, because we see the scratch marks. We know Dan could still be around there. This is probably going to be this injured survivor, though.
He finds
Dan. Great flare by Dan. Let's go on the 16th ping. And now we can play this. Life on this pallet. This is one of the more unsafe pallets in the entire map, but with life you can do something, especially with the window open. We're gonna have to see insane movement. We don't get the hit. Obi with the slight mess up on a tech that's called the V1 tech. Very appropriate since that's his teammate as well. Yeah, here we see we're able to make the window with the life. Should be able to get a little bit of safety, and Obi's too scared. He doesn't want to commit. He sees multiple injured survivors generator popping further of sides, and we missed the hit. No conversion, and this is also the one healthy survivor. Are we really interested in chasing this? Both other survivors got a reset.
Full reset.
Full reset.
Full reset.
And we get the hit, but that's overcome, so Pedro's completely fine. He makes the main building. This is not the best chase to be chasing, though. No. Not the best spot to die, but what can you really do? He couldn't make the middle of the map, and we got the eruption as well, and that is once again, I believe, Dan.
That was a great sequence for Team Invictus. That whole set, the Dead Hard by Rocket, the stealth by Dan, the chase by Dan around that pallet, not falling for the V1 tech, hitting the live, etc., etc. Up until, yes, we did in fact down Pedro, but the reality was that whole time we get a hit on Dan here. This is a scary position. The fact is that whole time they managed to get one of the 4 generators done. This is probably going to be the end of Dan. We will be going down to, well, I don't know. Do we slug? Because we don't slug, and Nightlight gets this. Nightlight and Pedro finishing the last generator. We're going to get the hook on Dan. Now, here's the thing. Every single survivor is worth the same amount of hooks. Pedro is injured. Nightlight. Pedro is on the door. That is so questionable, but you know what? I don't like questioning Pedro, so I'm going to trust him. Pedro on the door, the only injured survivor. You think that'd be the one hiding since everyone's worth the same. Great series of bumps there, hitting Nightlight. Nightlight might be our target, but here comes Rocket to take the hit. The door is open. We're coming down to one of those photo finishes at the door. What's going to happen? We have to try. We only have one body block. Can we slip by? We're gonna break it here, but we do have a body block in play. We're doing the heal. What's going to happen?
We have Botany. Botany is really helpful here. This is one of the most impossible situations to be in as a survivor. A killer right in front of you, blocking you from the gate. Only one survivor is able to help. We see the flashlight coming out. Batman, please help us. Once again, we're going to fatigue, but anytime Obi fatigues, anytime he takes a little bit of time, that is going to be Botany coming out the mist swing.
They heal. Wow!
We're hitting through it. Wait, they're not out yet. They're not out yet.
No, they're gone. The hit tank comes through.
Obi getting too scared.
Rocket, get down, Mr. President, to Nightlight, and he makes it out the door. What a great finish. And what was that? That was 6 hooks, 4 fresh? What a great result and a photo finish that could have gone either way. That was such a diabolical rock. That poor rock, poor Obi, getting abused by rocks and trees. Went for it. He kept going for it, but he knew he was on the timer. He knew that the botany was coming through, and maybe he didn't realize it was botany, but he knew over time that heal was coming out.
Yeah, eventually,
and he had to make a play. He went for some V1 techs. Insta bounces, goes for a flick, missed the first one, hits Rocket on the second one, and they say adios, friend, and head out the door. What a great game.
I feel like he should have gotten that. I feel like if he ran around the other way and then just kept walking, eventually they have to be in an open area because there was a tree next to the rock and you can't walk through there. But if you go around the other way, then you can just rush past the body blocking survivor. You all know hit tanking against the Blade is one of the most impossible things in the entire game. There's very few killers that are harder to hit tank against because Blade, he gets extra skinny and extra slippery while he's rushing. So that is going to be a massive upset for Obi. Once again, this is their pick as well, and he was in such an insane position. I can't lie. I felt like it was going to be a 4K. When he just kept getting more hook stages inside of his gen lock, I thought it was going to be a 4K, but the survivors playing it so insanely well. 1 or 2 good chases, followed by some insane gen progress by just stacking generators at the right time. It led to this. 6-4, that's below average for Blades. Usually you want to see at least 7. 7 should always be possible.
We were talking about how risky it was that Dan was working behind main building, but it paid off. Excellent stealth, and he died at the right time. He died at the, I'm the one who should die. It's like, kill me, please kill me. But my teammates are cranking the last generator and getting it done. Again, it wasn't a mistake by Obi, but it was an unfortunate situation. The doors were split. Obi had to make a judgment call, assuming maybe one of the survivors was down near the shack door.
Yeah, you don't know.
You don't know, because that makes sense, right? You'd think that he thinks we're over here, go do over here. Pedro. Again, insane bravery. I say bravery, but there's a fine line between bravery and foolishness. If you get caught, it's foolish. But he didn't get caught, so it was brave. Injured survivor worth the most hooks. They all worth the most
all
hooks.
2 more hooks.
And Obi goes down towards main as opposed to over towards down towards shack instead of over to the door that Pedro was opening injured. And as a result, great hit on Nightlight. But the result was we got the door open and Rocket comes in to try and tank a hit. Great play.
Yeah,
wow.
I wonder. I think honestly, the reason Pedro got on that gate is I think they were going to be content with 8 stages 4 fresh. The game was looking very rough for them. So all you need to do in that end game is you cannot play slow because if you play for resets and eventually the Blight might find you, then it can turn into more stage. Then he just gets a quick down. The gate isn't open yet, so their first priority was just getting anyone on the gates, and it happened to be Pedro, happened to be the closest one, because as soon as Pedro gets on that gate, someone else gets on the other gate, and they just do the gates as fast as possible, and then you'll always get at least 2 outs. So they were probably just content with the 8 stage, but then when they saw Obi was going to the opposite side of the map, they were like, all right, maybe we can go for this hit tank, maybe it works out, you never know, we're going to have one last Hail Mary for a good result, and it worked out perfectly.
I want to throw something out too, something we saw yesterday, and Emmy actually pointed out, and it was a really good point, is that Invictus is on top of resets.
Oh, yeah.
We went into that 3-gen, 4-gen, but then the first one popped. We went into that situation with everybody healthy. Pedro then what did take a hit earlier, with the slug, I believe. I think we slugged Pedro. We didn't hook at that point. Regardless, whatever. We went into that situation like we had everybody injured. We did a reset earlier. Pedro was the only one injured, so it wasn't like there was like prime pickings all over the place. There was one injured survivor, so you had to go for the first one you see. Found Nightlight, headed down towards the other door. So yeah, Invictus being obviously very efficient on the generators as usual, but really they've been so keen on their resets, and it's paying off. They're finding themselves in less threatening situations because they're 2 hits as opposed to 1, so really good. Obi had a good game too. I'm number one yeller about people. I'm the number one telling the killers, I'm like, why aren't you tunneling? I agree with the strategy. Yeah. That was a great gen split, and we were just playing, I get the hook I can in this area.
Yeah, it works out.
It was like playing the zone defense instead of playing the man kind of thing, right? Like in football and basketball and stuff like that, right? So I think that was actually the right play. It just unfortunately it took a little bit longer to find a hook. Dan was again incredible stealth.
Yeah, so. It really just came down to Dan. Like if Dan didn't get so much progress, I think he got like 60% progress on main without ever getting found while Obi was busy somewhere else. And then when Obi looked for me, he didn't find him. Like if that didn't happen, if Dan played slower, like he stayed back behind, like just playing for resets on other people, or if he like got scared and didn't get that aggressive, then this would have been a completely different game. You would have been playing almost a 3v1 with like one survivor who's kind of in the background, like behind the scenes. But if we have 4 people cranking gens, we all know it. You can't hold any free gen.
No.
It's impossible. If you have 4 survivors, all healthy, all working generators, you cannot hold a single gen lock in the game.
Obi also looked everywhere except for where Dan was.
Yeah.
He looked inside of main. He looked around the like trees and everything there. There was like, here's main. There was stuff here. Dan was here. He looked here. He looked here. He looked over here, and then he ran into the map thinking he'd run away. He was right there the whole time. He looked everywhere except the right spot. Where are my keys? They're always in the last place you put them. You look because that's when you find them. And yeah, it was the last place he looked. He couldn't find Dan. So yeah, no, fantastically played by Invictus. And again, great. I don't know at the end there if I think Obi figured I have to kill him and I'm going to lose the generator because he had to know the gen was going to pop.
I mean, that is another thing.
I was a little
surprised. You were talking about like resets. Of course, in this situation, when the killer is holding generators, you have to play healthy and you have to play for resets. But Invictus also, they perfectly knew, okay, now he's committing the death hook, so now we stop resetting. They had that one more injury, but they're like, all right, we don't care. We're just going to stack that generator. We need that generator gone now. So they just have perfect timing, perfect coordination. They know exactly when to heal, and they know exactly when to play injured and play risky just so you can crank out those gens. Like it's all just a perfect combination of knowing what to do.
Absolutely. Yeah. So now we know what we're looking into going into the game here. We're gonna have the survivors of Praxis now. Now here's the thing: 6 hooks, 4 fresh. It's a tough order.
It's not over.
It's not over because I'll tell you why. Because of the 4 fresh.
4 fresh is a big deal.
The 4 fresh is a big deal, right? Because like if the survivors of Praxis can put up a great, again, they play against Obi, they play against a great Blight. If they can do that, if they can have a great result, that 4 fresh might come into play. We'll see. We're loaded in here. Pedro.
Look at that. Forced penance.
Forced penance. Not surprising.
Once again, yeah.
Invictus and Pedro. Pedro loves forced penance. He puts it on multiple different killers. Some I even think that don't necessarily need it at times. Like I've seen him play a Ghoul. Nightlight. Invictus in general. Nightlight will play with forced penance on Ghoul, and I've seen games where no one tanks hits. Obviously, I've seen games where it works too. Regardless, let's get into the action. Zynox with the finesse over the pallet, the pre-drop and the pallet. We are going to be taking chase here down Shack side. We'll probably see a conversion here. Yeah, there goes a hit. First hit of the match on Zynox. We are going to run up the other end of the map. We're kind of looking down, so I cannot see where the generators are, what the gen split looks like here.
I think once again we have an open generator in the area where the survivors spawned, and this time Zynox is actually doing a very good job trying to go away from that open generator. I think we're seeing survivors triple the generator, which is next to where they spawn, because once again, that is a 4-gen, nice 50s being one, and we make that fault because of the ping, no hit coming out. And Obi here, he can choose, does he commit for the down or does he go back to the generator? Look at that, going back to the generator. Very important miscommunication here by V1 as well, getting tagged instantly. That is a really important M1 because the M1 means we can instantly back it up with a couple rushes. Are we able to reach this rush combination though?
We get flared!
No.
By the way, Silhey is on a different generator. I mean, he was on a different. They were going at slightly different speeds. So it was V1 and Overdose were on that one generator, and Silhey is on a second gen. I believe that is two. That might be a triple.
I think it's a triple. I mean,
That might be a triple. It wasn't the first time. It might be this
Wow.
time. Great stun by V1 to stay alive. We're running over to comp corner.
It's not.
It's not. It's not. You're right. Yeah, Overdose got back onto a different generator, and they're holding off hopping here for a second.
Amazing start.
They
Oh my
popped
God,
the one
this is
gen.
an amazing
They
start.
hit the second gen.
And
Great
they
gen.
popped- yeah.
Yeah, they did great. Yeah.
They popped the generator, which is going to be near V1's hook. So all they have to do is just play slow around the unhook now. Like, they're in a really insanely good position. Usually, as a survivor side, your goal is to pop the first generator before someone gets on the hook. Like, that's your main goal. You want to break the 4-gen before anyone gets hooked. But they've exceeded that so much. They popped 2 different generators. Playing for the healer, incredibly risky. Zynox still has life up, still has champions, but wait, he has a medkit. Wait, I'm so confused. He has champions.
Maybe they traded.
Yeah, they probably gave him
Oh!
the medkit. Running into the killer, Obi with the mind game. Once again with the M1, this might be a bit of an issue because we dropped this pallet already. We're probably not going to be missing this. Wait, we
Oh
get
my goodness!
the locker juke. The locker juke coming out perfectly, reaching us to the window. I think we have a pallet above us here as well. Yeah, we have a pallet. Insane. And this is also, again, taking the chase to the right spot of the map. This is the issue we saw
Big
last
greed.
game. Insane.
4.4. 4.4 with 12 ping.
Pedro,
Oh my goodness.
Pedro, we gotta lock in. Yeah, we have to use the rushes. This is just the
There it
issue
is.
with Blight. You all remember a couple months ago, Blight got turned into a 4.4 meter per second killer, and that on top of the no ping means we're just not fully used to those hits yet, so we have to go for those rushes.
That was crazy. That was crazy. Yeah, definitely. Like the early swing mixed with the no ping.
Yeah.
It was 4.4. We weren't quite making it. It was the next bump after that kind of got. We're gonna break that generator with our mind. We're gonna be taking the chase to Silhay here at Shack, but they've got quite a bit of good gen progress, and we've had a lot of hits. We haven't had a ton of downs. We've only got the 2 hooks so far. Zynox does get unhooked. Sounds like we are staying here. I think that probably the game plan for Pedro right now is let's get my 4 freshes and then make sure I get the stages. I need to get the hooks. Worst case scenario, I get 6 hooks, 4 fresh, but if I get 6-3, I'm going to lose. We're going to be playing the C palette. This palette is very hard to play against as a killer for most killers. Blight is maybe one of the only ones who can play it effectively, but on no ping, yeah, Pedro decides just to break the palette and move the chase over to this corner where we have a very strong rock palette. We're going to go for a bump, and yes, Silhay is unable to cycle back around to the pallet, and we're going to get the down. V1 looks like they're going to finish at the 3rd generator down near the other end of the map, and we've got Zynox here working on a 4th generator. You saw Overdose creeping around looking for the save. Basement hook comes in, and our third generator pops.
Yeah, this is an insane position for the survivors. There's no more free gen to work with. So instead now, wait, I think we found Overdose. That is a massive
Good
find. We
find.
find Overdose. This was a survivor stealthing for the pull. So this is going to be massive. This means another survivor has to rotate from presumably across the entire map. Yeah, which is what we're seeing here. V1 got called. Overdose said, hey, V1, help, I got found. And now V1 had to rotate as well. And if we get this tag early, that might be massive. Another flare coming out to Overdose. Insane juke. All the time bot here is going to be important because I think this is just enough time for V1 to get down into the basement to get that hook. This right here, Overdose, getting in for the pallet. A very rare occurrence in this weekend, but that is going to be really important. I don't know, however, how much we care about. I mean, yeah, Overdose, our last fresh here. This is actually a really important chase, especially now that we're on this snake towel. The snake towel, probably the worst towel in the entire game against Blight. There's just nothing you can do. You have to send one side and you have to pray. Like, any amount of rushes are just going to result in a down on that tile.
But we've got a lot of good gen progress.
Yeah.
ZV1 has crossed the 50% threshold. We're about 60% there. We do have our 4 fresh hooks. So now, if anybody dies, that's a tie. If we get anything more than that, we win this. So we are in a tough spot as Pedro. It was a bit of a rough start. Obviously, a really good early game, really good early chases. But now we're in a position where this is very winnable for Pedro. This pallet was not thrown earlier. It will get thrown and stunned here by V1. Silhay and Overdose are injured. Zynox working an alternate generator. We're going to go ahead and put Eruption down on this generator and continue. We saw someone running towards Shack. We saw somebody running up the map. Which chase are we going to pick here? We're coming over to this generator. We see Zynox again, how we started the match. Zynox on this tile even, and we're going to get our conversion into an injury. Zynox injured. V1 about 70%, 80% done that generator. I don't know if he got off of it. He did get off of it. Okay, V1 creeping edge map on this edge map palette, wanting to make sure that we don't get found. Are we as good a stealther as Dan? Looking at Shack, looking around. Can we find? We don't. We do not find V1. We do not reapply. We do see the heal come in on Silhay. We find Zynox. Did we bait out a dead hard there, maybe? Sorry, that's not Zynox. It's Overdose. I apologize. Wait. That was a protection hit. That was Zynox. We hit somebody different.
Wait.
We hit
Okay.
Overdose, and
Yeah,
Zynox was there as well because it was a protection hit. Okay, regardless, second hook on Overdose. We get a hit on Silhay. V1's got to be getting close to being done that generator, but there's so many injuries on the board here, Sinter.
All right, this is pretty much impossible for survivors this way. We have a bunch of people injured and hooking, like pretty much hooking anyone is going to be a win because pulling in endgame is so insanely hard up against Blight, especially considering we might even get a basement hook. We might get someone all the way in a corner away from the gates, but here, very nice job forcing Pedro to go to the generator once again, and now we're chasing V1, who's the healthy survivor, and he has the H up again. A flare. V1 has been playing so insane in these chases, and here another key thing is the fact that we have these interesting builds. Like we have builds that I think Pedro would never expect. We have Deliverance on the Dead Hard survivor, so I don't think he's gonna expect the Dead Hard on V1. Look at this, champions coming out again. Very nice job unzoning yourself. Of course, Blade loses 2 tokens. And he gets slowed by champions, but it's sadly not enough. We see a little bit of a slow, wide walk towards Zynox. Zynox has to juke here. Zynox has to last here somehow around this rock. And I think Pedro very nicely just playing it safe, fatiguing on the other side of the rock, getting that down. And we will pop the generator for it. But the game's like, it's so close.
Here's the thing.
It's so close.
Everybody, that generator pops. We have injured Overdose already on the door. We are tied. Everybody has to get out the door. We cannot give up a trade. We cannot give up another hook state. We cannot let Zynox die on hook. We are at 6 hooks, 4 fresh. We are at a tie condition. Overdose almost done opening the door. V1 and Silhay surely looking to come in for a save. We see the scratch marks. We know where they are coming from. I haven't seen the doors, but it looks like they're pretty far away from the hook. Looks like they are... Am I blind? Where are they?
Yeah, I think we have a bit of a spectator bug here.
Is it a bug? Yeah.
I think there's one.
I saw them by main building. I saw one like 11 o'clock. I don't like to use clock callouts, but what else am I going to do in this situation, right? So, okay, so we're getting the reset here on Overdose. The door, actually 99ing a door in 2026. Are you crazy?
I mean, no,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah, I mean, I almost never do it, but I think they're doing it here because
This
they
is a
know
smart
this end
idea.
game. This might be the end game they talk about for eons. Like this might be one of the most insane end games ever. We're gonna have to see a 4-man out against Blight. And we don't even know exactly where the game is, so that's a bit rough. But yeah, this is going to be hard. Here, the survivors are trying to communicate so much. We get the first hit. That is, I believe, the survivor will overcome. Taking the first and second hit coming out. There's 2 different survivors who are injured without borrowed time right now. Either of them dying would be a defeat. And we just take another hit. We just take the hit. Yeah, as you said, the gate is all the way across the map. So Pedro's playing it safe. He's getting the injury on everyone. He doesn't care. Borrowed time. Borrowed time is still there. No, not enough. Our only hope is a flashlight. We know it was, I believe, Zynox with the flashlight. He is playing for it, of course. We might still have a cracker. I don't remember seeing a cracker earlier.
No, the cracker went off. The cracker's gone, and that's it.
It's over.
Our flashlight's down.
It's so over.
Yeah.
Everyone's broken as well. We can't even get any resets, and we're just taking the hook off.
Pedro saw the flashlight hit the ground and knows the firecracker's gone. I can pick this up. I can stare them down. I can aura farm. I can look smacks them, staring them right down and be like, nah. I'm too pretty for this. Yeah, no, that is going to be a win. Pedro is going to take the W. Who knows how many hooks we're going to end up seeing here, but that will be the win for Invictus. And once again, Invictus takes the Blight set from Praxis.
I don't believe it.
If you want, if you in the audience and you on Twitch chat wanted to know what you're in store for today, nobody is safe. No picks are guarantees. That was phenomenal. Zynox still down on the ground.
V1 with the DH.
V1
all the way across the map.
Presses E to win. Rocket. Oh, sorry, Rocket. Rocket was Claudette. My brain went to Rocket. Sorry. We do get the pickup here. V1 leaves the trial. We're looking for more. All this is just fun and games at this point because the win condition has already been reached.
Where do we even start?
That was wild.
What an insane match.
At 99 to sprint first.
Oh my god. I mean, the survivors had the start they needed. That's all I'm going to say, Andrew. They had the start where popping 2 gens for the first down. They did such an amazing job. They could have done it, but it got so close. Not getting the pallet standoff. We get a nice Mori to end it off.
You can see the sportsmanship and the these teams, these players, they enjoy each other. These are teams that have played against each other so often, so frequently. And by the way, I got to say, one thing I really have enjoyed about this weekend is how the nice things that the players have said about each other, right?
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, you can get really competitive. You can get really, in the middle of in the heat of the battle, all the I hate every survivor, but afterwards, GG's well played. You're the worst. You're toxic. They're bullying me, but at the end of the game, GG's well played.
Yeah.
And you can see that we had a little bit of fun there at the end. With Blake getting the Mori there at the door when we probably could have dropped the pallet and ran out. But I guess he was trying to not get hit too. But I feel like it was a little goofy too.
I mean, if he gets the pallet stun, he's out. You never know. You never know. But yeah, what an explosive start. I mean, if this is setting the precedent for the rest of the entire best of 5, then I'm already excited. I'm so happy we're starting off like this. I mean, I don't even know what else to say about it. This is insane. Like, both teams playing so well. And I can't believe we're once again seeing low stages on Blight. It's a killer that used to be like 4Ks left, right, and center, 4Ks on multiple generators even. I once even saw a match, I was casting it, where Obi got a 4K5 against like an actual good team, like one of the best NA teams. It was Team Tremor. And they got a 4K5. Like, this killer can be so strong, but now once again we're seeing low stages and almost those low stages getting beat. It's crazy turn.
One thing is, though, you've got such great killers on your team, right? You've got Obi, you've got Pedro, like, who are playing. These are who you play against. Obviously, you scrim other teams, you scrim other killers and whatnot. But a lot, like, it's a well-known factor. If you have the best nurse on your team, you're going to be good against nurse because you're playing against the best nurse, if you're playing against a goated Blight, you're going to know how to counter Blight better than the average team, and that's what both of these teams have done. So as much as Blight is expected to do really well, it's not surprising. I do really quickly want to jump in here. We're going to be getting into our second matchup here very shortly, but I want to jump in really quickly. The winner of the Twitch draw is Limupulo. Sorry for butchering your name. Limupulo321 is the giveaway winner. So I don't know. I imagine Banshee will have already contacted you, but if not, you will be contacted by Banshee. Congratulations on your win. Stay tuned for. I don't know how many more we've got, but we're having lots of fun in games today. So anyway, sorry. We're getting back to getting back to it. Blight game over, and we're going on to Plague.
Yeah, Plague, once again, staying on the Suffo pit, right?
I believe so, yeah. I didn't want to say it because I wasn't 100%.
Yeah, no, I think for Season 11, which is our main tournament, which we ended a couple weeks ago, we usually have this new rule where you don't play the same map multiple times. So, like, we just saw Blight getting played on Suffocation Pit, then you would put Plague on a different map.
On their secondary, but we're not doing that.
But we're not doing that. We're just playing the main map because we want to see.
Last time I cast these guys, I went Suffo, Cold Tower.
That just gets boring.
I'm saying we lived on McMillan Estate.
Yeah,
like
exactly,
I never. My first cast of the weekend was like it was all blue and stone. Like it was just
there's a reason we call it the Comp Tower. Like so many killers just are better being played on that map. Like, it just makes a lot of sense.
Rats. I want to give shout out because this is I gotta say, guys, I've never done LAN before, and this time I'm having a fantastic time. And
I love being able to gesture with my hands.
Big shout out to the esports factory here. Like we got some. Yeah, I know. I do. I'm like, did you see? Can you believe? Oh my God. We've got nice monitors and stuff in front of us too. And Rats points out what I thought was the true. We got some good map variety for you in this. It's basically the semifinal. Really good. We're gonna go to the Suffocation Pit, followed by the Suffocation Pit. Then we're gonna go all the way to the Wild Wild West, and we're gonna go to the Dead Dog Saloon, followed by the Suffocation Pit, and then we're gonna end it off with a treat. Let's all belly up to the bar. We're going to the Dead Dog Saloon. Again. Suffo DDS, Suffo DDS. So,
there's definitely a reason we did that for the main stage, but you're deciding to go for the main map, so I think it's completely fine.
I think it's a good idea. I think it's a good idea. Yeah, it's fine.
There's points to be made for both sides, but yeah.
Going back to what you're saying about Plague on Suffo, I like it for the same reason that we saw there with, I believe it was Obi. Obi's game, Obi's killer game, where we had to get the unhook. Dan was being creepy at me, and I thought he was down the other end of the map, and we're just holding that middle choke, right?
Yeah.
So I was talking in the pregame when we were doing picks and bans. Plague, you have to decide, can I go get the save or do I need to cleanse? Because am I going to get what? It's worse with this because with Suffocation Pit, you don't have to be near the hook. You can be standing in that cross, watching people cross over.
It's a game of info, though, because you have to know everyone's on that side.
Well, and that's why you almost have a buddy system sometimes where you'll have, like, the hook is near main building.
You always want to have someone around there.
Someone is already in that side of the map. Yeah,
it's always suits such a rough position if you have everyone on the same side of the map. Like, you want to make sure there's at least one person on on the upside of the map. Loading in here, though. Very classic build coming out with the normal regression perks on top of Thanatophobia being a plague special.
I love Thanatic.
Yeah, Fanatic. But, okay, I'm going to be scared because even though Plague can be strong and there can be 4Ks, I saw a couple of the scrims yesterday, and Invictus, I think, got 1 stage and 2 stage against their killer player when they played the Plague set, because this killer is just going to be so rough to play against. We're seeing them not really being scared of the killer at all. Sometimes the common strategy against Plague is actually to wait out to Corrupt. So for those who know, Corrupt lasts 2 minutes. Sometimes survivors will just wait around their spawn for 2 minutes. But this time, Zynox not interested at all, crossing the map instantly, taking the chase onto main building, the strongest place in the entire map to loop, honestly, especially Plague. Very nice infection coming through the window, though, and now we're going to see, are we interested in even committing this, or are we just going to leave?
1 single droplet hit Zynox through that window.
Crazy.
I actually, you know what's funny? I looked to see if it actually infected, and then I remember around 12 ping, because Plague has this notorious thing when you play on normal ping, where they'll get hit, they'll cough, and then you'll look and it didn't validate, right?
Yeah.
But no, that's not going to happen. Actually, I like no ping Plague might be fantastic. We get the 1 droplet onto a Zynox, and we leave. We're going to get an injury eventually. Sille now infected, going to get an injury eventually, and now we're going to go cycle around. The reality is this is pretty standard Plague play. Put Eruption down. We want, especially with Thanatophobia, the best goal would be to get everybody infected. We're going to slow those generators down. For everybody out there, we get 2% slowdown for every injury on Thanatophobia. But when we get all 4, it goes up to a full total of 20% slower generators. Now, survivors in competitive, I've seen them do multiple things where they try and keep someone safe and they try and keep one uninfected. I've also seen when they get infected, they just say, you know what, whatever, we'll pressure with 20%. It is what it is. We're adding some gen time. We'll have to see how that plays out.
It depends on the stage of the game. If you're like in the end game, there's only 1 generator remaining, then sometimes it's not worth giving the Plague another power. We're seeing here some interesting gameplay. V1 actually choosing to get injured. He has to be a bit careful though. Balance landing coming out for a little bit of extra distance. Now we might see just a little bit of Bloodlust coming out. I'm not sure if we have any strong pallets. We have this filler, top mid, decently strong pallet. V1 getting fully infected. So that's the 3rd stack of Fanata, and we're taking this to a pretty weak pallet. This is dangerous. But no. We're not even interested in bloodlusting at all. We're just going to be breaking these resources, because on this ping, you don't know how long a down is going to take. It could take like 2 minutes on some random pallet to get it down. So instead, we're just breaking every single pallet we see. I really like that gameplay. Just deplete, because eventually the survivors will run out of resources, and if they're all injured, you can just go around the map and collect health states. You can collect downs for free if they're not careful.
Very, very true. So this has been a very, very slow start. Like, you know, the survivors taking their time. The killer trying to get infections, not really hard committing to any chase. That was our most committed chase. We just left there. Decided to leave V1. But we are starting to get to the point now where we are going to see some of the generators start popping. We're going to take a chase here on Silhe, the already fully infected, broken Silhe here, running around these logs, keeping our check spots. We're looking around. This pallet is still up. This is one of those sort of like junk fillers. Lots of different angles here. It's medium strong, but on this ping, I don't know. I might be strong.
It's a god pallet.
And we got a connected window here too. But we miss! Swing
no
and
way.
miss! Oh my goodness! Goes for an ambitious swing, but again, okay, we're gonna get the down there on this ping. Just we don't get anything for free. V1 pops the 2nd generator. Zynox close to popping a 3rd generator. Look on your HUD. We saw Marco.
Marco, he gets on the infected gen.
Infected generator.
They want to pop it for pain res. Do we get it?
Pain res, and they do get it. But now we have to think about who's going to be cleansed. They get the pain res, but the pain res comes in too late, which means that a generator with very low, because we had 3 just pop. One of the generators with medium to low progress got pain res, so unfortunate for our killer Pedro. We do pick up our power. By the way, really quickly, I want to say, chemical trap. I didn't even see it on there. I do want to say the HUD is a little bit bugged. We can't see add-ons. We do have the apple, so we'll have two default powers. You can see it down the other end of the map, and we also have duration. So we're going to have an extra 20 seconds on this Corrupted Purge. Taking chase into main with V1. V1 hits that balance landing. Tries to get out of the way. Very ambitious. Through the window, through the cracks. Oh, dodge! Good duck there. Not getting it. Still ducks another one. These are seconds you just can't get back, and V1 finally goes down. And we're going to get our 2nd hook here, potentially a pain res.
very, very good job by everyone. They're trying to last as long as possible with power, and the most crucial part is where he dies. Like, the stronger the killer gets, the more important it is to just die in the corner away from the active generators. And as soon as Plague is in her power, she's one of the strongest killers in the entire game. Like, the same with Oni. So he took that chase all the way corner. We see her as a survivor playing aggressive, though. I'm not entirely sure why we're playing so aggressive for the pool. I feel like it might have been better to stealth for the hook, but either way, that means Pedro has knowledge on, I believe, everyone. We see 2 people trying to rotate, and then the last survivor is assumedly doing that generator in the corner, so we kind of know where everyone is.
Last ditch effort there with the last little bit of Corrupt Purge. Tries to hit an ambitious shot at somebody, but hey, we're going to kick that Fly Eruption, and we're going to grab our second pool here. We do have a... Nah, this is a pretty big split. I was going to say we kind of have a decent, a medium, but it's these two are kind of close together, and this one's close to another one, but the distance between the one down by Shaq.
Oh, we get the send. We actually get a mind game on Water Tower, usually the one place where you cannot get a mind game, but we get slightly mind game. However, this filler, pretty strong. We have this very nice line of sight blocker. You can sometimes see Plagues doing some mind games of shooting it in the air, but we're not going to be seeing that here. We're just going to see Zynox trying to dodge a little bit too early. Pedro playing it extremely safe, very nicely done, and getting that down with still, I believe, a lot of time left on his power. Once again, stacking the generator to try to get it done before Painters, but I think this time it's not happening. Pedro's had enough. We're getting that hook, and it's pretty close to this gen as well, so we're going to be able to interrupt that. That is actually really important. If Zynox was able to last 5 more seconds there, and if he went towards the edge map, then this would have been a completely different game.
We're down to 3 gens, and we got a good gen split.
It would have been insane. Over, But now everyone's here. We saw the other survivors were stacking the generator. Unlocked, and we get it down! Just what I was talking about. Shooting it into the sky. Insanely good job, and slowly we're collecting all fresh hooks here. That is going to be another fresh hook, another pain res. We still have 1 survivor. I can't remember exactly which one with pain res, but that means we still have 2 generators left. Not that much progress. That 1 generator in the distance is 90, but I think the rest of the generators are pretty close to 0. And of course, everyone's still infected. I think Fanatophobia has been putting the game like on its back this entire game. Like I think Marco getting on that gen was a big mistake, and not cleansing was also a big mistake because we're just not seeing enough progress.
I agree. I believe, and I'm not 100% on this, I believe V1 died in the corner there. I believe V1 is the one pain res not left because not because I didn't think it happened, but I'm aware of where the other ones went off. We know it went off after the gen popped. We know it went off before the gen popped, and we know we also interrupted again. We have found Silhei here on the logs. This is a close window. We're gonna swing through.
Silhei, no!
We will get the hit through here on Silhei, and these hook states are starting to rack up. The survivors are giving a little bit too much to our killer. They had such a great start. Some good dodges of swings, some good dodges of spits, some good dodges of Corrupt Purge, but things are starting to go down pretty quickly now. We do see the 4th generator pop, so we are down to 1 generator. The gens are quite split, although actually we did pop the one down by Shaq, so these 3 were the closest 3 together of the 4. So we will, I mean, not surprising the survivors went for the easy generator to get done. We've got Marco here hovering around for the save, but he's injured. He's not healthy. He's not able to do it. And the other two survivors are working on that middle gen, but they just started it.
I think stacking, I think it takes about 50 to 60 seconds to complete a generator with 2 survivors. 50.
50, but 20% slower.
Yeah, it's like a little bit slower, but I think they're going to have just enough time to get that generator to like 90 or 95, maybe even pop it if we try to face camp this entire hook stage. So they're just going to have 1 survivor playing slow and ready to unhook if Plague ever goes to kick this generator. And if he doesn't kick the generator, then we should be able to pop it in time. But look at this, Pedro doing an insanely good job. The hook is just close enough to the generator where we're able to kind of patrol both. And that is just the most important part of Dead by Daylight, honestly. Your hook position and being able to patrol this generator. Marco gonna be cleansing and going for the trade here. That is the down, and I think we might just try to hook this on the gen.
That was a really good swing around. That was like...
We don't even get the... Wait, we're gonna pop in time. I think Pedro trying to hook right on top of this gen, but we're going to pop it before that happens unless...
No, it's going to get done.
It's so close. We were even trying to go for the M1.
This is still a pretty good result here. I know like in some of the lower leagues, some of the lower divisions and whatnot, you'll see more 4Ks on Plague, but like, again, players of this caliber, we typically... do see a lot of outs, but this is a fair number. I mean, we're looking at this. Look, Marco's got 2 hooks. Silhei's got 2 hooks. We're at 6 hooks. Sorry, we're at 6 hooks for fresh, and we're at the point now where we actually do take power. We're walking over to see Zynox is cleansed. Where are these doors? One's down by Shack there. Where's the other one? I don't. Oh, that's not a Shack. That's a cleanse.
Split. I mean, this is hard. We just have to find one of the fresher. Oh, that's
V1.
That's
this is V1 right here, and V1 is worth 2 hooks. You want V1 or Zonex. Keep in mind, if we get stunned on that pallet,
insane dodge.
We would have lost our power. So we had to be very careful. Couldn't give anything there. We're gonna kick that. Keep in mind, also, this chase is happening right beside. Oh, we leave. But here's the thing: the 2 healthy survivors are the 2 ones worth the most, and the 2 injured survivors are worth the least. We're gonna get Marco here. And look around. The thing is, though, V1's chase was happening near Shack. I think he was scared that if they all just left,
Hatch. Maybe
right?
Hatch
this is a scary chase. We need a 2-tap, and we have an exit here. That was insane miss there.
Yeah, he may have been scared of Hatch, especially since Shack balance still up. V1 getting another dodge. We finally get the connection, but this is an insanely good hit. Look at that. We're blocked inside Shack. We have max distance. We still have to break the pallet, and now I don't think we're getting V1. We're not even getting Marco. Or wait, we are getting Marco.
We'll get
we're not getting. That is.
If we can find him.
Oh wait, we've been crawling.
This is
whole
unfortunate.
time.
We might have actually been. Well, I looked the way we were going there. I was gonna say we might have been able to like stealth out, like at the stealth crawl, but we saw Silhey running in there, and the scratch marks led to the target. So this is gonna be one more hook stage. That's gonna be 7 hooks. 4 fresh, if my math is correct. 3, 2, 2. Yes, that's going to be 7 hooks, 4 fresh. Not terrible, but it looked like Pedro could have got more.
Yeah, I mean, it's been back and forth, like the biggest back and forth I've seen in a long time. We had the most insanely survivor-sided start like ever. Like all that Pedro got was getting a couple pallets out the way quite early, but we popped 3 generators for almost nothing. And then all of a sudden in the mid game, we had some insanely fast chases, some survivor mistakes as well. We're seeing some great crowd work
I love
here.
our crowd.
I love you guys. I love being able to see
crowd.
everyone.
They're
it's
fantastic.
so much fun.
They shout out. They gave me a pizza. Those folks they gave me a pizza yesterday.
Oh, wait,
I was done. I was hungry. They're like, we got a pizza. You want a pizza? I'm like, oh my god, you guys are awesome. Shout out. Love you guys.
That's so cute. That's so cute.
But anyways, yeah, no, they definitely the beginning of the game, like it looked scary. Like it looked very scary.
It was gonna be like 3 stages if you're not careful. But yeah, then all of a sudden, survivors making some mistakes. I remember, I think it was Silhey. Getting mind gamed on the logs, getting hit before you could even make a single window.
There's a
logs.
few of those.
That's just something you don't see happening, and I think that may have to do with the fact that we're in LAN. You know, on those towers, you're often listening to the heartbeat, and you're listening to where the killer is instead of looking. So you know, maybe the crowd was a little bit loud, or maybe he couldn't hear, a slight mistake there. But usually you don't see that happening. But that and a couple other mistakes led to so many hook stages piling on and on and on. And yeah, 7-4 is actually really good for this level of Plague play.
I really liked that. Like I just like on a level of just like watching the game. I really enjoyed that game because I loved what the survivors did so often against situations like that. Both the killer and the survivors were being very patient, right? We saw the gen progress was quite slow at the start. Everyone kind of had a chase, didn't want to get caught. If they did get caught, they got into a chase, got infected. I liked the splitting the infections. I liked splitting the killer going around getting the injuries, particularly like you said, Thanatophobia was carrying very heavily there. I don't know. They power through it. Look what happened. Look what Pedro did with power. He was
too strong.
He was very crisp. I mean, even though we had some good, tall junk tiles and stuff like that, and rocks and whatnot. Again, he hit a sprinkler tech, right? Spitting up in the air, so it goes straight up and then falls down and hits them over the head. So there was a lot of really good play. I think staying injured was the right move, but it was like the survivors took it slow, the killer took it slow. Things got kind of explosive in the middle, and I would say very strong end game. Great job by V1 to frankly put the fear of not getting any more into Pedro, which led him to run over and down Marco, and then V1 was able to get in an advantageous position, took the hit, but stunned the pallet. Didn't get stunned.
No stun.
But drop the pallet, and now you're blocked in, and all you can do is vault the window, which just takes too long, and break the pallet, which takes too long.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still not sure. I feel like Pedro, maybe he was thinking he could get even more. Like maybe he thought, okay, someone's opening the gate there, he's injured, I'll just quickly get him, hook him, and then V1 is all the way stuck behind Shack. So he would have to rotate across the entire map. So maybe he could have time to get that hook and get V1. But I think realistically, I feel like we could have committed V1 with power. He was all the way edge map. We saw him run all the way edge map, and then with power on Plague, you're just 2-tapped. You're I think he was dead if we committed him, and then we could have gone 8 stages, and that is insane result on Plague.
I think so too. The only thing was the only reason I think so, and Pedro maybe didn't know this until he turned around and downed Marco.
Yeah.
He did. It looked like the other, like it felt like the other the other 3 survivors had time to get out the gate, and we were gonna have a hatch play, and you can't 2-tap that, right? So. I mean, you can stand there, but then you give too much distance and whatever, and the survivors time it right. Like these guys are pros at it, right? So that might have been what was going through his head, and he thought, okay, I'm going to stop that. He maybe turned around, saw him on the gate, saw Marco on the gate, and was like, okay, well, Marco's on the gate. I can kill him. Also, that means Marco's not out yet, right?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
but looking over and seeing one light, I think you had time to take out V1.
Yeah, for sure.
I think.
Yeah. I mean, it's all just these split-second decisions. You know, I'm not sure what he was thinking. It's all just speculation, but it's so hard to make these decisions, especially during the end game. Like, that is a time where usually you have so many options. Like, both sides have so many things they can do. You know, survivors can try to, like, suddenly full stealth and then everyone goes for a cleanse or something crazy like that, or you can keep playing aggressive, play for hit tanks. You know, the end game is this place where literally anyone can happen. Anything can happen. Like, you can go from low stages to high stages in a second, or you can have a Blight game that turns from high stages to a 6-stage 4-fresh in a second. Like, that's what happens.
These teams have been doing it all weekend. I mean, again, low stages before, but like we had an explosive end game into the Blight. We had the explosive end game back on Monday with the Oni. Like there really can be, anything can happen. But so that was Invictus's pick. That was Pedro's pick. So that was 7 hooks, 4 fresh. I have an opinion, but I'm asking you yours. Are you happy with that? Like, I think that Invictus should be comfortable thinking that they can do better than 7 stages, but are you happy with the killer result? Are you hoping there was 8 or 9?
He's so happy with it.
Happy with it?
He's so happy with that. Like, I think he wasn't going to expect to get so many free hits with M1.
Yeah.
Like, early on, he got infections really fast, which you usually don't see. Like, usually you see survivors playing way slower, not giving out any infections or any M1s.
Corrupt, like you said.
Yeah, like I said, like, these survivors just sent it. And I think if the survivors were going to play slower from Invictus side, that is what I'm expecting. They're not just going to give out infections and M1s right off the bat. Like, we had free injuries pretty early into the trial, and that is just like not where you want to be, because that's kind of the threshold where the killer already has a lot of agency. The survivors already have to play a lot safer. Like, they can't just do generators in a dead zone. So I think, yes, survivors are going to be so happy with that. You know, we just have to see a couple good chases and maybe a little bit of help to make sure we're not dying like basement in a 4-gen.
Yeah.
That would be an issue. But besides that, I think getting 7 stages free fresh or anything lower than that is going to be something they're very comfortable in doing. Like, they're very comfortable.
That's fair. I do wonder, too, like, you made mention of it in the game. I understand the strategy of it, but was it Silhey came in infected on purpose?
Marco.
Marco,
Marco went to stack a gen that was 90%
they
pop
wanted
it just before the pain
They
res.
wanted to get it before the pain res, but that led to 20% slower across the board.
I'm still not sure.
He could have played safer the entire match and just not been, like, hopefully not get seen for quite a while and then not give that 20%. But we're loaded in here. No Thanatophobia. Instead, we're going for, we've got Obi wants to call his shot, pick his hook. We've got agitation, so we're going to be able to get a lot of distance here when we're hooking. Looking at these generators, the corrupts are... Do we have a split corrupt? We have a split corrupt. We kind of spawned in the middle of the map. No, wait.
No.
It's a 5-gen.
Wait. That's a power on the bottom. That's a power on the bottom, not a generator.
Wait.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Okay.
This is insane.
That middle one is a little bit middle, but this is a 2-1-4 at best. It's almost a 2-5.
That's what he needed.
That's
what Obi needs.
Insane.
Like, Plague, it is just a bit of an RNG set sometimes. You need like good bloodlust breakers in the middle of the map. You need good gen setup, and Obi, he got possibly the best gen setup you can ever get.
Insane.
Like, getting 5 gens on the same side of the map, this is what you need. And getting high stages from here, it's kind of like a prerequisite. Like, if you have a standard 3-1 free split, it's kind of impossible to get high stages if the survivors play well. But now it's going to be possible. And yeah, as I expected, survivors playing a lot slower, getting that infection though, very nice job. And of course, we're not staying there. Why would we ever chase Shaq next to 2 corrupt generators? We're just taking that infection and headed on our way, headed back to the top side of the map, probably going to infect some more generators, playing it slow, and survivors probably have the same idea. Oh, and look at that. Even like the free gen we have, it's really tight. There's free generators in this one pocket. Like, we have main, and then for the clock callout users, main 11 and 10, all insanely close next to each other. So even if we break a couple gens, we're still going to have a massive issue. But of course, this is all looking into the future. Talking about the now, the survivors, as I expected, are playing it so unbelievably slow. Corrupt almost going to be leaving the tribal here. That it means we have 1 perk less, which we've basically not used at all. Like, survivors have just been waiting across the map.
Well,
They've probably not... I mean, look at that. There's actually a lot of gen progress. Wait, we're checking on the wrong gens.
I'm going to go back to what you said. Waiting out Corrupt doesn't mean that it's... like, they haven't got a whole lot of progress yet. Yes, it's not necessarily capitalized on it, but it's not... If they wait out Corrupt, I mean, it's not... It doesn't necessarily mean it's a waste, but I agree it's not as valuable.
Yeah.
You're not wrong, though. There's a lot of gen progress there. Rocket, the only... I'll tell you this. If you can wait out Corrupt, but you can get maybe 2... preferably 3 infections, then Corrupt's done its job. We only got 1, so I will say less value out of it for sure.
Yeah.
Now, I think Obi, fortunately or unfortunately, is going to end up playing this game similarly to we saw with the Blight. This isn't going to be about who I hook. It's going to be about where I hook. We want to get downs in this top side near all these generators, and the survivors know it. The survivors' job is to make sure they don't go down anywhere near here, but against the killer who keeps you infected and injured all the time, that's going to be hard. Where are we? Where is everybody?
So focused on this deep corner free gen. He thinks someone's here because this generator has a little bit of progress, main had a little bit of progress, so he's convinced that somebody's there, but we're not able to find them, and that is an issue because this means survivors. That is actually one of the top generators gone as well. That was one of the important generators, and it's already out the way, and we've gotten pretty much nothing for it. We got 1 infection, but that generator is just gone, and we're not holding that anymore. We are on the 1 infected survivor, the Rocket here, getting chased. Very important. We might just have to play for a fast down onto him. That's 2 faults on this window, not the strongest towel. The Ormond, and I don't think we have a junk. Oh, wait, that might be a jungle gym. Rocket juking here, getting not the best drop, but we're able to win the 50. Incredibly important 50. We might actually, because we're so early in the game, we could also call for another survivor to help us. We still have 3 other survivors who are healthy, so we could say, hey, I need a hit tank, and then we're both able to reach Shack. But it looks like instead, survivors, they're stacking at least one of those generators. They're getting insane gen power. We're once again going to see multiple generators popping before any gen gets popped.
No, finally, there we go.
Down comes out. Second generator popping, though. And hair agitation is going to be crucial. We're going to try to drag this hook as far top as possible.
No,
wait, no.
Take the pain
we
res.
just want the pain res. We're scared of maybe another gen popping.
So here's yeah, I think it's that. But here's the problem. We have we have the 3 gens and then the 2 gens down here. These 2 gens are pretty much gimmies. They can get them whenever they want. Like whenever the survivors, if someone's on death hook or whatever. I mean, we may not get to that point, but if
I think they were tripling, by the way. I think they tripled.
I think they tripled a little bit, and then I think 1 person peeled off and got to the next one. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so you look there, we got Pedro and Nightlight on now. They're doubling. I believe that's a generator down the other end of the map. If we lose one of the other top side generators, this insane gen spawn is going to be basically wasted. We're holding our power. Dan, again, stealth god Dan, never found by the Blight, is now hanging out again. And oh, there it comes. We will get the hit here. Trying to do that. And this is where it gets dangerous against the Plague. Quick 2-chap. Rocket goes down again. And this is maybe the only chance Obi has is we're going to go and we're going to hook again. Now it's interesting we're using agitation to keep hooking in this bottom side. I think maybe he's thinking he gets that quick tunnel out at some point and then he can just, put pressure on 3 survivors. But, I mean, we're sitting here. We're well into this game. We're about to see the 3rd generator pop. And, oh, dear!
Oh, no.
Dan was looking left, and Obi came right. That was a bit of a fumble by Dan. I was saying maybe we think that we can get everybody infected, but, I mean, we're well into this game, and Nightlight just got infected by unhooking. We have not even come close to infecting Pedro at any point here. We are trying to finish the tunnel out here. Onto Rocket. We have a little bit of our power left. Rocket goes into deep wounds with the borrowed time. Good check spots here by Rocket. Not trying to heartbeat read even, trying to see if he's actually coming around. We get the double back. Rocket, great pathing, great eye line. Again, through that little crack in the window. Able to see which direction the killer is coming from. Goes in, vaults. We're going to come around back to the pallet side. The pallet's already gone, of course. Keeping good distance, keeping good check spots. What a great last chase by Rocket. This is what we need. Dan and Pedro on same generators, but not anywhere close to getting them done. Nightlight's hanging around just in case we need a hit tank. Walking to not get fully infected. This is an incredible chase here.
This is ridiculous. Bloodlust coming out, but look at this. Nightlight playing perfectly, not running, because those of you who know, if you're running, you actually slowly increase your infection meter, but by not running, he kept it 99 so he could come in for the hit tank, making sure we don't get that tunnel out, because that is the only thing Obi's been interested in. He never played for his 5th gen. He just wanted to get the tunnel out onto Rocket as soon as possible, and then collect a couple more stages in the end game before camping someone, and then hopefully getting 8 stages. But it looks like this game plan has fallen apart. We had to leave Rocket. We now no longer have our free gen. All we have is this one power, which is going to be a Hail Mary. Maybe if we like get a slug going and then a crazy snowball. But at this point, Invictus has everything. They are in control. They have the power to get low stages here for sure.
This is make or break, like you said. I'm thinking the game might have run away from Obi here. But if anything is going to happen, it's going to happen over the next minute here. Tasting Dan at main building, but that pallet is down. We haven't kicked it. Makes this loop very strong. When the pallet is gone, it's not so strong. But like you said earlier, that pallet's not super strong. But if you use it in looping into main building, it makes it basically an infinite. Going for a little bit of a sprinkler attempt there. Again, trying to just vault it over top of launching it over top of these rocks, over top of the logs. Again, Pedro manages to stay alive. That droplet doesn't hit. Swings through. Ambitious swing through the pallet. Considering we have power, if we take a stun, Pedro does go down. And that was a very, very gutsy. Obi knows he needs to be swinging for the fences right now. If he had taken a stun, he would have lost his power. And here's what you were talking about. Pedro, Slug, we are looking for more. Pedro's not enough. They were looking towards finding more survivors before they can get out the door here.
Yeah, I mean, we need 2 full survivors dead and on hook, and that is just not possible. I think, realistically, as soon as Nightlight got that body block, I mean, amazing.
Oh,
job.
no!
We're even getting Hatch! Only getting 2 stages? No. But yeah, I think, realistically, as soon as we got that hit tank onto Rocket and we delayed his chase for that long, we just knew the game was over. Because the only thing Obi was interested in was getting that tunnel out. And if you don't get it, it's over. And I mean, Invictus is the one team where they are insane at delaying tunnel outs. I saw it yesterday as well. I played against them, and we had the exact same thing happen. We had Fasty played really well. I remember it was Unknown. He got a basement hook, and he got him to death hook super fast. But then the tunnel out, like as soon as you start chasing Pedro, like someone on tunnel out on death hook, you just get completely destroyed.
Yeah. You're right. We had the walking around shack. We were like 75% infected. Didn't want to get infected. Ran at the bare minimum to get into the door. And all Obi could do was try and spit, hoping. And it wasn't 99, because if it was 99, he would have gotten infected.
Maybe he could have killed Nightlight.
You said it in like sort of like a typical sense. It was like high, right? I just want to be very clear. He had the perfect amount of infection that he could take a spit and not get infected, so he could still vault the window, and then he got infected as he vaulted through.
It's so precise.
You weren't even able to hit it. It was so crazy. If he had been any higher, he could have been downed, and then maybe something else happens, right? But that is now 2 wins now for Invictus. So
crazy start.
Best of 5, we said, and we need 3 wins. So this is putting Praxis on the ropes. Praxis needs to win or tie every set from this point on. If they lose one more set, that will be the end of Praxis's tournament. But that being said, we do. I believe it was Invictus. Invictus. Sorry, I want to confirm. Invictus has called their 5-minute timeout, so they're gonna convene. They're gonna take a minute to. I mean, if they're winning, maybe they just want to pat each other on the back. I'm not sure what's going on, but
maybe a pee break.
Maybe that's probably more. We're gonna take a 5-minute break, everybody. So sit tight. We'll be back in just a few minutes to continue this best of 5 in our lower bracket final.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After a small break, we all had time to quickly go to the bathroom, get something to drink, because while on stage and while in the booths, it's all a bit different than at home. In these online tournaments, you're usually able to like go off your PC and do whatever you want whenever you want. But here, you're kind of stuck on stage. So we had to take a small break. The best of fives. It's a long sit. Usually it is. There's a chance Invictus take it on the next set. But usually it takes a lot of time.
This
so
might be like the
break.
longest best of 3 in the sense that we only play 3, right? But
yeah, for those who missed it, we are back after the break. If you want a masterclass on how to deal with gen locks and a 5-gen or a 4-gen or a 3-gen, then go and check the VOD, because Invictus just gave us the best performance ever on breaking gen splits. So if you want to see that, you got to go back.
I imagine we're going to be loading into the Cenobite very, very quickly. Yeah. The team's got their break and they're going to be going in soon. But really quick question. What could Obi have done differently? He just couldn't find them. He couldn't find them. He couldn't infect them. Like god tier stealth along with good pressure, and even with that 4+5, like it was a 4. Like the middle gen was kind of like it was.
Yeah, usually you would filter that under the 4-gen top as well.
I would.
If you only had 3. So
I would call, but there was 4 solid top. Like it was 4 full top, 1 middle-ish, and 2 down. And
he was just helpless.
He just couldn't find them.
He was helpless.
And then by the time he was in chases, like I got his idea. He had power. He 2-tapped rocket, and like you said, tried to just tunnel, guys. Just tunnel. If you want to win this killer, just tunnel. I'm playing against Invictus. Oh. Maybe you can't tunnel. Maybe tunneling.
Every gen popped by the time I got my second hook. Yeah. That's so unlucky, man.
I got to be honest. I did not even notice the last gen pop last game. That's how efficient it was. Is I was like, we're getting the down, and I'm like, oh, they're headed to the end. Oh, the gen popped. Oops.
Yeah, it really is just a team where you blink once. Like Invictus, I think is the worst team at that. You blink once, and every generator's just gone.
What are you gonna do?
It goes so fast.
But can I say something to that? And this is for anybody out there looking to get into comp. If you're playing in some sort of like lower divisions, you're not quite on the full stage, as obviously we have the best in the world here right now. I gotta say something. The difference between I've done some of our not always gold division, but some of our sort of like community cups and whatnot. The number one difference, I mean, obviously there's some skill involved, but when you want to look at strategy and stuff like that, the number one difference I find is efficiency. The best teams are obviously good comms, good chases, but if you have teams that are good at good chases and good stuff, but they don't get the gens done, that is not a team that's ready for this level.
Yeah,
it's the being able to do everything you need to do while slamming the gens is what makes you good to great.
Yeah, it's all about rotations and timing.
Exactly.
Because if one person is playing fast, then everyone has to play fast. Like you can't have one person rotating across the map. Like you have to have everyone doing it at the same time, so that the killer's overwhelmed with pressure. And like no matter where they commit, the other people are instantly on generators and are instantly cranking them away. It puts the killer on such a fast timer.
Yeah.
Where if they don't get downs instantly, you're already losing your gens.
We saw it yesterday. And I forget which game it was. I apologize, but we saw 2 survivors. It might have been unknown actually. We saw 2 survivors playing, doubling a generator and another one. The second survivor, it was like 2 and 1, and then this guy came over here 2 and 1, and they got both gens done at the exact same time, and tapped another generator to
I think that was Praxis.
Eat the pain res. Oh, was that Praxis? Still, point is that being really efficient on generators.
Yeah.
But that it still remains being really efficient on generators. Having that kind of coordination is just unreal. So.
Yeah, and I mean, after that match, going into Cenobite, I feel like I would be scared as Praxis here, because this is another set where Invictus is going to shine. It's another killer where downs can take super, super long, especially if you see a little bit of altruism, which we saw in the last match, like Nightlight in the end game, or like right before the end game, helping out Rocket.
Yeah.
If you see 1 or 2 good hit tanks coming out, the chases go towards the main building, which is completely unplayable as Cenobite. Like, you could just see another 3-stage game or 4-stage game if we're not careful. So I feel like our killer side, which I assume is going to be OB again, has to really lock in for this.
Yeah.
Like, this is make or break stuff right here. This is the difference between going home or not.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously that was a pretty big blowout there. OB's been having a great weekend, been playing a lot of really, really good games, but we're just coming up short.
Yeah.
That game was more coming up short in micro, like in individual situations. We were coming up short, couldn't find the person I'm looking for, couldn't get it down fast enough, got a swing, got a vault, whatever. And then if you go back to like it was more the macro with the Blight game, right? But like just a game of inches, and Obi's just falling behind just slightly in this.
And I mean,
then
every
the
mistake
results are there.
just gets taken abused. Like it gets abused. Like you make one mistake, these good players, they see it and they instantly like.
Well, and every second that the killer wastes is 4 seconds for the survivors.
Yeah.
Because it's 4v1. This is the
Yeah.
this is what we play. We play an asymmetrical game, 4 versus 1. So every second of action that the killer takes, the survivors get 4 seconds of action.
Yeah, that's also why,
Right?
like, you'll always hear it. The first chase is probably the most important part of the entire game. Like, the rotations in the beginning and the first chase. Nothing else is going to be as important because that's the only time in the game where you can be as efficient as possible, where you can have everyone on generators at the same time.
Right.
Like
There's no resets.
You could only see that at the start of the game, which we are loading in here. Crazy build, actually.
I don't like it.
By Obi.
I don't like
Totems. Totems on DDS, this is one of the most solved maps in the entire game. It's been played in comp for such a long time. Everyone at this level knows every single totem spawn. We know all of it. So I feel like Invictus is going to be finding those totems very soon. We're not even anywhere close to the box. I think
No,
Invictus.
he just picked up the box.
Yeah, no, like, we picked out the box, but usually you'll see a survivor rotating to get the box.
Oh,
but these
no,
survivors are probably so convinced that Obi knows where the box is, they're not even going to bother.
You
They're
don't.
not even going to bother.
Obi knew exactly where the when you spawn in, good Cenobites know exactly where the box is, but either know exactly or between one and two places, and where they spawn. I can tell you, based on where Obi spawned and based on where the survivors spawned, the survivors instantly knew there's no way we get that box. He's going to get it. Let's make sure we're not anywhere near, so we can take a minute to get the chase started, and that's what's happened here. Pedro is in chase. We're going to see the box picked up, and we're going to go. But yeah, great box logic. Oh, check it out. We've already called out one of our totems here.
Yeah, that's one totem up, but we need 2 totems. As long as Ruin Undying is up, we add so much more pressure, especially while we're in Cenobite's realm. You know, we can't really do generators that much. This chase location actually lasting here. Usually all of these pallets around the gallows area are pretty unsafe because it takes just one nicely timed chain and you're hit. Like, look at that. You get chained, you're hit. Actually, wait. This short side on ping. Wait, this might be safe. We miss. We get the pallet.
Unreal.
Pedro making it around once again. Not dropping the pallet yet. We reach just a little bit too greedy. I think we have to try to play the pallets on here. But very good job taking the hit, realizing when you get hit, you make sure you reach Shack. Because now dropping Shack from this side, you should be able to reach the main building, which I briefly hinted at earlier is the place where survivors usually want to go. Actually, no, we're not going there just yet. I think we may be doing the generators in that area. And we're actually prioritizing staying away from active generators with Chase. Medium vault. It was actually a medium vault, but we still don't connect it.
We see one of the totems that just went down. Sorry, both the totems have now gone down. This is why I didn't like the build.
Yeah.
We saw this earlier in the week. We saw some ruin. It just doesn't. We just don't get the value. Obviously, if you are able to keep the totems up, you can get some pretty strong value out of it. But the reality is, these survivors know where the totems spawn, and even it's just unlikely to happen. And now we're down to a 2-perk game. One of them being Sloppy Butcher.
Ooh, very nice read by Obi here. I was scared.
There.
This water tower window is so unsafe, but with the pallet still standing, all it takes is one good send and 151, and you could just extend your chase by like 30 seconds. Painres RNG being a bit unfortunate. It looks like all of the Painres were kind of like behind the main building. Very unfortunate, but either way, Obi taking that hook. That is at least 1 hook secured, and now we're playing with only 2 perks. We're playing with Sloppy, which is really strong, but you need a lot of hits, which, as we've seen...
Oh, this is big, though.
Wait, this is big.
This is big.
We missed the chain, but we find the survivor with the box, and I mean, you can't commit this. There's a reason survivors take the box towards main building, because if you get chased there with max distance, it's going to take literally 2 minutes before you get even hit once.
Yeah.
And Obi realizes it. He cannot commit onto Nightlight, even though it's the box and the chain hunt's about to start. We have to leave it. We have to take our right chases. Dan is still sticking a gen across the map. I think he is actually breaking the main free gen around Gallows right now. I didn't get a chance to look at the generators perfectly, but Rocket winning more 50s. Great send. We see the Aura add-on coming in here. A bit of a recent addition to the roster with Cenobite's add-ons being chased. Usually all Aura reading is banned in comp, like all Aura eating add-ons and perks. but Cenobite is the one exception. So
well,
we got
that's
a little bit of
because
use there.
you nerfed his best add-on,
Yeah, like
so you gotta like
he's
it
got
literally
nothing.
it's
Yeah,
the
he's
same
got nothing.
add-on, it's just totally different, right? So Rocket is gonna go down here. Really, really good chase by Rocket using pretty much just that pallet gym. We're gonna pull over here, and like you said, we had a little bit bad luck before, but not so much anymore. We're gonna get a pain res here. We're gonna delay one of the generators. Box has spawned, but it's not. Pardon me. It's just started, so we have a long time before we get into another chain hunt. Obi sitting with 2 hooks. I thinking that the plan is going to be here to just go for. I mean, obviously we're getting towards the end, towards the deeper in the match, but he's going for stages. We're going for freshes.
Yeah.
We're going to try and get some pain res value, delay the end of the game, get as many fresh hooks as possible, put your team in the best position. Pick this generator. We're going to travel around looking.
We see the Krolls arriving here. Krolls, I feel like this is something a lot of people don't realize. Like lower tier or in normal games, you never see people looking at Krolls. But we saw the Krolls coming back there, which means I think it's been 20 seconds since someone moved around in that area. It might have been Nightlight, but I think Obi was actually trying to look for Pedro, who was still injured and could have been a way faster chase and a way faster hook
I
stage.
thought he might do this. Injured Rocket is doing the box, and yeah, in the good spot, but gets hit with that. I don't think we have enough time to get here before the vault comes through. The vault breaks the chains. The extra chains from Impaling Wire do not come through. Never mind. There, we get some there.
This doesn't do much, though. It's after the vault. And actually, wait, very nicely timed vault. I think it's going to force out a hit tank, which every hit with Sloppy is helping us. Every hit is just a good slowdown and more pressure, especially with Sloppy Butcher. We still have that injury onto Pedro.
That is the coolest bug I've ever seen.
Wait.
It's gone now.
It
was sparkling around. It looked like we were flying through space.
Yeah, I'm surprised we're not going for resets. Remember, Pedro was our first hook, and he's been injured ever since. We're seeing Generator being potentially 99, but I'm not entirely sure what the plan is. Pre-drop coming out miles away, and that is Pedro. We finally find him. Pedro's just been doing a gen this entire time instead of going for resets. And I think they're doing this basically, the stronger the killer, the more important the resets are. Yeah, wow, look at this. They're choosing to go into a position with 4 injured survivors. Look at that gen frog. The generators are almost done. The generators are done. We didn't see there was another survivor right there next to us doing the gen in our face. Nightlight baiting the killer, running towards Shaq. And we're already taking downs. We're already taking downs. This is crazy. Insane body blocks.
Huge body blocks by Rocket. Huge body blocks by Rocket. Rocket trying to stay. If you're wondering what's happening there, Rocket already been hooked. We don't want Rocket. We were going for Nightlight. Nightlight manages to get survive to get to the main building. Thanks to Rocket, that chain is going to do not a whole lot. Dan holding the box. The door is open.
Wait, Dan has the box. Wait, that's... Oh, wait, I mean, they're out. Oh,
they're out. They're out. Yeah, no.
It doesn't even matter.
Grab the box so that way only one. Because so for those who don't know, if the chain hunt gets to full, if you're holding the box, the person with the box gets the chain hunt.
No one else.
No one else does, and that's going to be Rocket's 3 hooks are going to be gone, and a little bit of frustration swing there by Obi. We're going to see 3 hooks on Rocket. We're going to see 1 on Pedro for 4 hooks too fresh, and that may have been Obi's final killer match of the day, unless the survivors of Praxis can come through and get less than 4 hooks.
I mean, I said it already. Like, I was scared of the Invictus Survivor side, and it's exactly what I expected. You blink once, and the gens are gone.
Yeah.
It's just, they're not even, they didn't reset a single time this entire game, by the way. I just want to preface that. Like, they did not reset one survivor the entire game. How often does that work?
Sloppy
like, yes,
Butcher, who's got time
zero
for that?
Sloppy Butcher value. It's literally 0 Sloppy Butcher value. And it's all just because the chases last long enough, and they were slamming those gens so aggressively. They're like, we don't care about like resetting. We already got the gens done. Like you'll see the later you are in the game, if you have multiple generators high progress and you're only at like 1 generator left, usually you just play way more aggressive and you focus on getting those generators done instead of like playing slow and getting resets and whatever, yada yada yada. Like you don't care anymore.
I'll tell you, I like the Pop. Sloppy Butcher it's kind of got a chicken or the egg effect. Which came first? And let me explain. Like, trust me. Let me cook.
What?
Chicken. Let me cook. Okay. So if it's not Sloppy Butcher and you take hits, they may heal.
Yes.
Right? But if it is Sloppy Butcher, they say YOLO, let's roll.
Yeah.
And they don't bother, right? So it's not that they wouldn't have healed. Sloppy got no value. It got value by keeping them injured because they're not going to bother healing, right? So, so it's like I don't heal because of Sloppy Butcher, but it's Sloppy Butcher, so I don't heal is what I mean by the chicken and the egg. I don't know. Guys, am I crazy? Am I cooking? I don't know.
I can kind of see it. I can kind of see it.
But anyways, I want to go back to the build real quickly. I don't want to harp too much on Obi. He's been played so phenomenally this weekend. Again, keep in mind, Praxis beat Invictus in the very beginning of the tournament, so they've taken one. Unfortunately, now we're down to elimination. However, I want to talk about the build. We had Sloppy, which we just talked about. Didn't really get
not much.
Not really.
But it's always also like after the first hit. I think it was Pedro was the first hit. He instantly calls out, guys, it's Sloppy. And that instantly changes their gameplay.
Right,
they play
plan
differently.
A, plan B,
yeah,
right?
because they know like it's not going to be Eruption. Like we know there's no Corrupts. Like the only gen slowdown they had was Pain Res.
They knew all four
yeah,
perks.
like they probably knew every single perk within 20 seconds of the game.
For sure.
Like they probably spawned on
after
the
the first
totem.
hit, they got it. The only one they don't know at that point
is Pain Res.
It's
but
Pain
it's
Res,
such
and
a
of course
classic.
it's Pain Res, right? So, but I mean, again, I'm going to go ahead and bet we don't see the same. We don't see.
No, we're going to see a safe build. I am honestly even hoping to see like Bamboozle, because I feel like this killer is so weak, and like maybe with Bamboozle you can commit on main building a little bit more, and especially with such a low stage win con for the killer side, all you need is safety. Like you don't care about Ruin on dying is basically super high risk and super high reward as well. Because if they don't cleanse all the totems for even a little bit of time, or maybe you get a hook on one of the totems before they're able to call out where that totem is, then you get insane value, especially on Cenobite, who is a killer who can kind of like pressure generators across the map with his chains a little bit. Like it's kind of hard, but it can be insanely valuable.
You know what perk I like that we probably won't see, but like Gift of Pain I think is pretty decent too, because it gives you the Sloppy Butcher and you're already going for
We could have seen it on Blight, maybe.
Well,
like, we could have seen it on Blight or Nurse, but no other killers. Yeah.
No. Oh yeah, that's fair. That's fair, but no, but I want to see something safer, a little bit more regression, a little bit whatever. I don't think that I instantly I feel bad, but I instantly reloaded and I said it out loud. I was like, I don't like the build.
Yeah, you were a doubter. You were a doubter.
I don't like the build.
I was a believer until we popped 2 totems before the first down. Like I was not a believer anymore.
But that's you said it. It's we know where the totems are. It's funny. You say we know where the totems are, and then they've changed them a little bit, and it was in a weird place.
Really?
Yeah. No. Oh. I don't know if you noticed. Water Tower. They have a secondary spawn of it now.
Oh, but that one's kind of open.
It's the same spot. It's the same but different, because it was outside of the little building. Yeah. But I was like, it is. But they tried to change it. It didn't matter. It's the same.
Yeah,
it's the same
it's
thing.
Still really easy to find. Yeah.
Yeah. There was still one over there, just like he'd come out of his house.
Yeah.
But so that's going to be. We're gonna need what it was
3 stages.
Three stages.
I mean, we can tie, but like, do we even care about a tie? I think if Praxis, like, if we somehow get the tie.
Well, I think we do whatever we do to stay alive.
Yeah, of course.
I think that we're asking a lot here. We're going back to what you said. The first chase is the most important.
Yeah.
More so than ever. If we get a fast down, it's over.
Yeah, for sure.
It's going to be over the moment we get a fast down.
Yeah, no, we're going to need to see probably a lot of teamwork. Either way, like if you need less than 4 stages, if you need 3 stages or less, you're just going to need to see a lot of hit tanks. On lower tier killers, some might think, where's the flashlight save, where's the cracker save? We've actually banned the flashlight and crackers against really low tier killers, because we just realized, on these killers, which have to spend an entire minute walking across the entire map, they have barely any chase power. Like, one flashlight save just
it's the game's over.
The game's over.
It's
like,
the most
there's no point in playing,
thing.
And it's kind of just... It's not fun.
It's same with a pallet save,
but
you can't.
Pallet saves are already harder.
That's already hard.
Yeah, behavior already took care of those, and then we took care of the flashlights.
Yeah. There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Yeah. The problem with though is if you're talking like, okay, we can't have it down. We have to have good teamwork. We have to tank hits. Problem with that is, you know what happens when you're tanking hits?
Sloppy.
Well, no, that too. That's too.
Yeah,
but
you're not on gens.
You're not on gens. You're just if I am running across the map to tank a hit for you, you don't go down. Sure, but my generator ain't getting worked on, right? So, but we're loading in here. We're gonna have to. And what?
Same build.
No,
pretty much the same build.
Okay.
Pretty much.
No protection for the ruin, but crowd control is an interesting pick.
I like that more.
Similar to what you said with the bamboozle, the same but different. It's better bamboozle, but can be broken. And then of course Sloppy again with Pain Res. Keep in mind, everybody, these builds, the builds that they're running are locked in long before we play. So this wasn't like...
look at that. We actually found the box.
And they did find the box, and they're working. Wow, it must have spawned...
Yeah, we lost the 50.
Oh, that's so interesting. Anyways, okay, so we're chasing still. Hey, that's That's a good start for our survivors, and if you want to see this, if you're a Praxis fan, that's what you need to see. A good start there for the survivors. Getting rid of that initial box, the initial chain hunt is not going to be a problem. It looks like we might have got lost in the sauce there a little bit, trying to find Silhey mind gaming the back there, and now we're just going to settle for a little bit of renovations here. Break out a couple doors, look for our next chase. Survivors starting to tackle the generators. You can see Xanox about 25% done a gen. Marco and Silhey both touch a gen. It looks like they may have hopped off of it. One of them might be on main building, so they're looking to see what's happening here.
Just breaking all the doors, doing some renovation. We broke the shack doors, the main doors.
Get rid of them now so you don't got to get rid of them later, right?
Yeah, the only thing I don't like, usually on Survivor side, when you see there's no corrupt, you often know it's going to be totems. Like that's how defined the meta is. Usually if the killer isn't running corrupt, you know it's going to be ruin guaranteed. And if he's running ruin, there's a good chance he's running other totems. So I feel like the survivors could have tried maybe vaulting a edge map window or something just to activate crowd. We're going to see crowd activating here.
There it is.
And for those who don't know, crowd, the totem actually isn't active yet. Like it's not a hex totem until the first vault. Pretty bad hit coming out there. We're not max distance towards main building, and we get chained there. This is a terrible start.
Do we make it to the pallet here?
I mean, we are on the pallet. We saw another survivor
Big
there for the hit tank. We're running through it though. Gonna die on the pallet with the last pixel. That is somehow still a hit. Are we here for the hit?
That
no,
looked
we're
like
not even on pallet.
That looked like a ping hit. Like it wasn't. It wasn't. But it was.
Pixel,
that looked like a normal tournament hit.
Yeah. And look at this. We see someone right here. That means there's only 2 people on generators. We get the pain res. Both totems are still up. I hate calling it this early, but
I'm thinking the same thing.
Like,
I didn't want to say it, but I agree.
This is not a playable position for the survivors. That's just it is what it is. Once again, the last pixel. Pedro has gotten used to the ping very well. We have to say, like Pedro, he's usually playing on 40, close to 50 ping. But he has gotten perfectly used to the Germany ping here in Osnabrück.
We've only got one generator done now, right there. We've only got one generator done, and we've already got a hook. We've already got a pain res. It slowed that down. We're now in chase here. We're doing a little bit of cleanup. There's just not enough gen progress done before we got that first down, and it's just really unfortunate. Again, I'm not trying to count out Team Praxis. If there is a team that can come back from this, we know it's one of these. These are some of the best players in the entire world, with the exception of potentially Elysium, who the winner will be facing in the final. Interesting pathing here. We see by V1, but I don't think we're gonna. Oh, I was gonna say I don't think we make that pallet, and we sure as heck don't make it if we get chained up. And we're gonna get a second hook on V1. That is 2 hooks. We need a total of 4. Xynox working on a generator across the map, but we are gonna get a basement hook here. This might be pretty hard to get saved.
Yeah, especially, I mean, we only have 1 injury, and I assume usually you want to have the injured survivor as far away as possible. So probably Marco doing a gen across the map. I don't know if we can even play for resets at this point, because V1 being on hook in basement, it puts you on a timer. You have about 60 seconds to have someone rotate towards that generator. And yeah, here we see Marco doing a gen. TR increasing, so I don't think Pedro is going to be interested in camping this. Wait, is he?
He's upstairs in main.
Wait, he's
I know.
just camping.
He's upstairs in main. I saw him there for a second.
I mean, maybe the main generator had progress. I can't really remember.
Okay, but think about this too. If we camp V1 and nobody can save, we are 1 hook away from a tie, and they've only got 3 generators done. And now they could get 3 gens done. It's a 70-second. Good long distance snap. We're not going to do anything with that, but we're delaying.
It's a good delay.
It's a good, again, V1 is about to die, and we're delay. Xynox finishes the box, gets back on a generator. Maybe there's a world where they cook and chase and they get the gens done, but that was a really good. Also, nice Pedro using the chains to get some information, using it as like a drone.
They reset.
Looking in the sky, seeing what we can see. The reset comes in. V1 is dead on the second hook. Survivors are now 1 hook away from a tie, and obviously then they'll need to get everyone out the door if they want to even come close to tying it. There's a lot of work left to do.
Yeah, and I mean we're basically halfway with the generators. Like we only popped 2 generators. There's 2 gens with a bit of progress, but I mean, if we were able to do that much with 4 survivors up, how much are we going to be able to do with 3 survivors up? Like, honestly, this is a position where normally in tournaments, you might even see a killer trying to play for a 4K1. We still have our crowd up, which is not really slowdown, but it's going to help us in chases a lot. Crowd is a lot stronger than other chase perks like Bamboozle or Rapid Brutality or Save the Best for Last, because it is, of course, a Hex Totem. Like, it's stronger, but it has the downside of being able to get cleansed. But Survivors somehow have not found the totem yet. We're doing a really good job here in chase, so taking a good hit, taking it to this very large building, playing max distance around it, but eventually you do get forced to play a pallet, and these filler pallets is where Cenobite shines. One chain is all it takes, but luckily we have a Survivor to help here. We're actually chaining the other Survivor who was trying to play for the hit tank. I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. Silhe being chased. I believe last thing, no, not last thing. He does get chained and hit, because once all of these Survivors are injured, we can just commit anyone we want. And if Survivors stay injured, then they cannot even play for the pull.
Well, the scary thing is, too, we've got Ruin off the board, but crowd control is still active.
Yeah.
So there's like, we're eliminating some of the limited resources on this map. And like main building, very, very strong area, but it's very strong because you can cycle and cycle and cycle the vaults. Well, crowd control blocks the last 5.
Yeah.
So
look at this.
You're just gone. Zynox comes in, tanks a hit. Again, the Survivors are doing as good a job as can be expected, but they have such a tall order. We see Silhe with the box. We're going to go and curve around, and we nail Silhe again. If we get a hook on anybody here, Silhe, even if we manage to make it to a resource, we're going to be in a chain hunt for Silhe alone, starting right about now. I don't even think we make it anywhere. Yeah, I was going to say, even if we already don't play anything, we would be stuck with chains hampering our chase while we're injured. Silhe gets downed, Silhe gets hooked, and the other 2 Survivors are not only injured, they're also going to have to cope with the chain hunt. Not only is the chain hunt going to slow them down, it's also information for the killer, because the killer can see the chain spawning.
Oh yeah, and you can kind of like hear them from a distance as well.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and that's the last hook we can allow.
Yeah, no, we're on the tie condition now. Any extra stage is game over, and I feel like all these hit tanks we've been taking, it just kind of shows how desperate this position is. Usually when you get to the free field, wait, that's box again.
Box again.
We're cycling boxes. Wait, that's crazy.
That was also the win, but that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like taking hits in 3v1 is something you almost never do. Usually it's way more important to have like Survivors healthy in the 3v1, and you'll almost never see them playing for hit tanks. Like, it's very, very, very rare to see any hit tanks in 3v1s, and now we saw multiple back to back to back, because it's like, yeah, it's a desperate play.
You have, if you don't, you die.
Yeah,
if
all
you
the
do,
gens
you
are
die.
all the gens were 0, and there's nothing else they can do, so they just tried it, and then maybe like the last person that after the hit tanks is in chase gets an insane chase, and then they can like stack the last generator, and then they get the resets, and then they get a pull in end game, and they somehow get a tie. But it was just a desperation play, and it was the only thing they could do. But we all kind of knew where this was going.
It's like, well, that was a dumb thing to do. What else could I do?
I mean,
die.
they're gonna get 4K'd because of it. Yeah, like,
it's you do it and die, or you don't do it and die. It was basically you needed a juicer chase as the only option. And but again, good effort. Honestly, like it's going to be a 4K1, but a little bit of a desperation play there is why we got this. Again, sometimes the scoreboard does not reflect how close the game was.
They could have gotten a very normal result. Like they had the 3v1 with a good gen split with everyone healthy. If they wanted to, they could have easily gotten like 6 stages, maybe around there somewhere if they played the 3v1 normally. But yeah, as we said, they had to play for hit tanks, they had to play it risky, and they had to rely on some chases, and it didn't work out, sadly. So that is a 3-0.
3-0.
Reverse sweep. Invictus coming back, and they came back confident, and it showed. Like, they got used to the stage, and they showed who's boss. Yeah,
that's what Nightlight said yesterday, and Rocket echoed it as well, and it just seems like it's absolutely true. It's just like, we needed one round just to figure it out. We figured it out, and smack him on.
Ban him!
Absolutely toxic killer. Absolutely toxic killer. Killers are all toxic. Anyways, no. Except for the Survivors who were toxic, no. Sorry, no. They needed one round to kind of get it done, to figure it out, and they took it. They figured it out, and like you said, Pedro's figuring it out there as well. Big shout out though. We're going to be getting our interviews on the stage in just a few minutes, but we can close it out a little bit.
Yeah.
Huge shout out to Invictus. I mean, if you want a textbook manual about how to capitalize, how to win sets against some of the best players in the world, just watch that set. Invictus, they lost to Praxis on Friday, and they came back and swept a 3-0 and a best of 5 today. Incredibly well played by Invictus.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we already said it. The previous match they played against each other, it was I think, a lot closer. Like, the Blight set we had as our first set here was still very close. It came down to the wire on both sides. But after that, Invictus, they just took over.
Yeah.
Like, they're going to be so confident for this. And I think this is where you want to be. Like, if you have a super hard-fought battle, best of 5, like, everyone's exhausted by the end of it, you play for 3 hours straight, and then tonight or later this afternoon, you have to play against the team that hasn't lost a single match yet, you're kind of at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
Like, you're nervous, you're tired. It's really warm on those stages. That's something I don't think that's been mentioned yet, but everyone there behind those stages, they got the spotlights on them, they got the black curtains behind them, they got the PCs running. It is a sauna in there, so it is not fun to stay there for multiple hours on end, and it can definitely, like, affect how you play.
Good sportsmanship by our teams. The GG's handshake. I love to see it. You love to see it. We're gonna be switching over to Egder. He's just getting set up. We're gonna do an interview. But yeah, just really clean. And I want to point out again. Yesterday, Elysium said, "I said, who do you think is gonna make it? Who do you want to play in the finals?" They said.
Yeah.
We want to play Invictus. We think Invictus will make it. We'll still go. And yeah, I mean, it's what what was predicted has come true. It will be Invictus and Elysium in a best of 5 after this one in a little while this afternoon. Yeah, just absolutely phenomenal gameplay by Invictus. Now the question is, Invictus has played so much more than Elysium has this weekend. Elysium's played 2, right? They played Eclipse and they played Team USA. No, they played
Praxis.
Praxis.
Yeah.
I
think.
And no, they played Team USA.
Okay,
They
well,
didn't
I
play
know
Eclipse.
it.
They didn't play Eclipse. Sorry.
Yeah, they
You
played
know
less
they didn't
matches.
Play. Yeah, they played 2 matches, and that would end. So they've had a little less, and we're talking about how Invictus has figured it out. So maybe that'll be an advantage. Maybe it will be a disadvantage of having to sit there and sweat under those lights
Yeah,
for
I mean,
too long,
it depends. It depends. It's also like there's so many extra factors. You know, it's the stage, it's the different setup. You know, the crowd is going wild. The amazing crowd, which we love, but
Fantastic.
some people don't have like great noise cancellation, is what we've heard. So that's kind of an issue sometimes. Like you can't play your chases perfectly, stuff like that. And I think most people are also not on that much sleep, sadly, because of course the LAN has been amazing.
That's not our fault.
No,
It's
but
not our fault.
Just
because everyone's having an awesome time and hanging out.
It is your guys' fault. It's just it's too good of a weekend. It's too much fun.
Sorry, you're having too good a time. I don't know.
Gosh darn it, my steak's too juicy.
This is what,
my lobster's
nice
too buttery.
This is why
like, the weekend is too fun. We don't want to sleep.
You need a captain to be like, no, go to sleep. I had a funny conversation this morning about like I've heard who on what team has been like, go to bed, guys. We got to play tomorrow, and other players are like, yeah, we'll go to bed later. It's fine. Everyone's having a good time. It's definitely been a whole lot of fun. I'm excited for this final today. I'm really interested to see who's going to be playing through, what team's going to be gone, what games, what killers we're going to play and whatnot.
I think we're able to send it down back to Egder,
who
is ready with the teams. So he will then. We're going to see some stuff, right? I think we're ready to go.
I believe so. Are we ready to kick it down to Egder, everybody? We're ready.
Right,
I got the thumbs up.
Let's see the teams.
Let's go talk to the winners.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much, Jacinta and Andrew, for bringing us that game. Why don't we give some energy to our finalists, Team Invictus, come on! I'm, of course, joined by Pedro, obviously fantastic killer and survivor player for Invictus. First of all, phenomenal job on the win. Of course, I can't give you enough congratulations for that. You've now earned your spot in the finals against Team Elysium. That's the first thing I want to ask you about. Team Elysium, I mean, it's El Clasico, right? It's Madrid, Barcelona. It's the kind of rivalry to end all rivalries, right? Do you think that if you're able to beat them sort of on a live event on LAN, that's you guys sort of getting the last laugh?
Sort of. Ellie doesn't really have their actual roster, which really surprised me that they're doing this good. They haven't dropped a single set. But yeah, I guess it kind of would, yeah. I'm not sure. We'll see.
And speaking of that, you are right, Elysium don't have their full roster, but I mean, we can see literally on the scores over there, they've been on an absolute tear, right? Especially what they did to Team USA, Team Praxis yesterday, which of course you've now replicated. Do you think that the fact they don't have their full roster, maybe that's almost something new for you to adapt to? Like there are a couple of players that should sort of be here that aren't, and maybe that brings a sort of new element to their game?
Yeah, it could be. Like Pedro HZ, for example, and Noah aren't even in Ellie. Peter HZ was. Noah has never been. Like, they barely play together. So yeah, we've never versed that roster at all. It's going to be something new for us. We're probably going to have to adapt, yeah. But I think we're going to do well. We have more confidence now, especially after this huge 3-0 against Praxis. So I think it's going to go well. We're confident.
And we were talking a bit before the match as to how you've developed, how you've changed, right? Maybe I'm going to try and get a little more specific now, if possible. Were there any sort of adaptations that you made? Of course, yes, you practice, you're used to the LAN environment. Were there any mental shifts in the team that were different, say, in the first match? Was there nerves or something that caused you to kind of underperform? Because that was anything but an underperformance.
I personally didn't feel any nerves, even when we lost the first match to Praxis. I don't think my team did either. I think it was really just more about being used to the environment, the PCs, like I said before, the ping difference, the peripherals, the setup in general. I don't think there was anything else specific that we had to get used to. I think that's all.
And of course, you'll have an opportunity to face off with them later and try and compete for the crown, right? DBD League winners, DBD LAN winners. Who doesn't want to have that title, right? Was there a particular message that you had to the Invictus fans back home, whether they're here or whether they're watching from the comfort of their home?
Well, just thank you to everyone who's supporting us, and we're going to make you proud. We're going to win this tournament.
Round of applause to Pedro. Congratulations on the win, my friend. I'll let you go celebrate with the rest of your team and no doubt prepare, because it's going to be a very tough Grand Finals matchup for Elysium. But thank you so much. Best of luck to you. And with that, we're going to send things to quite an extended break. However, there was a message that I did want to pass on. If it can be just a moment. This is from one of our commissioners, Banshee, who is here today, who did not wish to be on camera, but had a message as one of the commissioners and as one of the heads of DBD League that she wanted to share with everyone. This is to the people in the audience and to people at home. She says, I wanted to say a huge thank you to our amazing Twitch and YouTube mods for working so hard this LAN. I'm so proud and grateful for them. Also, a huge shout out to the community who have been so kind and patient with us. And finally, a big shout out to the people here. Big hugs to all of you, and I've loved meeting every single one of you. I hope to be hearing from you all again soon. Love from Banshee. Round of applause for Banshee, everyone. We're going to send things over to an extended break now, but let's not forget what we are competing for. The prize, the prestige, the title of being the winners of the first ever DBD League LAN event. We have the winners, we have our MVP awards, our best killer and best survivor awards. That should be some fantastic action. At the venue, we're going to take an extended break, let people relax, let the teams prepare themselves, let the people get some food, and then we're going to have the biggest matchup of the year for you. So stay tuned.
Welcome back, everybody, to the DBD League LAN 2026. I am Pryon. After that long break, joined by Emmy once again for the grand finals match. What a weekend it has been, everybody. And it culminates in this match between Invictus and Elysium. Invictus coming straight out of the lower bracket, not dropping a set since they lost their first game. And Elysium, on the other hand, have not lost a single killer set since they started in this tournament.
We got the El Clasico coming up, Invictus versus Elysium. What else could it be, right? And if you're looking at this, Invictus coming from the lower bracket, Elysium didn't even drop a single set, right? 2-all record throughout all their matches. It's clear who's gonna win. Or is it?
Exactly, and it's interesting that you bring that up, Emmy, because the environment that these players have been playing in so far, it's so different than at home, right? Like, getting experience on the stage is super important, and Invictus has, I think, the most games played now out of any team on this LAN environment, so it's going to be really interesting to see here if that's going to kind of carry them through this grand finals. However, coming out of the losers bracket does come with a penalty for Invictus in the way that the matches are scored.
Yeah, we're going to have a Joker set available, so in case that Invictus should take the match point, Elysium are free to replay one of their killer picks, just because they're coming from the upper bracket. But, as you mentioned, having a lot of playtime on the LAN, we heard Pedro talk about it earlier during the interview, getting comfortable with the equipment, with the crowd, with the different properties you're dealing with at the LAN compared to at home. I think Invictus have a bit of an advantage. They've been grinding games, they've been playing, and they also lost at the very start of the event. And I think having one loss under your belt, this might sound really weird, but it's a really important experience, right? You know you can come back from it, you know how to deal with it, you know how the crowd reacts if you lose, if you get low stages, if you don't get your expected win condition. And I'm curious if that might be something that that Elysium could struggle with, because they've been having a banger tournament so far, no losses at all, but not dropping a set against Invictus, that's going to be so tough, because Invictus are regaining form and they're on point right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you ask Rocket, that's limit testing in their first match of the tournament. But I think you're definitely correct about that. Elysium, they have not lost in front of the crowd yet. And there's so much pressure on these players in front of the crowd, like missing a power hit, swinging and missing at pallets, which has been happening so often to our killer players. It's going to be really interesting to see if Elysium can actually stand up to the pressure here with Invictus seemingly in their top form coming out of the losers bracket.
And Invictus, of course, just had a dominating 3-0 against Praxis earlier, who many people saw as the tournament favorites, right? They had the most of their players there. They were confident playing with their full roster. Unfortunately, Bolitari could not make it. I would have loved to see his performance on low ping on the Survivor side, because that player is just so impressive to me, making impossible stuff happen on such high ping. So a bit of a missed opportunity. And meanwhile, Elysium, they kind of have a budget roster, right? Pedro HZ already made the roster move of Elysium. They do have Noah as a substitute, who is an incredible 1v1 player and super talented at the game. We did see them have synergy, and of course Zaka is an amazing IGL, but they don't have the synergy that Team Invictus has. And Invictus have been practicing the whole night, and we don't really know what Elysium have been doing. We've not been seeing the players on the floor, so I hope they've just been locked away in their chambers, relentlessly grinding matches as well, preparing for these finals.
Yeah, and I mean, let's talk a little bit about what makes Invictus one of the titans of competitive Dead by Daylight as well. They're one of the longest running rosters together of players. Their core has been the same ever since Team Eternal, which was eventually their rebrand into Invictus, and I think they exemplify one of the most important things about having a competitive DBD team in a scene like this that's like more grassroots and maybe a little bit smaller than like your League of Legends, your Overwatch. Being able to take a hit as a team, not in-game, is really important. Invictus has been beaten down again and again, even in their best win streaks, where they were winning every single tournament as Team Eternal. being able to have a bit of a disappointing season, have a bad game, shake it off, and find your center again as a group of players, Team Invictus is the best in the business at that. And what's going to happen here if Elysium drops their first set? I think that's the question.
I really hope that Elysium will stay on form as well. The arrival of Petro HC also really impressed me yesterday. Their match against, it was Team Praxis, right? On the Oni set, you had him really vocal on the comms. If you were in the crowd, you could hear him. He was doing some great stealth play. He was helping out Zaka with the IGLing. And I think his arrival has been a great addition for the team too. So both teams pretty strong. And one person I want to talk about on the Invictus side that has not been part of the core roster for that long is someone who's been really impressing me at the LAN, and that is Rocket. He's been having such good individual chases. He's been an absolute demon on the Dead Hard. And he's really grown into a bigger player himself, right? You know Rocket for being a 1v1 player, for rocket pathing, but I think he's really improved in the 4v1. And right now at LAN, he's showing his true potential.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. Rocket has been an indispensable team, or part of this Invictus team. And chases are so important here in this LAN environment because we've seen sometimes a really fast first chase, like on this sort of environment with the low ping, is devastating for the survivor team. So making sure that, yes, it might be a little bit easier to like have a swing and a miss at a vault, but there's still so much potential for things to go wrong in that first chase. These players need to be fully locked in every chase. And Invictus has been really knocking it out of the park with that. But I mean, they're going to be up against the other best team in this tournament. Some of the best killer players in the world are going to be going at it. So honestly, anything could happen here.
And we were talking about it earlier. Zaka, the sole killer player for Elysium so far, has played every single match for them on the killer side. And we know Zaka as an M1 specialist on all of the teams he plays on. He's usually the man to get things done, the one for the dirty work, right? He plays the M1 killers. He is chase-oriented. And we've been talking about ping so much, but I'm really curious to see how he has been adapting to the LAN, because you're just getting less hits in this environment. That's been the one thing that's been super obvious in all the matches that we've seen. And he's not shying away from the chase killers, right? We've been seeing Oni, we've been seeing Mastermind. And Zaka has been getting results on these killers.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, killers that you would expect to be run for 3, 4, 5 gens on the LAN environment, like your Oni, they're still picking. They're still picking those killers. And Zaka is incredibly confident on them for good reason. He's one of the strongest killer players in the world for a very long time now. Multiple years that he's been a part of competitive Dead by Daylight. One of the scariest killers to be facing down in a tournament. And like you said, he is the sole killer player for Team Elysium, shouldering that burden, no pun intended, as of playing all survivor sets and almost all killer sets. And I believe it should be all killer sets in this tournament. As it's a lot of pressure on one player, and especially since he does in-game leading comms as well. He's really the star for Team Elysium.
And that's been one of my favorite things about this LAN, being here in person, being able to sit in the crowd and hear the players turn up, really accelerating their comms when they're locked in, when they're in the zone. It's so much fun, especially Zaka and also Dan did it so much on the stage. It's just such a joy to watch because, you know, these players live for this and they're just so good. And when they're in that flow state, it's so hard to do anything against them in chase.
Yeah, especially here at the live environment, like spectating in the crowd. I mean, in the game earlier with Invictus and Praxis, I could hear Dan calming everything, the position of the killer, and then I look up at the screen and I'm like, okay, so if Dan is calming that means he's probably stealthing right here, right? And it's so fun to see.
Yes, absolutely. Now, we've been talking about Invictus adapting. How are they going to deal with Elysium's killer roster? Are they going to ban away their picks? Are they going to try to force maybe some more specialist killers like the ones that Nightlight plays, right? Going away from that M1 style? Or do you think they're confident in just picking into Elysium and maybe giving us some fan favorite matchups like the Oni, maybe the Mastermind?
It's very difficult to actually ban against Team Invictus, right?
Yeah.
Because they've got Pedro and Nightlight covering each other's weaknesses. But for Zaka, pretty much the sole killer player for Team Elysium, I would say that Elysium's strategy is probably going to be to not even attempt to take big picks away from Pedro and Nightlight, but more so try to secure Zaka's strengths.
That's a great call. I do still think you gotta take away the blight, right? That's just, even with Praxis picking it against Invictus, Pedro was always able to take that set away from them. So definitely something you want to take off the table, but of course we're not at the picks and bans just yet, but I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm very excited to be here for the finals, and I really hope we're not going to see a one-sided result here. And I do think we've got the right teams to put on a bit of a show here.
Yeah, and I mean, without knowing the actual picks and bans of the teams just yet, we can still talk about the killer pool, right? Because it's been so interesting to see. We have such a wide pool of killers. It's been really interesting to see how these teams adapt to which killers they're going to be picking on which maps, specifically in this LAN environment, which has really changed everything for expected stages, for expected chase times, for like the types of killer powers that are good and bad for a first chase. I think it's been really interesting to see. My prediction is that in this pick and ban phase, we're going to be mostly shifting away from killers who are known to need a M1 down to end their chases.
Yeah, we know that Invictus picked the Plague earlier, of course. Invictus is a team that very much picks for their survivor side, so they definitely got a couple of aces up their sleeves preparing for this finals, I'm sure of it. We talked to some players. We heard that Pedro made sure that everybody on Invictus goes to bed on time, and before that they were grinding scrims. They were scrimming people that were still at the venue, other players from other teams, and I love to hear that. That preparation, I really hope Elysium have been doing something as well, something similar, because yeah, it's great going into a match as prepared as Invictus are. And like I said, Elysium have just been very, very quiet. They've been interacting with the fans, they've been taking pictures, but they've been pretty much, out of sight for most of the time. While we got many player interviews with Invictus, we saw them on the floor talking to the casters and stuff. So really, really curious what we can expect from Elysium.
Yeah, and I think that's also sort of just because of how clean their tournament run has been. Like, there hasn't been as much time for them on stage just because they've been ending their matches incredibly quickly. And you mentioned Invictus, the way that they pick for their survivor side, I think that's unique in competitive DBD. Like, usually when teams are picking sets, it's because they have a specialist killer, because this guy's comfortable on this killer against these survivors, or they want to play this specific map. But Team Invictus has a handful of sets that they pick that's essentially just like, Pedro, Nightlight, like, we know you're good at these killers, but that doesn't matter. We pick this because we know we are 4-outing.
And we saw that on the Unknown yesterday in particular, right?
Yeah, and I think it came through again today on the Plague. Like, you don't pick Plague on this LAN environment because you think that the killer is going to do well.
Yeah, you just know that your survivor side is just so good and potentially ahead of the competition. And we've seen Praxis having some banger chases on the survivor side on the first day, and getting great results on killer as well. And once Invictus got going, it was just a complete turnaround of that, a complete stomp even.
Yeah, and I mean, to that end, let's talk a little bit about Pedro. I think he's undergone a transformation from day one to now. He looks incredibly comfortable on killer compared to day one, where frankly everybody was missing swings, just like kind of sliding through people with like Wesker and Blight powers. And now I think Pedro looks just as deadly as he does online.
And I love that this is going to be a rematch of the two killer players we saw in the World Cup LAN earlier this year. I don't know if you know it, but the high cortisol Zaka versus low cortisol Pedro meme is one of my favorites of all time. It's just so good. And yeah, let's see if Invictus can make Zaka sweat, because so far no other team has been able to. And that survivor side is just something special. We talked about it earlier, on previous days. Spitz is not here, one of the core survivors, incredibly solid in every set, in every chase, and really important on the comms and for the mental as well. But Rocket has been stepping up when the team needed him the most, so I'm not putting Invictus at a disadvantage here at all.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, if Spitz were here, it wouldn't exactly be a ping difference for him to his usual setup, would it? But anyways, yeah, I can't wait to see these two killers face off. Pedro and Zaka. I mean, assuming we're probably going to get Nightlight sets as well.
Yeah.
But I think Pedro and Zaka going head-to-head has just been the classic for our top-tier teams for such a long time now, like since a few years.
Of course, one big killer player is missing in that conversation. Unfortunately, Zeno not here. Maybe for the next LAN. I think he could have provided a lot of killer depth for Team Elysium. That could have been incredible. But as we are slowly preparing to get into picks and bans, let's do a quick recap of how you've been enjoying the LAN. It's just, to me, this is something so special, and I'm so happy to be here.
Yeah, it's been incredible to be here with you all, taking pictures with people, having people go around and sign my shirt that I'm probably going to hang up on the wall. And I never thought I would be able to actually, let alone come to Europe. I've never been to Europe in my life. I'm American, as you can tell. And it's been so fun being in Germany. As Emmy said, just meeting everybody and making sure that this event is actually real and going almost perfectly. I don't want to jinx anything, but us at DBD League, we've been through a lot in the last year. And it's just such a heartfelt thank you to all of you who continue to believe in us,
Absolutely. And a huge thank you to the players. Almost every player I've seen over the weekend has been taking pictures with their fans, accepting gifts, talking to them, just being super nice, approachable, down to earth. And that's what I really love to see, right? Everybody coming together in an offline event, talking to each other, seeing face to face and just being good people. Just there's been no fights here, there's been all vibes, and it's just been so nice, and it's just everything I could ever dream of. Just a good time and like a bunch of nerds nerding out about their hobby, and I love that.
Yeah, that's the best way to get everybody together. As we did get word from production that the picks and bans are going to be ready very soon, so get ready for that, guys. Invictus versus Elysium here. I'm so interested to see what these teams' strategies are going into the picks and bans, because back when I played competitive myself, I was always a pick and ban nerd. I love going through the strategy. I could sit in a Discord channel all day and discuss, like, oh, what does them banning this mean? And, like, what's our strategy behind this? And I just can't wait to see. We've already got the pool up on the screen here. Blight going to be taken away there from Elysium. Invictus now with the pick, and it's going to be Twins banned. Not surprised to see that at all.
I was actually expecting Invictus to... Wait, it was Invictus banning Twins, right? Yeah.
Yes.
They had a bit of an oopsie against Zaka's Twins in the playoffs, I think. So taking that away, super smart. Blight against Pedro, of course, you want to get rid of that. And Twins may be the one cheese pick that was still in the pool here. So absolutely expected so far. But yeah, if you are going into picks and bans prepared, you're already winning, right? That's why I love to do preparation myself. That's why I try to, get as much info as possible and just get the best possible draft for my team, as we are seeing Xenobite and Mastermind being picked here. Xenobite for Elysium, Mastermind for Team Invictus.
It's a comfort pick for Pedro in the Mastermind there. Xenobite for Zaka, one of his best killers as well. So nothing surprising so far. Both of these teams should be quite comfortable, as the Oni and Spirit are going to be taken away in succession, starting the second round of bans. Remember, we've got 3 more killers to pick, as the Nurse is also going to leave the pool with the Lich. So not really wanting to go for those M2 caster type killers just yet, as Xenobite, Mastermind, pretty close quarters chase killers so far.
Yep, M1 focused. Elysium locking in the Nightmare here. I was talking about it yesterday in the Eclipse versus Invictus matchup already. I don't think you want to pick that against Invictus, just because they've played it already on the stage. They know how it goes. Doctor locked in as well. Zaka had an incredible performance on the Doctor, was struggling to get the first tag, but then secured a 4K2 against Team USA. Ghoul is going to leave the picks and bans as well. Artist, unfortunately, gone. I'm expecting Hillbilly to be gone as well, even though I would love to see a bit of Billy. And you want to take that Plague away too, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think you definitely want to take that plague out of the pool, and there it goes if you are Elysium. Invictus with the ban now. We are down to 3 killers remaining, Hillbilly, Unknown, and the Shape. If I had to guess here, I think it's going to be Unknown in the end. But Hillbilly going to be leaving. We didn't get to see him the whole tournament. A little bit sad about that. But Shape and Unknown, possible tiebreaker picks here, hovering over each one.
But yeah, taking with the Hillbilly just makes so much sense, right? We do agree on the Shape here. Again, a set that Invictus has played previously, correct? So as well against Team USA. Very surprising. I would not have expected Elysium to give Nightmare and Shape to Invictus, just because you're already practiced on these picks, right? You know what you can improve on, where your mistakes lay the last time, and how you can do better in the future.
Yeah, and it's a really good mix of killers that we have here. I'm truly surprised that the Shape was let through.
Yeah.
As that's one of Invictus's best comfort picks over the last year, especially since his rework. Played on the Hawkins National Laboratory. And I'm also surprised, really, to see killers like the Cenobite and the Doctor, killers who are incredibly M1 focused.
Yep, and Cenobite, we saw it earlier, Obi against Pedro, and Pedro got the better of Obi there. Very interesting indeed. We were truly expecting an unknown handshake, right? I think Zaka is one of the better unknowns out there, so surprising not to see that happen. And Elysium does like to pick Shape for themselves, but it's usually going to be Xeno on killer. Of course, Zaka has a lot of experience on that pick as well. I think Shape got really, really popular following up All Hallows League last year. And we do have Outcast Andrew downstairs for an interview and an introduction. Andrew.
Welcome, everybody, to the grand final of the 2026 Dead by Daylight League LAN here in Osnabrück, Germany. I'm pretty sure I've always been saying Osnabrück wrong. I don't have a very good accent. Is everybody excited for this final? Let's hear it for both of our teams. We've been fighting all weekend long. We've had an amazing crowd here. You have been waiting far too long. Let's just bring our teams in. First, the winner of the winners bracket. Let's bring in Team Elysium. Zaka, Pedro, Doc, and Noah. Come on over. Not just undefeated, but did not drop a single set this entire tournament. Doc, are you guys ready?
We are ready. It might be harder than the other matches. Like, our opponents are actually really good, and we know that, but we are ready, yeah.
You called your shot. You said, we talked yesterday, and you said Invictus is going to make it, but we're going to win it. Are you happy with the way it turned out, obviously? Are you happy with the picks you guys got, the picks and bans?
Yeah, I mean, it went as expected. We expected them to come back into finals. And yeah, the pick and bans are actually good for us. I think we're going to win.
Do you want to call a shot? What set are you guys definitely going to take?
You can say all of them. Nah, I won't be that cocky. I think we're going to end up like losing maybe one set. Okay. But I do believe we will like 3-1, something like this.
Very humble, too. I appreciate it. All right. Well, you guys are all ready to go. I won't keep you waiting. Get yourselves set up, and good luck. Everybody's rooting for you. All right. And now, as Elysium takes their seat, let's introduce... Again, it's so funny calling it a Cinderella story when it's a team of such caliber. But they lost in the first set of the entire tournament, fought their way back from the bottom bracket, from the losers bracket, to be here today. Welcome back, Team Invictus! Nightlight, Rocket, Pedro, and Dan. Sorry, Dan, took me a second. Hot lights up here. Of course, I'm with the man himself, Nightlight. You guys fought your hardest to get back here. Again, I mean, I feel like this has been the story of the tournament has been almost the story of Invictus because we've seen so much of you. You lost the first one so close, and then you guys have just dominated all the way back here. Do you feel like there was any particular challenge, or did you always see you guys standing here next to Elysium at the end?
I mean, the first match was very tough for us. Like, Praxis is an amazing team, so they definitely gave us a big challenge. The sets were very close, but that definitely gave us like a hang on how to play on LAN. And after that, we just been winning and winning and winning. And we are here now. We have twice as many matches as Elysium, so that definitely gives us also a bit of an advantage over them because they played only twice. We played 4 games. But we usually do come from loser bracket in every tournament that we play. So we know how it ends. We saw this year how all the tournaments ended that we went from loser bracket. Well, except for last season, but we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that one.
Yeah, win them all.
But yeah, we definitely are ready for them. We definitely are ready.
You play better coming from behind. You play better with your feet to the fire is what you're saying. Yeah. Awesome, awesome. All right. Is there a particular set you're looking forward to that you know you're locked in, you're going to take? Is there any set you're particularly, well, maybe don't tell them what you're worried about, but is there any set that you feel like you're going to take? Do you think that this is going to be a 3-0, or are you guys taking it the distance?
Definitely going to be close matches. I don't know why they're picking Freddy, though. That's very weird. That's very weird. I wouldn't do that to myself, but sure, that's their choice, right? So I think Freddy is definitely going for us, but the rest of the sets might be close.
Very fair. All right, I won't keep you any longer. Take your places, everybody. Good luck to everybody. Thank you so much to both teams for the entertaining weekend. Good luck in the final. We're all rooting for you. I mean, some of you. I said we're all rooting. We're rooting for both teams because we love them both. You guys can take your spots. We are going to be going back. They're just getting set up. We're going to let them get settled. Let's hear it again. Let's hear it for our teams. I've talked to so many people out here. We definitely have Invictus fans in the crowd. We got Elysium fans in the crowd. So I think that some of us are going to be happy and some of us are going to be disappointed, regardless of how this plays out. We have a couple minutes here while we get them set up. I just want to do. We're going to do trivia with Outcast Andrew one more time. We're going to bring Potato up. Potato. This is Potato. We ran a little long, so we don't have as much time. First of all, Potato, welcome in. I'm glad you're here. Nice. Good to see you. Good to see you. One of our amazing attendants here. All right. First of all, how long have you been watching competitive Dead by Daylight League? How long have you been interested in the comp scene?
Comp since 2019. 2019 since like TTB, like all the Russian tournaments, and then DBRL since 2020.
Fantastic. Is there a particular team you're rooting for?
The boys.
I knew the answer to that one. We knew the answer. Yeah, I knew that one. What about of the sets today or any set together? What's your favorite competitive killer set to watch?
Nurse, because I'm a nurse main, but you know, Nightlight Nurse banned every time, so you know, happens. What can I do?
All right, I got one. This is the last trivia, and you guys can play along at home, but this is the last trivia, and this one is fittingly Dead by Daylight League centric. In season 11, our most recent season that we just finished, in season 11, 2 killers were tied for the most picked killer in the entire tournament. Tell me one of them.
I'm being Max Cheese. I got no idea. Probably most picked, right? Most picked.
Most picked. There's
most
2
picked.
of them tied.
Gotta be like Wesker or something, no?
You go, Wesker's your guess?
Nice. And then...
That's a good guess. That is incorrect. I don't have the numbers for everybody. It was a good guess. The number 1 picked was Dredge and Blight. I got it wrong too. I said Doctor, and Doctor was like 28. So don't worry, you would have got it wrong. It's totally fine. Anyways, thank you so much for playing along, and thanks for being here. Root your boys on. There we go. All right. Give a hand for Potato, and now I believe we're probably ready to go. I'm going to go kick it back up to Pryon and Emmy. They're going to take you in, and everybody get ready for a banger final.
Thank you, Andrew. It was so fun to see the trivia segment once again. I mean, getting interaction with the fans in the crowd has been one of the most fun things to do here. And They didn't allow me to use any of my trivia questions. Apparently they were too hard. As I've only ever been wrong about an add-on once since I came to DBD League.
Bring it on.
And it was well, which Houndmaster add-on is the one that increases the speed of the first dog charge, and which one is the increased speed of the second one? Oh. That was what I got wrong in the Houndmaster set about a year ago.
I couldn't tell you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Houndmaster add-ons are kind of difficult, but yeah, trivia, super fun. Thank you again, everybody, for being here. Like, actually, everyone enjoying themselves. It's so fun to watch, right?
Yeah. And I would love to like do a giveaway for everybody, because everybody I've met here has been so amazing, and everybody's had so much personality. So thank you all so much for coming. And I do think you've gotta have a bit of a personality to enjoy DBD, right? It's like a horror game at its core, even though at the competitive level that does not play a role at all anymore, right? And okay, this is gonna be a tangent, but it surprises me that even in a comp setting, some people still get like jump scared on like stealth sets. Whenever I play with my team and there's a ghost face set and people go like, meanwhile I'm like, yeah, it's the ghost face. He's gonna be here on the map somewhere. Do you get scared in DBD anymore?
Not really so much anymore. I think the thing that's like, when you have thousands and thousands of hours in DBD, I think one of the things that is most likely to still scare you would be Rusty Shackle's Hag.
Oh yeah.
That's definitely one. But usually when like I get scared around a corner by like a Myers or a ghost face, I don't jump or scream or anything. I'm just like, oh, there he is.
There he is, yeah.
But we're actually going to be seeing that today, since the shape was picked in the 5th set if we do get there. And I think that the shape set on Hawkins is like one of the best examples of what makes competitive DBD so great. The reductive balancing system, similar to what you see in like fighting games or trading card games that have ban lists, it really makes competitive DBD shine. Like with the difference in play styles, getting weaker killers a chance to shine on their strongest maps, and that shape set is such a creative one in that it takes a killer that is honestly very basic and makes him one of the strongest threats in all of competitive DBD, with that undetectable on the Hawkins laboratory, I mean, combined with that insta-down from his evil within power.
Yeah, and whenever someone brings up the point, DBD comp, that's never gonna work. Well, we've been here for 11 seasons and we're still going strong. We're still having a blast, and that's because the balancing stays fresh, right? We changed the maps around, we changed the perks around that are allowed, new killers get added, new maps get added, and sometimes it's even good maps, right? Like Ormond Lakeman, for example, that unfortunately we've not been seeing at the LAN here, but the classics are still there. Suffocation Pit, Hawkins. I just wish they would fix the RNG. That would do so much for me, because until then, I just find the map very unenjoyable. Take me to the Dead Dog Saloon instead.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny to see people out there that say like, oh, Comp DBD is so boring. All they do is play Nurse and Blight and Hillbilly. Like, have you ever watched one of our events? We have the Dredge is the statistically deadliest killer in all of Comp.
Yeah. He's dearly missed here. We're very sorry. Maybe next time we can have him. What is the set that you're looking forward to the most out of these picks?
Here, I would have to say the Mastermind. We've seen him so many times so far in this tournament, and he's always just like a adrenaline-pumping, fun killer to watch. But what I'm looking for here is kind of adaptations between the teams, because we've seen the Mastermind multiple times. We've seen him get close to 4King. We've seen him get 2-staged. So the variance there is what's going to make it fun.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to the Xenobite set. I don't think we saw the full potential in the matchup between Invictus and Praxis earlier. I want to see the grueling, grindy 3-gen on the gallows. I want to see slugs. I want to see 4Ks. But the trend at the LAN has been low stages. So I think a 3-gen situation that's just too tight to break could be the one exception that we could see.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I think killers have... It's been hard to hold a 3-gen, right? Because like whether you do hold a 3-gen or not in competitive, sometimes it depends on, I know I can get it down in this amount of time, bring that survivor back into the 3-gen, but knowing that you can get it down in a certain amount of time has been thrown off on LAN. So I think that's why we've been seeing so many more 3-gens broken by survivors here. And let's talk about the Nightmare set a little bit. What do you think was up with Nightlight not understanding why the Nightmare was picked?
Well, I think Nightlight's result speaks for himself, right? He's been crushing it on that pick against Team USA. They were happily taking it into the tiebreaker against Eclipse as well. And they have it practiced, right? They know exactly how the snares work on the ping. They know what to expect. And I think if you're giving your opponent, if you're picking a set into your opponent that they have already played and you have not, you've got to be really, really, really confident for a reason. And even though Zaka is great on Nightmare, it's not really a killer you would associate with him, right? It's the Oni, it's the Spirit, it's Dredge maybe, but something like Nightmare, he does get great results on, but we've seen Invictus perform so far. We are loading into our first trial now, and I can't wait.
Yeah, looks like we'll be into the match any second here, and I've been a little bit surprised, or actually, you know what, not surprised at all, that we have not seen the Spirit a single time in this tournament with the crowd noise, right? As Zaka is one of the best Spirits in the world, but just the chance of hearing background noise when you're in that phase walk is just a little bit, just not what you want when when the tournament is on the line.
Yeah, we saw it at the World Cup as well, right? To be fair, there was a very one-sided, biased crowd. I bet our crowd would be much better, of course, because we always have the best crowd. But yeah, we're in with the Xenobite, Zaka on the killer. We do see Ruin as well as Crowd Control, Pain Resonance, and Sloppy Butcher. So the same build that Pedro was bringing earlier.
Yeah, and the crowd control is super interesting as well, because in that last set between Invictus and Praxis, the crowd control completely locked off that main building. And as it's going to be Zaka finding the box immediately. Great box logic, game sense there on the Cenobite, as all the survivors are going to scream, reveal their locations, and now Zaka looking to defend these totems over here by the water tower, lands a chain, misses though onto Rocket. As first chase at the water tower now, Rocket trying to carry Team Invictus as he's actually leaving the water tower, going back over towards this weak filler pallet, and he's going to give over a first hit. Over now towards the shack. I mean, this is going to reveal that crowd control as Zaka looking to get this first down onto Rocket, and Rocket going to be forced to drop the shack pallet. No, he's actually greeting it. Back around to the window side now. He should be having to dodge a chain from Zaka momentarily, running back towards the window side. Actually going to lose that mind game there, but he actually goes back out the door there, wins the mind game on the chain. Zaka misremembering what Pedro or what Rocket was going to do there, and he gets the stun as well. Distance towards the main building now for Rocket, and this is a great first chase for Team Invictus. Looks like Zaka is forced to leave.
Amazing play by Rocket there. I think at one point he was second-guessing himself, thinking that maybe Zaka was vaulting, but getting so much Iron Will value and having great check spots as we see the first totem leaving the trial. Ruin gone, and I think Crowd Control is also gone already. So Zaka with only 2 builds, 2 perks on the loadout, that is not the start you want. And now Zaka is just looking for the survivor who did it. Dan cleansed the totems and is going to be the next chase on the water tower. Chain connect. We do see Original Pain for that bit of aura read. Unfortunately, Zaka breaking the chains himself there, trying to chase down Dan. First tag comes through, but the main generator has already popped, and now we can reset Rocket and potentially play for Altruism. Only the Shack pallet used so far. This pallet can get thrown as a distance holder. Dan decides to send it for the distance and seems to be prioritizing the death spot here. Of course, with Original Pain in the play, it's very, very hard to mind game here, so Dan, very good read, does not fall for Zaka's attempt at cutting him off, and we have Pedro here for the hit tank.
Yep, Pedro here coming in to help his teammate Dan now on this front main building pallet. Zaka channeling another chain there, but he's going to cancel it as Pedro following closely behind Dan. This is a hit that you're going to be forced to take, and now Zaka, he's got Pedro in his sight, but Pedro has that strong main building window on the top. Crowd control no longer in the trial, so this main building is going to be the strongest part of the map, and it looks like Zaka going to be forced to leave once again as Dan picks up the box. Invictus playing incredibly cleanly so far.
Yeah, just prioritizing the hit tanks and just denying the first down for so long. Dan gets found again. He does have the box. This could be a super important chase for Zaka. We're going for the mind game again, of course. While you're holding the box, you're oblivious. The chain gets converted onto Dan. It connects, and we do need a hit tank here. No mind game possible. We do have the aura read. This pallet is very, very unsafe. Another chain connects onto Dan. Can Zaka get down the pallet? Gets greeted one more time. Dan with so much patience, knowing that once this pallet comes down, he dies, and that is exactly what's happening. Dying in the comp corner. The LAN configuration gets solved, which means we're going to see another chain hunt. But most importantly, the reset onto Pedro came through before it could have gotten interrupted, and we could have gotten sloppy butcher value.
Yep, the chain hunt begins for Zaka. Lament configuration spawning behind the main building, as they will need to solve that to stop these chains from harassing them. That was an incredibly good first chase sequence from Team Invictus, and I think it highlights something about this Cenobite set, Emmy, in that you cannot rely on just one chain hit to give you an M1. I think these Cenobites, they need to start just kicking the pallets once they land that chain to maximize the amount of distance they gain on the survivor. As see that chain from Rocket, it was a good chain onto Rocket, but it doesn't even give him the distance. Rocket continuing to play this water tower cleanly here, doesn't go for the vault, but does this even get him a hit? No, he's chaining it into the window now by this 100% totem spawn, but the door is broken, so it should give Zaka a hit there onto Rocket, but Dan unhooked in the distance, and now Zaka has an important choice to make.
I completely agree with you. We just saw how much work Zaka had to put in just to get an M1 on an already dropped pallet. Now Rocket in a part of the map where the generators have been completed, where lots of pallets are still available. These are not very safe once you're getting chained up using the distance holder here, but Zaka connects the chain. Hit tank by Pedro, who was hiding in the bush there, ready for his teammate. Rocket needs the last on his own now. And the Invictus survivors are doing what they always do, as Zaka swings through the pallet and does not connect. They're just pulling gen progress out of thin air. They're playing this super slow for the hit tanks, and yet we see Pedro on a generator at roughly 85%. Nightlight healthy, Dan injured, but I would be surprised if we do not see a reset coming through shortly, just to keep up the altruistic play. And the gen is going to pop before Zaka can make the pain res.
Yeah, the pain res coming in just in a second here, but it's going to be Pedro finishing the gen, and another one popping in the distance. Invictus down to 1 gen, it looks like, and there is no 3 gen in play. I mean, one of them is off in the corner by the town tiles there, as Pedro moves towards the main building, possibly trying to meet up with Dan and reset. No, he's going to be doing the box now. Maybe wanting to bait the Cenobite over towards the main building. Get him in that area that's super strong to chase in for survivors. And yeah, that's going to be Pedro teleported on in the main building. Zaka now chasing fresh hooks, but he spawns outside the building there. Pedro, solving the box on the stairs, is able to actually force the chain hunt timer to reset without a chase even starting.
Yeah, and Zaka realizes that Dan has a lot more progress than Zaka was probably anticipating on this corner generator. Dan on the double back here still has the 4-lane pallet to play. Gets chained up yet again. Is that distortion in play? Not revealing the aura onto Dan just yet. No, it only reveals upon breaking a chain. Dan goes down, not much you can do there once you're chained up. Zaka gets another hook, but this is not fresh. Meanwhile, Rocket has been reset and Pedro has solved the box. So even with this chase ending relatively quickly on an injured survivor, the Invictus team is just still on point. Nobody is idling. They're all so efficient, and Nightlight is already here for the pull. And once that pull comes through, the generator just gets stacked, and Zaka is just in a lose-lose situation right now.
Yeah, and look at the information that Nightlight has there on this Atom. He sees his teammates doubling the Gallows gen, waiting for Zaka to step away from the hook so he can get a safe unhook onto Dan. Make sure he doesn't get tunneled out, as Chase now beginning onto Pedro at this filler pallet. Gonna miss the swing there. Pedro breaking the chains just in time, and he's going to be able to take a hit from Rocket as well, protecting that fresh hook for as long as they possibly can. If anybody goes down here, Invictus wants it to be Rocket. Rocket now chained up at this filler tile, but the box is nearby. Emmy, I saw it there on the Survivor HUD, as this could be a big moment for Zaka, but the gen is going to pop any second now. Rocket still playing this filler pallet, breaks the chains, greeting it again around the rock part to extend the amount of distance, and he makes the pallet as well. Not quite though. Rocket going to go down on this filler pallet. Nobody nearby to save, and I mean, this is what Invictus wanted. They knew that somebody was going to go down, but if it's Rocket already with a hook stage on him, they can be very happy with this.
Yeah, no fresh hook for Zaka. Only I think they're going for 5-2, right? That should be a good result. We do have the gate nearby. Opening it might be a little risky. We do need to do our due diligence. We need to solve the box. The reset just came through. So maybe Team Invictus Survivor side wants less. This is very risky. The box is right next to the hook. The gate is right next to the hook. I think trying to pull it would be a mistake. We'll see how it goes.
I don't know if I like this, Emmy. As you said, the box is right there as Dan trying to make himself an attractive target, going to take a hit as the unhook does come in onto Rocket. Both of these survivors running towards the door now. 2 fresh hook survivors are healthy here. If Zaka can get one of these guys, this would be huge for Elysium. But it looks like Zaka not even going for those healthy survivors, generating Bloodlust there. He wants to confirm either Rocket or Dan, and he's going to at least get Rocket here. The healthy survivors are still in the trial, and it looks like they are just going to be taking their leave. So good game sense there by Zaka, knowing that they didn't have enough distance to make it out with everyone, and he's able to hold on to the amount of stages he had before.
And I'm telling you, Prion, that is not a play you do on day 1 of the LAN. This is the experience that Invictus have gathered over the course of their matches. Because that pull is so risky, but they just know that they are safe, right? The worst that can happen is same amount of stages, and that is exactly what turned out to be the case. So Invictus showing confidence on Elysium's pick. So Zaka, of course, really unfortunate RNG with the totems. They were just found for the first chase, and then the first chase didn't even end. So a bit of a nightmare start for Zaka all around, and Invictus just continuing where they left off, right?
Yeah, and I think that pull was so successful there for Invictus, specifically because they knew that Dan was going to take that first hit. If it was Nightlight or Pedro taking that first hit, they probably would have had to leave. Because trade comes in, if one of your fresh hook survivors is already injured, then it's just one chain that Zaka needs to land to get that fresh hook. Despite the fact that survivors can break each other's chains altruistically on this Cenobite, I think that's one of the reasons why we're seeing such low stages on this set. But let's talk about the other one. What I said before, I think these Cenobite players, they need to be breaking more pallets. One chain, it can be very hard to hit at certain loops, but on this LAN environment, hitting that one nice chain often does not guarantee you a hit.
Yeah, the problem is, of course, that main building where you don't even need pallets to use it. And where do you start, where do you stop, right? Because there's so many quote-unquote unsafe pallets on Dead Dog Saloon, especially in the desert area. And usually you wouldn't even consider the water tower pallet safe, right? But in this environment, it just changes completely. So let's see if Pedro has adapted to that well, and I think that might be the case. Of course, we could just see an earlier down. That is what would get Pedro ahead for Team Invictus here. And different or luckier perk RNG, right? If the totems stay in the trial for a bit, if you can get crowd control, ruin value, like we saw against Team Praxis, that is where it's really gonna get complicated for the team, because it shuts down the main building like no other perk does.
Yeah, and I think the totem value is super important on this Cenobite set as well, because we saw in that set Zaka immediately found the box, right? The first place he turned his attention to was the corner of the map that both of his totems had spawned in. Tried to go over there and defend them, but ultimately they were still cleansed during his first chase. So crowd control, I believe it blocked one window the entire game at Shack, and then it didn't end up mattering. But that's a perk that has such a high potential value ceiling that I think it would be crazy to not see it here coming out from Pedro.
And I want to talk about that first Shack chase as well again. The window gets blocked. Zaka trying to force the pallet drop in a favorable position, trying to zone Rocket away from main building. And Rocket just has the confidence to not drop it, right? Fully locked in, Shack spotting beautifully, greeting the pallet, saving it for later. The confidence is just so important, and I love to see it.
Yeah, I think in general our survivors on both teams have been feeling the most confident they have in a very long time against these killers. The greed that we've been seeing, it rivals some of the pub survivors on the NA servers.
Oh yeah, but at the same time, it's not just greeting the pallet, but playing it as well, right? We saw a very different approach from Team USA, who are mostly just leaving loops. But here again, we see just every survivor playing every loop until the killer gives up or has to break the pallet. And it is so interesting to see. And there's just so many players on Invictus that are almost impossible to down under these conditions. We've seen it time and time again. And hopefully the Elysium Survivor side can show us something very similar. We know Zaka has been on the ladder grind. We know Pedro HZ has been on the ladder grind. Noah, of course, one of the top ladder players as well. So they have what it takes in these 1v1 chases. They just need to convert it to the stage gameplay.
Yeah, and I think one thing for Elysium's survivors here is that they need to match up to the example that Invictus sets for altruism. Like, one of the biggest things about Invictus is you can't choose somebody to chase because they're all so good. And then once you finally get that hit, immediately the body block chain starts. And they do it without dropping their gen efficiency either, which is so important. And that's going to be super important here for Elysium to be able to do. It's one of the things that separates our champion teams from teams that are just kind of in the conversation, middle of the table in DBD League. And I'm going to be looking for that altruism here from these Elysium survivors. As we are back into the match now, Pedro on the Cenobite with the same build, crowd control in play, not revealed quite yet until a fast vault. And that's going to be the box found immediately by Pedro. All survivors revealing their location, triggering the chain hunt, and now the object for Pedro, what is he going to do? Is he going to decide to defend his totems or look for a fast first chase?
Yeah, I'm looking around. I'm trying to see where the totems have spawned. We do find Noah on the shack. Nice little red stain mind game there. And of course, the passive chain hunt is still on and is going to be harassing RV with chains. Great patience on the pallet, but it does eventually get thrown. The rechain happening as well. And there's the first tag onto Noah already, who takes the chase to shack, immediately revealing crowd control. So very, very similar to what happened with Rocket, but Noah immediately throws the pallet. Pedro very happy to break it. Meanwhile, Dog solving the lament configuration, but nobody's on the totems just yet. We're just going for gen progress, and Noah is trying to have a good solo chase towards the main building. Pedro getting really close. We do get the vault and the window here, but guess what? Now it's unusable. Pedro with the vault, and you gotta keep in mind you vault 15% faster on a blocked window by crowd control, and Noah just does not make the distance here, does not even make it to the toilet pallet, and goes down much faster than Dan did.
A great first chase from Pedro there, getting the down onto Noah. And I noticed, Emmy, that one of the totems has spawned in the top of the main building in those bedrooms. So that's going to be difficult to find for Team Elysium, as it looks like they are doubling a generator over by the water tower. The other one has spawned in the gallows area. That's a less out-of-the-way spot for sure. But Pedro now stalking the map, looking for another survivor, and he doesn't necessarily need to play in a specific way to get this win condition. I mean, 5 stages, 2 fresh. There's a lot of ways that he can approach this.
Yeah, this is a very, very campable hook, but I would like to see some aggression, because right now you are at your strongest. You still have all of your totems, you can control the survivors, stop them from cleansing them, but if you're this close to your crowd control, maybe you just want to stay close, stick around. Pedro sending a chain to the edge map, looking for a cheeky unhooker here, as Doc and Zaka are both popping their generators. We see them triple splitting, Pedro working away at another one. 3-gen by the gallows has been broken, but that is not what we're playing for at all. We did, of course, not bring corrupt intervention, and Pedro knows, as well as Zaka did previously, this is not a game about 3-gens. Noah about to hit second stage, and nobody is close for the pull, so really, really strong start for Pedro. We're looking for the totems, but Doc cannot find it. Pedro's gen at 75%, and this is when Invictus's Pedro is going to leave and go on the hunt for survivors.
Yeah, and I mean, getting Noah to second stage here for Pedro is a very good choice, as that's going to make it that much easier for him to get that 5 stages 3 fresh win condition, as now it's going to be Zaka in chase. He doesn't even have a pallet to work with here. Going to take a hit. Every fresh hook matters so much for Pedro here, as if he's able to get that kill on Noah, that would change the win condition immensely. 3rd gen going to pop and misses the swing there onto Zaka. What a fake on the wagon pallet. Chain coming out now, going to land onto Zaka. Totem going to be revealed in this chase, but Zaka downed on the pallet, and it doesn't look like anybody is nearby. Pedro, a little bit suspicious of it. He is checking it out, but nobody there for a save. 2nd fresh hook now for Pedro onto Zaka, and this should be him getting closer and closer to that win condition. Pain Resonance coming out, going to damage one of the generators, but I don't believe that generator had much progress.
It did, in fact, not. It was was Pedro HZ's generator. Pedro checking on the totem and barely misses the chain there on the wrong layer of the floor, but it is Noah cleansing it. And if we're going into the 3v1 this early, that is disaster for Elysium. Tag connects through the main building window. Pedro has to do some renovations to catch up, but he is free to choose his target right now. He knows there's not a lot of progress on the map, and he decides to go for Zaka again. And when Pedro was looking around for a savior, you mentioned it, he's looking around but nobody is here, and that is why Team Elysium's chases have been so much shorter than the ones for the Invictus survivor. The altruism that you were looking for is not there, and it is not here again. Zaka goes down again. This is the 4th stage secured, and it's looking so good for Pedro and Invictus.
Any hook on Doc or Pedro HZ is the win now for Pedro. And like you said, the altruism just hasn't been there for Team Elysium. They were able to cleanse the ruin, but the crowd control still stands very close to Zaka's hook. Pedro HZ and Doc need to have the chase of their lives here if they want a chance to win this Cenobite set. It's Pedro now over towards this TL wall. He's found scratch marks. If it's Noah here, that is still life for Team Elysium if he goes down, but it's not. It's Pedro HZ. Fresh hook in chase now at the water tower. Going to be chaining it back towards the front side of the pallet. Chain lands there from Pedro. Very nice aim, and it's going to result in an M1. Altruism must come in here from Zaka with the endurance as the unhook comes in, and it's going to be the healthy Doc coming in to take a hit, but this isn't good either, Emmy, because that's a fresh hook as well.
You can just switch the focus onto Doc if he's out of position. Now you have both of them injured, and even if Noah and Zaka or Zaka take the hit here, that would be the tie already. One more generator pops, but Pedro knows that there can't be much more progress on the map, and you're just free to commit this chase onto Pedro HZ, who's doing a great job. Noah is finally coming in for the altruism. RV does go down, but nothing is stopping Pedro from just slugging here. He has his target, he hits the chain, he does not go for the vault. The last generator pops, chain hunt is about to start. Hero chase from Pedro HZ needed here. Pedro connects another chain, and this is going to be the game deciding down onto the Atom. Nobody nearby. Pedro picks up Pedro HZ, puts him on the hook, and gets the win con. 1-0 for Elysium.
Valiant effort there from the survivors of Elysium, but in the end, Pedro played that cleanly, clinically. He knew exactly what he needed to do for the win condition, found the survivors that would satisfy it, and he did not let go of them. So Zaka now in chase, going to get the stun at the main building. Noah with another stun near the main building, as these survivors might just be looking to take their outs as they know the result is already decided. Pedro, got to be feeling good about this one, especially given that this was Elysium's pick.
Yeah, and again, I questioned it. Why do you pick this against Elysium, right? We saw Obi with an incredible Pedro with the nodders as he tags Pedro HZ one more time. We know that Obi is an incredible Cenobite player as well, right? And still, he was not able to get a lot of stages against Invictus. As you mentioned, the survivor side just so strong. Pedro HZ and Doc still in the trial, but of course the match has already been decided, and these chains by Pedro have just been on point. Doc gets chained up, does not have a window to vault, it goes down, and in the end we're going to see 8 stages and 4 fresh hooks. So Invictus taking the first set away from Elysium. I've got to say, even though Doc was saying that the Elysium got the sets that they wanted, this is what I've been expecting from the sets so far.
Yeah, Invictus, very strong start so far. That's what we expected, as they came out incredibly altruistic, body blocks making the difference there. And I think that's going to continue to happen here, unless Elysium is able to do a little bit of a mental reset on their survivor side. I'm going to hammer on this point again and again, but being able to extend that chase just a little bit longer for your tunnel out for somebody who's in trouble, you need survivors to come in and take hits, especially on this LAN environment where every reset chase, every hit tank, every dead hard means that much more when the downs are tougher to get.
And it seems so nice for the killer players here that you don't really have to overcommit to your tunnel out, right? With these low stage results, you can always just go for a fresh hook, get a couple more that way, and you don't have to all in on one survivor and risk it all. And that has been what Pedro has really been capitalizing on.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen in certain situations in the games over these last 2 days where sometimes the tunnel out just kind of presents itself, right? Like in that unknown set with Team Eclipse. Survivor goes down very early into the match. You get a basement hook, but at the end of the day, you can't overcommit to chases like that when the survivor is just having the chase of their lives. You need to win so many mind games to get these M1 hits on the LAN environment. So you can't really count on the types of tunnel outs that you would be able to in our online tournaments.
We saw it in the Plague set earlier as well, with Obi overcommitting a little bit onto Rocket, Violent Power Rocket, making it to the Shack, taking the endurance hit, and then the game just completely going south from there. So adaptations have been made. I feel like Zaka would have been very happy to play for more fresh hooks as well, had the opportunity presented itself, right? You were talking about the altruism and the efficiency. We saw Pedro being there for the hit tank, and then 2 seconds later being on the generator again, popping it seconds before Zaka can reach the Pain Resonance hook. And that has just been the difference so far. That is when Invictus are on another level. And so far, the only solution here seems to be for Zaka to level up and get on a higher level himself. Because I don't want to be mean, but I don't see these Elysium survivors outshine the Invictus survivors right now. They are just such a well-oiled machine. They have so much practice right now. So we have to unfortunately see the heavy lifting done by the killer players.
It is going to come down to Zaka here, because how do you beat a machine like Team Invictus on Survivor? You have to overpower them and chase. It's as simple as that. If you can get their internal clocks thrown off, make sure that those downs are happening sooner than they expect, win mind games, send it on the powers, and hit those. Then Invictus, they may not have time to slowly reset, come in for altruism like they usually do. We've seen Invictus this whole tournament, they play very slowly and methodically. If there's an opportunity for them to leave the area and reset, they do it. And that's how they're always prepared to protect their fresh hooks in the later stage of the game. And they're incredibly consistent at doing that. So it sucks to put all the pressure on the killer player, but if anybody's going to do it, it's Zaka. He needs to be able to throw a wrench into this machine that Invictus has on Survivor and just overpower them and chase.
Yep. Because everything else is looking really good from Elysium. Their individual chases are strong. They've been great on the gen efficiency, even for Noah's second stage. They were triple splitting. They were not wasting any time at all. But then it was just the altruism that was lacking. So the only thing that they maybe have to work on as a team. And if you're not there with your main roster, it's going to be the hardest thing to work on, right? Because you can't just IGL someone to be in the correct spot. You will always have to waste a little bit of time for the rotation if you're not calling it super early in advance. And we know somebody who does that really, really well, and that's of course the main IGL for Team Invictus, Dan. And I'm not saying Dan or Zaka are better or worse IGLs. That's not the discussion. It's just that you know your team so well when you've been playing with Invictus for so long, that you're able to always know who's the best to make the rotation, who's the nearest by, and that you just can trust them to immediately get on that, right? And that is what Elysium does not have right now.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things that makes Dan such an effective in-game leader is something that you may not think. Like, it's one thing to have good and clear communication, right? But how do you get that within the match? Not every survivor has the same information at all times, and I think part of that for Dan comes from his incredible stealth play. I talk about this all the time online. Stealth is one of the most important intangible skills in Dead by Daylight. Being able to be near the killer, relaying information and not found, working on a generator and not being found. Dan is always in a position where he's giving perfect information to his team. He's got calm spirit, he's not disturbing crows, and he's almost never found in those situations. So I think that's one of the things that makes Invictus so efficient on Survivor, as it looks like we are loading into the match now with Pedro on the Mastermind on the Cold Tower. And
yeah,
looks like he's not moving.
We're seeing Staff already walking up on stage. There seems to be some technical difficulties, so we're trying to figure out what is happening. But yeah, of course, Pedro not moving right now, which means that this is probably going to be a restart. We will see if there have to be any penalties applied, but usually at the LAN we try to not really do penalties just because this is a fun event, right? But this is the finals, so we'll see what the unfortunate issue was, and we'll get it resolved as soon as possible. Mastermind, Pedro says it's his best killer.
I would have to agree with him there. It's definitely one of the killers that I think of when I think of Pedro, especially with him having such a wide pool, right? He plays so many killers. Basically everything that Nightlight doesn't. And, I mean, Nightlight's pool has shrunk over the years as he's moved over more towards the Survivor side, and that's done him really well also. So Team Invictus, they just don't really have very many blind spots on their sets. So Pedro's Mastermind, he's still confident enough to pick it here against Elysium, despite the fact that we've been seeing some Masterminds getting very low stages in this tournament.
Yep, of course, Pedro had the pleasure yesterday of playing versus Team Eclipse and achieving global saturation of the Ouroboros virus. So hopefully he'll be able to have just as explosive of a match as last time. He for sure would like that. I feel like Elysium do have something to say about that though. And we saw the matchup of Zaka's Mastermind versus Obi's Mastermind. Obi also an incredibly seasoned Mastermind legend in my opinion. And Zaka was just outclassing him. So if somebody can keep up with Pedro's Mastermind, it's going to be a Zaka Da Monster, and of course we're going to see some huge chases from the Elysium Survivor side as well to get us there.
Yeah, and I mean, going into this Mastermind set for the Survivor side, I think it's really important that these survivors are not getting found in open areas. I think we saw this yesterday with Team Eclipse against Pedro. The Coal Tower is such a classic map in competitive that the areas of it that are strong and weak are very well known. If you get chased here, it needs to be at Shack, at a jungle gym, or at the main building. You don't want to be playing fillers in your first chase as Pedro already at the water tower looking for a first survivor. Standard build of full regression here for him. And he's looking around for survivors in the corrupt intervention area. Finds somebody stealthing at a filler pallet, and he's immediately going to be threatening a hit at this pallet onto Noah. His flashlight coming in there from Zaka, possibly baiting a hit, and it looks like Zaka's actually going to take an M1 for his sins there, but Pedro actually really wants the bound here. Gonna get the throw with the Jewel Beetle onto Zaka. Zaka in danger of going down instantly now. Only has a 4-lane window to play. Somebody nearby possibly going for altruism, and yes, that's going to be Noah getting in between Zaka and the killer, taking a first protection hit. There's a very bad situation initially for Team Elysium, but Noah able to stop that from being an early first down. Now bounds onto Doc, and he's going to just slide past that there. Near miss from Pedro, and he's now distance away from those injured survivors.
Pedro is doing it again. He has 2 infections already. 30 seconds into the trial, and that is altruism gone wrong. Getting the throw with the Jewel Beetle there, and Noah has to be there as well to make up for it. Now Zaka on this jungle gym just decides to drop it, but Pedro willing to outplay. We do see the double back. The vault comes through. Zaka can still play the pallet here. Pedro with the double back again. Nice mind game. Can we convert the power? Good check spots by Zaka. Of course, he wants Pedro to break it, but beautiful outplay by Pedro, getting the down onto Zaka. Noah still injured, still infected. Fantastic start for the Invictus killer player.
Would have loved to see the killer POV of that as Pedro making a statement on that dropped jungle gym in the first chase. Zaka going to be hooked up as Noah afraid to spray here, injured at the shack. Going to be getting rid of that full infection as Pedro, I would imagine, going to be looking to put that Pop Goes the Weasel and Eruption on the middle gen. Knows that Noah is down by the shack, so Pedro finding the scratch marks now towards this tile in the middle of the map by the water tower. This is a pallet gym. Pedro sees Noah in the distance, but choosing not to commit. Now finding healthy scratch marks near the same pallet gym, but it doesn't look like Pedro wants to commit to a chase.
Pedro sees Noah on the shack, but does not commit again. I think he could have just zoned him there. Instead, goes back to defend this high progress generator as well as his hook onto Zaka. One topside generator pops, so Pedro knows where everybody is right now. Returns to the hooked Zaka. This generator still regressing. And it's so costly for Team Elysium right now that this hook came in before the first generator popping. Pedro was able to get Pain Res. Pop goes the Weasel and Eruption on the generator. And now he can just camp Zaka to the second stage. And if Pedro HC is not careful, he might get thrown edge map. He realizes that and still gets tagged by Pedro. Beautiful use of the power. Has the snake tile to play, and we're leaving that as fast as possible. Unhook onto Zaka comes through, and this is the time where you want to tumble.
Zaka now in Pedro's sights on Death Hook, and I think that might have been a little bit of an early pull from Team Elysium there, even though he went 2 second. Zaka now baiting a head-on perhaps, as Pedro doesn't want to go in front of the locker, and it's actually going to miss there, out. Not in the hitbox, as now Zaka needs to dodge this bound, and Pedro with the miss. Now Pedro HZ on this tractor pallet going to be able to take a hit, and Zaka should make it back around to the main building window once again. Pedro forced to break the door, as Zaka going to be seeing that and holding W towards the middle of the map. Zaka going to need more help here as that infection is ticking up. Now has an eye filler, almost impossible to play for Wesker, as Zaka going to be hindered here very soon, and he's going to miss the swing. Pedro falls for the fake, and another survivor coming in now, but Zaka going to be slammed up against the wall, and that's a tunnel out at 4 generators for Pedro.
And you still have a slug on the floor as well. Pedro, of course, saw Pedro HZ entering the locker there, but if the injured survivor has to play for the tunnel out, you know you are in trouble. Noah is able to complete his generator, taking us down to 3 gens remaining, but this is just way too early. You have everybody injured on the map, and this is the first recorded instance of a short swing connecting on 12 MS. Congratulations to Pedro, who swings through the pallet and somehow downs Noah, even on the lowest of pings. Pedro HC got reset in the distance, has to spray though, so Pedro knows that he has so much time. Hooks on the only active generator, and it's all falling apart for Team Elysium.
Pedro so far ahead here that he's ignoring the pain res. As 3 stacks still remaining, Pedro HZ needs to get rid of that infection. And I want to talk for a little bit, Emmy, about why Pedro was so happy to camp that hook on Zaka. He was able to get that down so quickly that a doubled generator in the middle of the map was not completed in time. He got the hook on Zaka in view of that generator. So much efficiency bought for him there, and that's why he was able to get the tunnel out. As Noah going to be unhooked here, running down towards the shack. Pedro content to continue tunneling with 3 gens remaining, as he's going to actually go ahead of Noah with the bound, intentionally missing and blocking off that shack pallet. Not going to quite have the distance for the M1 now. Pedro now moonwalking on the shack back towards the backside, and now Noah forced to play the 4 lane. He does have the pallet and the window, but doesn't want to be caught at this 4 lane forever. Now over towards this snake gym, behind the tree, going to be dodging. Pedro's bound there, but he's still forced to play one of these jungle gyms. Goes for the... He hits it over the window, even with the fast vault from Noah. I mean, that was an impressive fast vault, but Pedro still connects.
Noah is getting scammed. What is happening here? All of a sudden, Pedro is connecting every swing. 1 generator pops, but Noah goes back on the hook, and this is going to be the pain res. And one cute play that I want to point out there, Pedro HZ went for the pull, fully infected, and sprayed on top of Noah's hook just before unhooking to deny that information for as long as possible. Very, very good play. And yeah, Noah having a decent chase, but just not enough. Pedro HZ is going to get interrupted yet again. Pop on this generator one more time. And Pedro tries again to get another poker hit onto Pedro HZ. But this Adam is confident. Pedro might go for the tunnel out here. Does he want more freshes? Does he want Pedro HZ? He's trying to swing through it again. Camp trap coming down. Pedro happily breaking. Noah needs to get reset, or he needs to disappear from the map. But it seems like Pedro is almost having fun with it right now.
Yeah, and Pedro needs to be careful here. These teams...
Wow.
Oh, what a bound around the side of the pallet. Pedro HZ not going to hit anything there, but it will still confirm an M1. as the Jewel Beetle kind of hurting Pedro a little bit there, but that's the chance that you take when you bring that add-on. That would have been an instant down if it connected. Second set of bounds coming out now. Pedro, not enough distance though to get the hit on the window. Tries to skinny Bert it through those boxes. Not going to land though. Pedro HZ makes it back around to the window. Now to the tank tread pallet. Going to be throwing that up. And now bounce coming out once again. 50-50 here. And it looks like the slam going to come in onto Pedro HZ. Third fresh hook now for Pedro. And now, I mean, Team Elysium, they need to work on getting down to a 4K1 here. That has to be their goal.
Well, they need to make the best out of a horrible situation, right? They somehow need to salvage this, because this is not an acceptable game state for them to be in right now. Doc kind of gets caught out. Are we going to connect? Oh my goodness, Pedro is just feeling himself right now, trying to go for the hack tech there. Unfortunately, does not quite get it. Doc needs to win a couple 50s on this dropped filler, but Pedro swings and connects again. We're sending it over to the shack, but we do have the power to follow up. And Pedro does not get the 2-tap. Nice dodge by Doc there. Noah unhooking Pedro HZ off in the distance, but this should be another fresh hook secured onto Doc. And that generator just does not get completed yet again. We're greeting the pain res, saving it for later. Pedro is just so confident in this killer gameplay right now.
Pedro, he has such a good idea of what progress on the map, and that's why he's greeted the pain res twice in a row now. Noah going to be getting the unhook onto Doc. Pedro with 4 fresh hooks now, reapplying that Pop Goes the Weasel and Eruption onto that jungle gym, and he's sitting in such a good spot here, now searching for that survivor. It's going to be Pedro HZ needing to stealth here by the main building. Pedro now over towards back to the middle of the map now, trying to maybe find Doc as he sprays, or maybe going for a kill onto Noah. There's not really a bad chase now for Pedro, still with 2 gens remaining, but his goal here for Team Invictus is going to be to try to lock up this 4K2.
He finds both Noah and Doc. Doc drops the pallet already. Pedro trying to outplay, unreadies the power here again. We're trying to win 50s. Doc wins 1, wins 2. He loses, wins the 3rd one actually. Still living, vaults the pallet again, vaults back, and he just keeps vaulting. Unfortunately, finally goes down. Eruption hitting Pedro HZ's gen. And now, of course, the pain resonance right here for Pedro to take. And are we going to see a 4K2 again for Pedro? He did it yesterday versus Eclipse. Is he going to do it against Elysium? Noah gets found in the pull.
Pedro turning around to break that pallet, maybe suspicious of Noah going for the pull, and he's going to go for the throw edge map, but it's not going to work. Didn't wait long enough for that animation to finish, so it's going to be a slap instead of a throw. Now, Pedro has to change his game plan if he wants to keep this 4K2 back now towards where Pedro HZ has been working in the main building area. Sees that Adam pre-leaving, knows that he needs to put the Pop Goes the Weasel back down once again, and now I believe if you're Pedro, you go find the reset. Do not let those survivors spray, and try to confirm your 2nd kill.
The scary thing, in my opinion, is I don't even think Pedro needs a 4K2. He just wants it because he's in such a strong position. He knows he has full control over this game right now, and he wants to close it out with a bang, get that mental edge, show Elysium what Invictus has been preparing for. We have 2 generators quite high on the map. Eruption has been applied on both of them. We saw the rotation by Doc, Noah getting the spray, but Pedro needs a down. If we don't get the down fast here, we might see another generator popping, but Pedro HZ on the edge map, he unfortunately cannot last, goes down, the cracker does not help, and Pedro decides to slug. He really wants that 4K2.
He does not see value in a non-pain res hook onto Pedro HZ that doesn't confirm a kill either. Really wants that 4K2. Is the reason why he was able to get that down there is because Pedro actually approached from the middle of the map, cutting off where Pedro HZ had been pre-running before. So really smart play there from him, and now he's going to have an injured survivor at a filler pallet here, channeling up the bound, going for it around the side, not making it around the rock though, as Noah will make this pallet. Pedro needs to win one more mind game here to confirm this kill onto Noah, but Noah gets the stun, going to make it away from the pallet into one of these tiles, and now Pedro going to be forced to leave lest he lose both of these generators here as Pedro HZ is picked up in the distance.
Huge smash value from Noah there. Pedro swinging from the edge map, giving Noah the map. Head-on coming through by Pedro HZ. and Pedro wants revenge. Double vault, not falling for that one. Pedro is on top and gets the down onto Pedro HC. This time we hook, we're gonna get our pop goes to Diesel again. Noah trying desperately to somehow pop that gen off in the distance, and he is able to. Generator pops, we're going down to 1 generator left. We saw Doc in the main building hovering for the pull, still fully infected. Is Pedro aware of his location? Yes, he is. Just spotted out the ace in the corner of his view there. But in this situation, again, Pedro kinda can just cap, right? The hook is on the active generator. Both survivors are injured. They cannot meet up. And Doc is hindered. He does have the balanced landing. Does he make it all the way up? Pedro uses the power again, confirms the down onto Doc. And this is going to be Elysium going into the 2v1.
Yeah, Pedro now confirming this kill onto Doc, and it looks like it is less and less likely that these survivors are going to complete the final generator. Honestly, a good salvage from Team Elysium there, though, with such an early kill onto Zaka. Getting down to a 4K1, I would say that that's a very well played performance there for Team Elysium. Able to make sure that this is a win condition that actually exists for their killer player, as now Pedro HZ on the Snake Gym puts down the chemical trap. Not going to want to break that is Pedro, as he's back around the side, greeting the pallet once again. Not going for the vault there, calls out the mind game, but he should be going down now. Pedro HZ downed near the Snake Gym, and Repressed Alliance goes down on Noah's generator. I don't think it's going to matter, though, as Pedro locking up a 4K1 on his killer selection as well. Invictus with all of the momentum going into Zaka's performance here.
Oh my, Pedro is really feeling himself. You could see him having fun with his favorite killer on the Cold Tower. 4K1, well above average against Elysium here. And if we compare the survivor side from Invictus in Team Eclipse's match, they did really, really well. I don't think they got 4K 2'd, they didn't get 4K 3'd, they got outs instead. Wow, what a performance, what a fun match to watch.
Yeah, I mean, the Mastermind is always such a good time to watch, right? Especially when we've got some of the best players in the world going at it. And how do you even approach this as Zaka, right? With a 4K2 win condition on the Mastermind, we've seen it done before, but never at this tournament. Going up against the survivors of Invictus, we have to see the Jewel Beetle, right? That's the add-on that needs to come out to shorten these chase times. But if you're Team Invictus, you know how to play against it, right? You can't exactly be caught out in the open. You need to hug objects, make it hard for those throws to come in.
And we saw Zaka doing something very early in that first chase. Noah was caught out of position, and Zaka was trying to help his teammate. He was feeling the pressure, thinking, hey, I need to help Noah. I need to put on a great performance here. I need to carry my survivor side. And it backfired, right? We got 2 injuries, 2 infections super early into the trial. And I think it could have been more effective, more efficient to just have Noah play his chase there and not take the extra injury, right? Because the down still came in pretty quickly. So I'm very curious if that's a little bit of nerves maybe showing for Zaka, feeling the pressure to carry his team.
Yeah, and I think we were talking about it just before we loaded into the match. Like, with a first chase against Wesker here, you cannot be found playing a weak filler pallet first. These first chases must be long on the survivor side, and immediately as we load in, 2 survivors get caught near a weak filler pallet in the middle of the map. And, I mean, it's the correct comm from Zaka that, hey, we can't give a down this fast to a Wesker. But at the end of the day, one thing goes wrong, then more things start to spiral out of control. Even though he was able to save Noah, it's still that first mistake, getting caught out in the middle of the map, that leads to the tunnel out.
Yeah. We also can inform you on what was happening at the start of the Mastermind game. Why did Pedro not move? Did we remake? Is there going to be a penalty? It was just a keyboard issue that has been fixed now, so no remake, no penalty, no further restart, I'm pretty sure. You pointed it out, first chase can't help on, can't happen on an unsafe filler, right? Nice stealth attempt by Noah, not rocking the very bright David outfit that we've been seeing over the last couple of days, but still gets caught out of position. And if you're Invictus, you're feeling very, very confident with the result that you just got from your captain, from your killer player, and you know what to do. You play your tiles, you try to play main building, you try to make it to Shack, and then it's already looking so, so good for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, let's not forget, right? We are going to be giving out some awards after this grand finals. We do have a tournament MVP, a best killer, and best survivor to give out. And our staff have been hard at work debating on these things. So, and as you and I happen to be staff, who have you had your eye on so far for best killer?
Oh, it's so tough, right? Just because we've seen so much of Invictus, my eyes are on Invictus. And if you're just going for killer, you would have to give it to Pedro there. I know Zaka has been the backbone of his team, and he's been performing even on killer picks that kinda are outside of his wheelhouse, right? He was able to beat Team USA on the Nurse. But just because we've seen more of Invictus, I'm slightly biased towards Pedro right now, and this Mastermind performance might give you a little reminder as to what we've seen so far from him in this tournament.
Yeah, and then like taking it over to the Survivor side as well. Obviously, we can't make a full decision until we've seen the result of the Grand Finals, but personally on the Survivor side, I've had my eyes on Rocket. I think he's stepped up into big shoes to fill with Spitz there, who couldn't make it to this tournament, but Rocket has been lights out in his chases. He's usually a 1v1 player, but I think he's been adapting so well to this 4v1 environment, and some of his chases have been carrying Team Invictus to victory.
And what a different picture we're painting here, right? Imagine if you've only watched day one, where a lot of people were like, oh my goodness, how does Rocket get caught out there against the Oni, giving the win to Team Praxis and Invictus, only losing in the losers bracket, and now look at them. Everybody's so confident. Rocket in contention for MVP. We find our chase onto Pedro, who does not get thrown. Zaka gets attack here, even after the win the vault, but Pedro sends it down the map.
Yep, and it looks like it's going to be Zaka leaving that chase, wants to get survivors off of that mid-gen. That mid-gen is such an important piece here for Zaka that he needs to hold on to if he's going to have any chance of a 4K2. Brutal Strength, replacing the Pop Goes the Weasel. I like that a lot as a Wesker player myself. The Brutal Strength synergizes so well with him, gives him extra chase power on this cold tower that can have so many strong fillers that Wesker just can't play. Now over towards the shack. He's going to be setting eruptions and needs to find a chase here. And it's going to be Pedro once again, the injured survivor. Going to have to give over that shack pallet. Pedro does it with no qualms as Zaka channeling those bounds once again. Pedro now playing a filler in the middle of the map. Gonna hold W away from it. And he's gonna miss the bound there. Making the I filler is Pedro, and that is extremely important against Wesker. No cooldowns just yet for Zaka. And he's actually gonna greed it, going around the side, channeling the bounds now. Two of them up. This is such a hard hit to do. And Zaka converts onto it. And Pedro, what a flick there. I mean, the margin of error there was minuscule.
And we do see the same thing happening that we saw last game. We get the hook on the stacked generator. So Zaka getting the start that he desperately needed to bring it back for Team Elysium in this match. Now, unfortunately, we do not have Pop Goes the Weasel, which would have been really, really nice to apply here. We see in the distance Rocket has a gen ready to go, and Dan starting a new one. But Zaka probably wants to camp this right now. But Invictus knows that, so they're triple splitting. But Zaka knows that, so he knows he kind of can't camp. So I'm very curious to see what's going to happen. Eruption comes down onto this top side generator, but no unhook onto Pedro just yet. Is this just going to be second stage?
For the sake of Zaka, I would hope he gets the second stage here. It would be really interesting if Team Invictus were to send a double save in. But yeah, the Repressed Alliance there doing a lot of work. Would have done more work if Zaka actually had that Pop Goes the Weasel, but the Eruption delayed there. The regression here onto this gen. They need to get this save before second. Invictus knows exactly what they need to do. Clean double save there onto them, and he's going to hit the Endurance Survivor as well. Pedro going to be the tunnel out target here for Zaka. Needs to have the chase of his life, and that early pull is so important there for Team Invictus as they were able to keep most of the progress on that mid-gen.
Dan is here for the hit tank, takes it really, really early. Pedro not able to get a lot of meaningful distance. In fact, is he still stuck on this tile? Seems like Zaka has lost track of him. Just found him again though. Do we make the vault? Yes, we do. Zaka in hot pursuit, but we do have a filler to play for Pedro. pallet being greeted. So much patience. It does finally come down. Brutal strength value. Ormond tile again for Pedro. Can we dodge the bound? Yes, we can! Pedro having such a good chase for his team here. Another gen popping. Dan, Rocket still injured, but as long as this down does not come through right away, it's looking so good for Invictus. They do not have more bodies to throw altruistically, but this chase by Pedro is just so good, and not getting converted there on the armor gym might just be enough. Reset coming through, another generator popping, and Invictus are in a great spot now.
Pedro hindered up now in chase as the third generator does fly by. Finally going to go down there with a little wave, out of resources to use. But Pedro putting his team on his back in that chase. And if Elysium wants to win this, Emmy, they cannot let another generator go. 4K1 is only the tie condition there with the second hook onto Pedro. And just the incredible chase there from Pedro really destroyed that plan of keeping that mid generator up.
Nightlight nearby for the unhook. We saw Dan on the shack generator, and if that one pops, it means the tie has been achieved. Zaka finds Rocket, who goes for the blind, but this means a free unhook coming through for Nightlight. Zaka returns to the hook. He really wants to get Pedro out of the game, but I think you just need your regression, you need your pain rest, because you don't have that pop goes the weasel, right? The gen split is also not holdable. We do not have a 3 gen, and are we overcommitting onto the tunnel out here? We do find Pedro, but I think even if you get the down now, it's a little too late.
Yeah, it's definitely too late to get the win condition here, Emmy, but I think Zaka knows that if he's able to convert on this chase with Pedro, which I think he should be able to get that hit now. Not going for the swing, though, is Zaka. He can still play for 4K1 if he's able to kill Pedro here, and Pedro greets it again! Stun on the wrong side from Pedro. Are you kidding me? As Zaka pulling up the power once again, but these filler pallets are so tough to play as Wesker. Pedro connects it towards the pallet gym, but he's going to get thrown into the wall. Finally, the tunnel out comes through onto Pedro with one generator remaining, and this is what Zaka is playing for now. He knows the win condition is impossible, but he wants to stall it out with the eruption in the 3v1.
But even in the 3v1, he needs a flawless trial right now, and we do 2 generators. We see 2 generators really far away. Rocket healthy, Dan healthy, Nightlight healthy. The legendary Eternal 3v1 rule. Go into the 3v1 healthy so that you can have lasting chases. Nightlight holding great distance against Zaka, but Zaka is just kicking generators right now. He needs to play this really slow. He needs to get injuries. He cannot overcommit, but he needs to commit at some point. So his best bet right now is just to get a jewel beetle throw. And the Invictus survivors, of course, they know it, so they're going to avoid that at all costs. Zaka still trying to find a Nightlight, who is hovering in between these 2 tiles. But if you look at the HUD, the generators are flying, and that's 2 different generators. Zaka cannot hold this. He needs it down, and he needs it yesterday.
The movement, the communication from Nightlight there, and he finds Rocket in the locker. It's not going to be enough, though. The pain res is not close enough as Dan pops the final generator. Invictus going to go up 2-0 in this series in a very decisive fashion as Pedro continues to perform on the killer. Team Elysium just can't stand up to it right now.
Fantastic read by Zaka there, but unfortunately it is too late, and Rocket just able to force the locker. Of course, he would have liked a head-on play there, but hey, you can't have it all. Still, it's enough to get the win condition, and I'm sure he was very much aware of that. Dan playing a couple 50s on this dropped filler already. Gate is open. Invictus have already won, and Elysium with their backs against the wall. Now, we do want to point out again, it's not over if Invictus goes to 3-0, because Elysium is coming from the winner's bracket. They do get 1 Joker set, which means that Invictus need to make it to 4 wins, while Elysium have to get 3 match wins total. Just as a reminder for you, Dan is going to get hooked. I think Rocket and Nightlight are going to leave the trial, and we're going to move on to the next set, which is the Nightmare.
Yeah, and Team Invictus here just continuing to play clinically on the Survivor side as we expect from them. And I don't think that's going to let up from them, Emmy. It's going to be on Elysium to step it up on the Survivor side, and Zaka to just dig deep, find something that he can do to throw off these Invictus guys.
And every single game, Invictus are just picking up more and more steam, right? They're getting away with everything. They're getting crazy result on the killer. Pedro somehow gets hits through pellets as well as the reverse stun onto Zaka. This guy is just on both ends of the good ping every single game, and he's somehow making it work at the LAN. So super impressive performance. And this was one thing I was scared of. I've been wearing the Elysium bracelet for the entirety of this LAN, but just because they have less practice, I'm afraid of them getting the better of themselves with the nerfs once they start losing. And they are losing right now. They need to pull a rabbit out of their hat right now because they're up. They're down 2-0, and the next set is the Nightmare that we've seen great proficiency on already from Team Invictus.
Yeah, absolutely. They need to be able to do a mental reset here. We talked about before that they had not dropped a single set coming into this match, and now to lose 2 games in a row in front of the crowd in such a decisive fashion, it's got to be tough for them. And especially with Invictus having so much momentum. And, I mean, let's talk about Pedro once again, right? We've already been talking about his killer quite a bit. But have you also noticed that Pedro has been first chase or potential tunnel out in almost all of Team Invictus' games so far? He has been making magic on the Survivor side too.
Yeah, he's been having incredible individual chases, and even when he's not first chase, he's always there for the hit tank. He's so efficient on his pathing to the teammates and just delaying every single tunnel out. We saw him going to stage 2 on Unknown yesterday, super early. The one bad chase that he may have had all tournament, right? Getting the 2-tap at the start of the game. And then you just can't get the tunnel out on the guy. And that's been a recurring theme for Team Invictus' Survivor side. Yeah, you get one person to stage 2, but you can't get them out of the game because the team is there, the individual chase prowess is there, and they're making the difference.
And you just look at these stats from Team Invictus.
Insane.
Like, are you kidding me? Nobody has more than 1 hook average per game. 0.8, 0.8, 0.7, and 0.6 average hook states for Pedro. As the survivor who's been in first chase the majority of the time, he has about half of a hook stage on average. That is just incredible from Team Invictus. Really does a lot to illustrate exactly what Zaka is facing down here when he loads in on killer.
And they're matching their incredible stats, right? They're even improving on those stats as well. One person I want to give an honorable mention to for the MVP debate, I think has to be Nightlight. I think he's been playing a great tournament, really stepping up in the chase. Nightlight, he's been around the scene for so long. He's been, you know, regarded as a specialty killer. Yeah, he's great on the comms, but he doesn't really do special things in chase anymore, right? People are calling him Ankh, but I think he's been popping off this tournament. He's been such a rock for the team on killer and for survivor. So that's going to be my honorable mention for now on. Just great tournament for him.
No, I would agree. There's definitely a quiet strength there when you're not necessarily making every flashy play on Survivor, but when you're not showing up with any mistakes, that's also huge. Survivor's in the background, some of the most important things in a competitive team. Someone that you can trust to be doing gens, somebody that has been clutch getting in the way when it matters the most, as we've seen Nightlight both coordinating altruism and still taking body blocks himself. I think it really is a testament to how well he's been playing that we just have not seen mistakes from him.
But does that also mean we get to call Nightlight a role player? Because he's sitting in the back doing all the important things, but he's not really getting the spotlight on himself, so he's just playing his role and he's playing it perfectly. And I think that deserves credit, right?
Yeah, and I think that's a perfect position to have for somebody who might need to step in and play killer at any time. Maybe conserve his energy a little bit, but then you've got Pedro, who's been first chase almost every single game. So yeah, Team Invictus just playing so well so far. And I mean, what do you think Team Elysium needs to do here to, let's say, on the survivor side? Like, how do they need to approach this? Obviously, starting with the first chase, right?
I touched on it before. They need to get the altruism under control. We've seen attempts at it in the Mastermind set. Unfortunately, they were a little bit sloppy. They're all great players. They all have great ideas, and they do have great IGLs in Zaka and Pedro HC, right? But it's just not clicking as effortlessly as it is for Team Invictus. So if we can get good altruism on the Nightmare set, where it's so important to have a good first chase, and where altruism can make or break the entire set, that could really give them the confidence boost that they need. And I think it's coming down to the Zaka show. You're gonna need your star player. If Zaka gets in the zone, he's one of the best on both Survivor and Killer, and he's always been that way. He's had such a long career, and he's always been at the very, very top. And players like that, they take the tough moments and they step up, and that's what we need to see.
Yeah, and I mean, to your point about the altruism, once again, this might sound a little bit counterintuitive, but one of the most important things about effective altruism in competitive DBD is actually that first survivor's chase. Because as Killer, if you get a really early hit, and then a body block immediately comes in, you're more like, oh, this doesn't even matter. I'll just chase either one of you, right? But if that first survivor has a very strong first chase, you're struggling to down them, and then at the critical moment a healthy body block comes in blocking a door, that is devastating. So still, those microplay chases on Team Elysium, they just need to be better here because that amplifies everything else that they do in the trial.
That is, funnily enough, something I had the opportunity to talk about with someone from our wonderful crowd about. He was like, how is it possible that sometimes one guy will have like a super great chase, they're completely popping off, they're winning everything, and then someone else walks into the chase and they're just 2-tap. And of course, that is because once the survivor has used up all their resources for the first chase, they need help, right? Then the hit tank comes in, and then the hit tank does not necessarily have the resources to play. So even if the hit tank afterwards is going to be quote-unquote 2-tap or having a worse chase, it's still extending the chase by so much. And that is what altruism is all about, right? In the end, it doesn't really matter who's the person who goes down first. It just matters that your total chase time gets extended.
Yeah, absolutely. And it matters more and more the more hook stages are on the survivor and chase. Because I know as Killer, when survivors come in to take a body block and I don't have any hook stages on anybody, that's okay, right? And maybe if you're in an S tier set and you're worried that someone might have deliverance, then it matters a little bit more. But in most of these sets that we're going to be seeing here, any chase is a good chase. As a decisive strike, dead hard, they're not going to really be in play. So it really comes down to the areas that these hits are taken in. For example, a hit at the shack on the Dead Dog Saloon in the Cenobite set, that allows that tunnel out survivor to make main. And that's so much more important than somebody just getting in the way out in the open with nothing around.
Yep. Or the other way around, right? If we're hit tanking for the fresh hook survivor, and all of a sudden you're forced to switch your target onto the person who's worth less stages because the fresh hook made it all the way to safety. It's just so frustrating and can really mess with your mental. Zaka loading in on the Nightmare. We see Sloppy Butcher, Eruption, Pain Resonance, and Corrupt Intervention. We do see a potential first chase, but we're not interested. We want to control the gallows instead of playing the main building.
Yeah, and it looks like Nightlight in Zaka's sights here. We were just talking about him being a quiet presence on the trial, but he's going to be in first chase now. Slept up there by that Dream Snare. Nightlight going to be easily making that front main window. Did already use the balance landing off the gallows. Zaka going to be going for a vault. Flicks there with the snare, but it's not going to connect. Nightlight making the window once again. Fakes the window, but it's not going to be enough as Nightlight, an ill-advised fast vault there, going to be giving over a first hit to Zaka. Now takes the back main window, down the stairs, around the side of the main building, and he's actually going to be looping back around towards the front of the main building. Could this be a head-on perhaps here? As he goes past the lockers, nobody there just yet. It's going to be a body block instead. Pedro able to take that hit for Nightlight, and now Zaka going to be switching targets towards Pedro, forced to break the door there, so effective altruism in from Pedro.
Yeah, really interesting approach there from Zaka. We saw versus Team USA and Nightlight doing the exact same thing, having the balanced landing, always pressuring Gallows aggressively, and Zaka is saying, you know what, I'm not playing your game, I'm gonna chase you down aggressively, I'm gonna commit to main, but now Pedro, of course, are the one in chase. Great dodge on the Dream pallet. We do have beautifully dodging the snare, getting the stun, dropping the pallet, and Pedro yet again with the banger chase for his team. We're far away from the main building. We do have a strong tile to play, good check spots, and is Zaka just leaving this?
Pedro playing with incredible confidence here as the pallet explosion going to just barely miss. Still in Zaka's sights is Pedro, and even though we started this chase with Nightlight, Pedro immediately getting involved with the altruism, and he will be the full first chase once again. Incredible confidence from Pedro so far today as he makes it back around the side of the Ormond tile. Going to be greeting it a little bit though and going down here, but not before 2 generators pop, Emmy, and this is yet another strong start for Team Invictus.
Yeah. The altruism is just so on point, right? Pedro is always there when he is needed. He is the head-on player as well, so the original intent was probably to set up for the head-on. Nightlight made the call, the snare hit me, you need to tank me, and Pedro is there immediately. Super beautiful display of the best we've seen from Invictus so far. Zaka does get a hook, does not get the pain resonance, and he's just setting up around this area, breaking a couple of pallets. Pedro is hooked on a pain res hook as far as I saw. No, but there are ample pain res opportunities in the area. Zaka just continuing the renovations, but of course Team Invictus have reset. They're rotating to get back onto the generators. And this is not a horrible start for Zaka, all things considered. The Nightmare set does tend to get a little bit grindy. Of course, on the land it's been way less of that, just because there have been fewer downs. Zaka happy to get a pretty free tag onto Dan and to return to his hook. Nobody here for the pull just yet, which lets us know that we're prioritizing gens right now. But this is still a great win for Zaka.
Yep, Zaka looking like he's content to camp Pedro towards second stage here, but Invictus not wanting to get over that second stage. Rocket with a great unhook there onto Pedro. Maybe Zaka thinking that that unhook wasn't going to come in, and he's going to actually take the trade here, Emmy. I think that might be the game plan thrown off a little bit for him there. He didn't even use the pain resonance on Pedro before, so still 4 stacks of that remaining as the 3rd generator pops. And that one that got hit can't have that much progress, Emmy, as I do wonder why Pedro was not used on pain resonance.
Yeah, perfect timing there. Zaka looks the other way and Rocket is able to sneak in and get the unhook trade. Nobody block possible. Nightlight, of course, has just woken up, which means he's immune to all of Freddy's shenanigans, and Zaka is forced to leave this chase on main building. Now we're in the awkward position. Are we going to try and tunnel? Because tunneling has just been so impossible against the Invictus squad. Zaka does find Pedro on the water tower here. Actually, it's Rocket who drops the pallet and makes it back to the vault. Green pallet already down here, and Rocket just playing for his life.
Yep, Rocket here, he still has this pallet to play. Rocket gonna make that fast vault there on the window. Dream pallet did not connect, and he still has the upright pallet in this tile. Rocket gonna be dodging that hindered there. No, hindered up now, and he's got 2 dream pallets here, and yeah, Rocket out of resources, going to be going down. 2 hook stages on him now with 2 generators remaining. No pain resonance on Rocket, but Team Invictus playing slow, content to be waking themselves up here with the clocks. It looks like they've got about 50% progress on a generator with Pedro, and this is where things start to get rough for Team Invictus. They need to pull something out of their hat here to stop Rocket from getting tunneled out, as the teleport is going to come in onto that main building generator. Possibly a kick being put down by Zaka as the teleport not ready here, as Rocket is unhooked in the distance. Gonna give him some distance now as he's found around the corner. And this tunnel out, this is the most important part here for Zaka, the critical moment. As people at home always say, CompDBD, all it is tunneling. They tunnel every time, but not against a team like this. I say that, but Rocket, he somehow gets mind gamed by the Freddy teleport. Zaka, what an incredible play, confirming a tunnel out way faster than you would have thought.
Just in time for Zaka. Does he have the teleport back to interrupt the main building where Nightlight has been working away at the generator? Tunnel out, yes, but we saw the main gen being very, very high, so I wouldn't be too surprised if we're nearing an end game here. Pedro's generator pops in Zaka's face, and that means that the main generator is second to pop. Pedro goes down. We're in the end game. Dan still injured, Nightlight healthy. We're going on to the hook if we're Pedro, and Dan just opening the gate aggressively. Of course, he is injured right now and is up to Nightlight to make something happen. Rotating for the unhook onto his teammate, the fresh hook survivor. As always, what is Dan doing? in the main building. Zaka nearby, opening up the downstairs breakable wall, trying to mind game main building. Goes down the stairs. Does Dan fall for it? Bit of a mind game on the main building here. Dan, do you have the check spots? Are you aware? Yes, you are. Beautiful patience by Dan. The unhook onto Pedro comes through. Now we need to open the gate. We need to get the body block in position. And of course, who is here? I think it's Pedro. Yep, ready to die for his teammate. And Nightlight on the exit gate already.
Yep, Pedro put to sleep there. He's going to be going for the body block onto Dan. Door opened in the distance, but that's the one over on the other side of the map. Potential teleport fate coming in here. Dan now in trouble at the main building. He's going in front of a locker there. Zaka expecting a head-on. What does he even do here as he's trying to make Pedro pull the trigger? Is there nobody in there? Are you kidding me? Is Dan faking a locker? Or, okay, he's trying to keep him at this fence. Keep him in the map as that door on the other side of the main building isn't quite opened yet. Maybe playing for the endgame timer here as Pedro not going to be able to reset very easily as he is still asleep. Nightlight going to be going into the sleep timer once again. Now they need to find some sort of creative way to get Dan out of here.
Do they want to have Nightlight open the gate and then Pedro's here for the head-on? Because he is here. Gets grabbed out of the locker. Where is Nightlight? Where is Dan going? Is the exit gate open? Oh my god, they're just too smart! Zaka realizes, and it's disaster. It's 6 stages too fresh. It's not disaster. 6 stages too fresh under these conditions. Very good result. But Zaka would have loved to get Dan there. And the creativity from Team Invictus, the patience on the head-on. Zaka thinks they're locked in here with him, but no. Team Invictus locked in there with them. Beautiful play.
Beautiful play again from Team Invictus, even in the face of a Rocket leaving the trial early there. But is it really even an early exit from the trial when Team Invictus has this much gen efficiency?
They always just have one more generator than you would expect, don't they? You expect them to go for a reset, you see them staying injured, okay, are they double resetting? No, they just got another generator, and if they need the hit tank, they will be reset. So just the experience and game sense, game knowledge that they have to be this efficient is so impressive, and orchestrating that play on a whim, under pressure at the LAN for the fresh hook to get him out of the gate, incredible.
Absolutely. And I mean, we're going to be going into the second side of the Nightmare set here, and it's most likely going to be Pedro playing that killer once again. He's been absolutely on fire today, and unable to be stopped so far, as the survivors of Team Elysium have just been falling in front of him. They need to get their altruism and coordination under control, but that's so hard to do when Pedro is ending these chases so quickly, almost as if we didn't expect killers to adapt this quickly to the LAN environment as Pedro has.
Yeah. And I'm afraid it's just going to have to be a solo performance, just because you need to be gen efficient, and that's been lacking. So we just need one absolute banger chase by one individual, while the other 3 just pump out 3 different generators for the first chase. That's unfortunately the only way I see right now, because everything else has not been working. But the lethality from Nightlight on the Nightmare has been so high. So I don't see it happening either. It's such a tough spot for Elysium, and I want them to take us to the next set here, but it's just not looking good for them.
Yeah, and I mean, it sounds a little bit boring to say, right? But like the bread and butter of competitive Dead by Daylight, whether you're at this event or whether you're playing at home in an amateur league with your friends, it's always coming back to that first chase.
And like, if your win condition for Team Invictus, for Team Elysium is, yeah, just do what Invictus just did, but do it better. And if Invictus have been doing this for like every set ever since they got into the lower bracket, you don't match that, unfortunately. And what a run that would be from Team Invictus, going 1-2, 2-0, 2-0, and then 3-0 into finals. But if they win this as a clean sweep, that'd be so impressive.
Yeah, but remember that Elysium does have the potential of the Joker set, able to replay one of those that they lost to Team Invictus. It's been a staple of DBD League tournaments. I mean, one of the most exciting things, the little reward that you get for going through the winner's bracket there, since Team Elysium has not dropped a full match since they arrived here, they're going to be able to look back at what they've played, kind of think about, okay, well, here's what we can fix while we're still here, doing triage on the stage. And that's what they're going to be selecting here if they do lose this Nightmare set.
And that's like the big advantage, right, that Invictus have had. They were able to figure out their mistakes so early in the tournament. They don't have to do it live on stage. They don't need to adapt on the spot. They've had so much time, and I hope that Elysium can do it, that they can find their composure again, that they can play calm, cool, and collected, take us to the next set, and get a win for themselves, because they really need one.
Yeah, and it rings true in the traditional sports as well, if you guys play those at home, as well as in esports. When you're down like this, it's so important to just treat every match that you load into like it's tied at 0, right? And I think that's what Elysium needs to do here as they face down Pedro on the Nightmare, this killer player that has just been on an absolute rampage this tournament, as Pedro tries to put his team on his back one more time and force that Joker set. Team Invictus, I mean, it's going to take something, like you said, a rabbit out of Elysium's hat. They need to dig deep, find something, anything they can do to throw Pedro off.
And it's really hard to do analysis right now, because Invictus have just been doing everything so well, right? There's not really a mistake that you can point towards, because the tunnel out was decently late, right? It was okay for both sides, but then the gen progress was perfect. They managed to make the best out of having the injuries that they have and got away with it with another fresh hook out of the door, right? So we're going to have Invictus take... oh, no, it's actually going to be after the Nightmare set. I thought they were taking a time out right now. Very sorry about that. But yeah, of course, we can't just leave Zaka hanging, or like Team Elysium hanging in the air, right, when they just have to play Survivor. So, of course, we're going to finish the Nightmare set.
Yeah, in American football, we would call that icing the kicker, calling a timeout right before one player has to do a highly stressful thing. Don't want that in the middle of the Nightmare set. So there will be a 5-minute break after the Nightmare set, as we are loading into that very soon here with Pedro looking to send Elysium into that Joker set. I mean, they've been spiraling so far, and I think when we do get to that Joker set, if we do, what do you think Elysium would be looking to pick?
That's the tough thing, right? We talked about it when we saw picks and bans. Yeah, Doc said they got everything they wanted, but so did Invictus. So I think this might sound wild, but I think you run back the Mastermind. You have a good first chase, and that's how you get back in here. There is no good set to pick.
I'd have to agree with you there, yeah, but the Mastermind does have the potential to get those extremely fast chases if you're able to throw survivors towards the edge map and use that Jewel Beetle add-on. And we were talking about add-ons before without kind of an explanation of what they do on the screen. So we can take a little bit to explain it now for those at home who may not know the Mastermind. The Jewel Beetle, what it does is it shortens the dash and makes a throw happen much earlier. So it can result in 2 taps. As we are into the match now, it's actually Nightlight playing the Nightmare here for Team Invictus, possibly giving his teammate Pedro a rest. I mean, no less powerful here on the killer is Nightlight, making a case for himself to be that both roles player. First snare going to land there onto Pedro HC. He greeds that pallet. Nightlight falling for the greed there. Now over towards the window, possibly holding out that dream pallet. Pedro HZ now asleep as Nightlight channels the snare. Gonna get that hinder onto the Atom, keeping him at this poor pallet, and Pedro HZ giving over the first hit.
Yeah, Nightlight on the Nightmare did so as well against Team USA, so one of these specialty killers that we talked about. Pedro, I was really liking the greed on that gym, but then unfortunately you're in a situation where you're greeting a super unsafe filler pallet. You do make it to the shack now. Pedro HZ drops it. Nightlight gets the snare, gets the slow onto the survivor, but we're just dropping. We're having Sloppy Butcher applied, and we're just looking for a new target. Zaka working the gallows, probably has that balanced landing. We're applying Eruption. Nightlight decides to take it slow here. Do we find somebody else in the desert? Yes, we do. I think we spotted Noah off in the distance there, and Noah is asleep, so all of our abilities are going to be very, very effective. We do get an immediate tag, and remember, the shack pallet has been dropped, so Noah does not have very much safety to run towards. Has to make something happen with very little here. Has this pallet to play. Good patience, no smash at value just yet. Snare connected by Nightlight. He's been clinical with it, expects the vault back, but Noah with great patience paths all the way back to the water tower, and the first generator pops. Another pallet gets dropped, and we win another 50. That box placement on this loop, making it so much more awkward for the killer to play. Nice dodge on the snare, allowing us to make the fastball here as well. Another generator popping, and Noah popping up in chase, exactly what Team Elysium needed, and it's coming from the substitute player.
Noah not having any of what Mind Games Nightlight is doing here as he makes another jungle gym pallet. Gonna greed it, and I think that will be his death, but what a chase there from Noah. That is exactly what Team Elysium needs to get back into this game, as Nightlight coming in cold here on Killer to relieve Pedro. And I mean, that's not a good start for Team Invictus. Elysium possibly getting back into this game. They did get 2 gens for that first chase, but remember the win condition for Nightlight that was set before, 6 stages, 2 fresh. So Nightlight, his priority here, I believe, is going to be getting 3 fresh hooks.
And it's just what we were expecting. The individual hero chases coming through. Doc on the main building. Door already has been broken, but Doc luckily had the life available, so able to make it around the entirety of main building. Pull comes through onto Noah, and as you predicted, Nightlight committing onto the fresh hook here. Doc does not get the fast vault after the stagger, and Nightlight is just connecting every single dream snare. Do we get this hit? Yes, we do, barely. Doc is on the pallet, but I think Nightlight is dragging him out of it, picking him out, putting him on the hook, and we might be going for a basement hook here.
The basement play is really interesting here. Nightlight betting on the fact that they're resetting, not needing the pain res, and he is absolutely correct. As Noah is reset in the distance, a pain resonance there wouldn't have done much. As Nightlight correctly makes that read, getting his second fresh hook onto Doc. It's going to be Pedro HZ into the basement, going for a early unhook. Now back towards the gen is Zaka, looking to get down towards 2 generators remaining. Should come in pretty easily here, but what is Nightlight doing on the killer side? Probably looking for another fresh hook in Zaka, and he immediately takes a hit there, punished for popping the gen near the killer. Great game sense from Nightlight as to who is where and working what. Zaka, balanced landing, now towards the main building. Gonna get hindered up there. Nightlight has been deadly accurate with these snares so far. Zaka needs to make this fast vault, will get it, and the swing misses from Nightlight. Zaka making that much more distance around the back of the main building now. Nightlight needs to be hitting these snares as the exhaustion is on Zaka. He's going to get hindered up there, and he's leaving Nightlight almost a little bit indecisive there, losing more distance onto Zaka, and he's going to make it off the main building. He's gone.
And that's the one word I want to pull attention towards: indecisiveness. Nightlight taking 1 second to return back to the basement, then deciding, okay, Zaka is who I want to chase. And he loses the gen, loses the tunnel out, and loses the opportunity to get a trade, but gets a beautiful mind game onto Zaka here. But Zaka having bought so much time. And I want to point out some great communication there from Team Elysium. Pedro HZ was hovering near the basement, and the comm from Noah must have been, he's channeling the teleport, you can pull me. And Pedro HZ did that and got a basement unhook completely for free.
Yep, Nightlight now with those 3 fresh hooks we were talking about, looking to get that 4th onto Pedro HZ. He is immune to the sleep right now with that yellow clock timer. So now he's going to be leaving that, possibly going for a Dream Pallet hit, but that Survivor is immune to Freddy's abilities right now. Unhook in onto Zaka now, and that is the 4th fresh hook. Pedro HZ now in chase in the gallows area, not strong against Freddy. First snare going to correct, increasing the sleep timer there as Pedro HZ playing this filler. Nightlight sleeps him up there with a second snare, possibly channeling the teleport now back over towards Doc on the gen.
Doc in Chase, he's asleep as well. He gets mind gamed as well, but Nightlight with a bit of an ambitious swing. Bit too early. We do not vault here either. What a weird interaction on this window. But in the end, Doc gets the tag, is asleep, and Nightlight is trying to follow up. We do have a Dream Palette on this tile, so we're able to zone the Survivor. But Nightlight showing a bit of weakness here. Unfortunately, not getting the zone onto Doc, who makes it back to the main building. The 4th generator pops. Pedro HZ here for the hit tank for his teammate Doc. Nightlight takes the tag, and we might want to commit onto the 4th fresh hook here, but do we have the time? Nightlight decides Doc is still the better Chase because he's stuck on main. I also need to kick this generator. What is happening in the distance? I know and Zaka stacking. I just need to leave, and he makes the right call. Finds the injured Zaka. This down needs to happen fast. Can we read? No, we cannot. The LAN ping coming into play one more time. And Nightlight is struggling. Elysium is making him work so hard for this.
And remember, Nightlight doesn't necessarily need 4 fresh hooks, as the win condition is 6 stages, 2 fresh from Team Elysium. That's going to be Doc caught on the backside of the main building, hindered up. No Dead Hard in this set, and Doc goes down on the toilet pallet behind the main building. This is going to be Nightlight's 4th hook there, inching closer and closer to that win condition, and this is the Survivor that was in basement, so no pain resonance had been used until now. That much more regression gained for Nightlight, as Noah now in Chase at the same pallet as before, immune to Freddy's abilities for now, and Nightlight not going to be looking to commit this, as even if that Dream pallet hit, it wouldn't have done anything.
Great pathing by Noah there, just sending it to the shack window, knowing that it's much safer than the pallet that Nightlight predicted him to play. We see Zaka already woken up, so immune to all of the Nightmare's abilities right now. Pedro HZ on the main building does not get the fast vault here, just has to send it to the toilet pallet and hope that somebody is nearby to take a tag. Great greed on the pallet, but we do not make it around one more time, and we just saw that pain resonance is right here. Is somebody here for the save? Anybody? Nobody is here.
And that's where that pallet save would have needed to come in, because that is the 5th stage with 4 fresh. Any hook stage now from Nightlight is going to be the win for Team Invictus. Still 1 generator left to pop for Team Elysium, and they need to play perfectly from here on out.
And it's tough. We do have 2 injured survivors right now. 2 survivors asleep as well. So Nightlight knows that they can't be resetting right now. Getting a lot of information off of that passive that Freddy does have. Finds Zaka. I think this pallet has... Okay, pre-drops the pallet here. Dodges the snare, super important. 1 more pallet to play. Last generator pops. It was a dream pallet. Zaka goes down. And is this it? Is somebody here? No, nobody is. Nightlight gets his 6th stage on 4 fresh survivors. And Invictus go up 3-0 over Elysium, who have the Joker to rely on.
Nightlight coming in cold to relieve Pedro and putting on a show. Absolutely incredible performance for him on the Nightmare, and Invictus going to take their momentum and continue steamrolling over Team Elysium. 3-0 now, and the way that the Joker set is going to work in this match is not a replay. It's actually going to be that we continue into the 4th set. Team Invictus will be forced to get 4 wins here. That is their penalty for being in the loser's bracket. And that's how the Joker set is going to work a little bit differently this time, guys, as the survivors going to be leaving the trial. Nightlight, I mean, what a star here for Team Invictus, able to just come in on Killer after being an important part of the survivor team, giving Pedro that little bit of rest maybe going into this 4th set.
Yeah, we did see a tiny bit of indecisiveness that we had not seen from Nightlight all tournament. In the end, he is able to get the stages, get the result that his team needed, and pushing Invictus to the verge of being crowned LAN champion here. 1 more set between them and the trophy, and we saw such a valiant effort by Team Elysium, right? Chases were going great, they were winning mind games, they had the altruism, but in the end they fell short.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it just came down to, in those most critical moments, Elysium, they didn't have somebody there for the body block or the save. The chases were so much better, but you need to have that other killer terrified of picking up under a pallet, worried about flashlight saves, second-guessing themselves, and Team Elysium just wasn't there yet with that. But they have been improving. Like we said, the chases were better there. They just need to continue on that path because it really is do or die now as we move into the 4th set here. But teams requested a break between these next 2 sets, so Emmy and I are going to say goodbye to you guys very quickly, just a few minutes, and we will be back.
Yeah, see you in 5 minutes. Gentlemen and everybody else, we are back to the potential final set of the first ever DBD League LAN. Elysium backs against the wall in the Joker set, fourth set the Doctor against Team Invictus. And in my opinion, Team Invictus Survivor side against the Doctor is quite good. What do you think, Brad?
Not only have Team Invictus been lights out on Survivor today in general, the Doctor set has been one of their best throughout this entire tournament. I mean, we've been seeing sub-3 stages from almost all of our teams here against the Doctor in one way or another. He's one of those killers that is so M1 heavy that he just becomes exponentially more difficult on that LAN environment. And it's a set that heavily relies on team coordination and body blocking. And what have Emmy and I been hammering on all day? It's the coordination of Team Invictus, their ability to coordinate resets constantly, keeping their gen efficiency up all the while. And I think that's just, Doctor is the set for that.
Yep, and don't get me wrong, I think Zaka is an incredible Doctor player. We saw it versus Team USA. Even after struggling to get a good first chase, the down came through and then his body blocking was just on point, playing so well and securing, I think, a 4K2 it was versus our USA representatives. So I definitely see why this would be the pick for them to play. Just confidence, something you already played at this environment. And of course, it's a set that is also very popular on ladder, which Zaka has been enjoying greatly lately. But guess who is also enjoying ladder as well as Doctor? It's of course Pedro and Rocket.
Yeah, Pedro and Rocket, some of the best ladder players that we have. And if you guys don't know what we mean by ladder, we're talking, of course, about the Dead by Daylight League 1v1 ladder, which is held in the official DBD League Discord server. It is by far and away the best way to improve at Dead by Daylight on both the killer and survivor side when it comes to your micro play practice in chase. It is like if you want to start doing 1v1s with your friends, it's like injecting DBD steroids into your veins if you want to get better and more competitive at DBD by yourself at home.
Yep, and the season reset just happened. It's a new season right now, so if you feel like, last time I kind of didn't perform so well, so I dropped off early. Now is the time to return, have a fresh start, a clean slate, and I think Elysium need just that when it comes to their mental. Barely scraping by, not getting the win on the Nightmare set that they so desperately needed, right? So going into the Doctor fresh, maybe this 5-minute break was advantageous for them as well, just getting a bit of time to reset, right?
Yeah, and they definitely need that because they're going to be going straight back into the survivor side, which we were just seeing signs of life from them on that Nightmare set, right? Chases were so much better at the beginning. It looked like Nightlight was a little bit indecisive, like Team Elysium was forcing him to panic a little bit in those chases, the way that those survivors were playing, like Noah and Zaka in chase there, and they need to build on that now in the Doctor set. A weaker killer in chase than Freddy even. If you give Pedro a quick down on that Doctor, I think it's over for Team Elysium. That first chase needs to be perfect, and you know what's even more important in this Doctor set than a fast first chase is hook positioning with that shock therapy.
Yep, on Dead Sands out of all maps, one thing to look out for here are totem spawns, because if you get a hook on top of those, if you're able to use your static blast to interrupt the cleansing progress, that is going to be great value for yourself. Ruin has been very popular ever since we switched over to Dead Sands, and of course the balancing against Doctor has been nerfed quite a bit. We have removed Head-On from the pool, which is so sad, always a perk I love to watch, but yeah, Doctor really needs all the help that he can get, so I'm expecting a couple chase perks brought by Pedro as we are in the trial. We're seeing Save the Best for Last, we're seeing Sloppy Butcher combined with Pain Resonance, Corrupt Intervention, and we're also seeing a killer that's not moving again.
Yep, and Pedro now beginning to move here on the Dead Sands. He's got the Save the Best for Last and the Sloppy Butcher, missing that Rapid Brutality. We talked about that on day one. Do you really want your Bloodlust to be gone on this LAN environment? And Pedro going to answer no here, channeling that Static Blast. He's coming in. hitting 2 survivors with that electricity. He's rested from Nightlight's killer performance before, and now immediately into first chase with Zaka on this Jake. Zaka needs to have a strong first chase here. He's gonna continue to play this L palette here. This is just a filler. He needs to find a way to connect this into something else. As Zaka making it back around the palette once again. Pedro faking the shock. This could be an M1, but no, Pedro knows better than that. Zaka playing around this geometry so well, but he's gonna take a hit and go towards Shaq. 1 stack of Save the Best for Last gained, and this is where the altruism needs to come in for Team Elysium.
Yeah, Shaq palette out of the way, so the biggest potential for straight up altruism already dropped by Zaka, so extending the chase on his own. We see triple splitting from the survivor side. Zaka pathing towards the corrupt intervention, exactly what you need. And if this chase can last longer, that is exactly what Elysium need. Palette already pre-dropped, but this... Oh, Zaka with the pre-vault winning the 50 there, but can he make it around one more time? No, he cannot. Pedro connects the swing, and we needed the altruism. You're just so right, Brian.
Yeah, and I mean, we did need the altruism there, but it's still a decent situation for Team Elysium with the triple split, right? It's not like they doubled out a gen and then lost all of their potential progress there. And Pain Resonance does hit one of the generators, but all it did is equal out the progress between them. They've still got 3 generators with very high progress. Pedro extending a bit away from the hook to put a dry kick on Doc's gen. And I think Team Elysium here is going to be content to try to complete these 3 generators before Zaka even needs to be unhooked.
It's great information from the static blast there. Just shocking a survivor into tier 3 so that he can no longer work the generator. Very smart using the built-in slowdown that the Doctor has available. But Noah, good placement or good movement there, dodging the shocks, rotating for the pulsar right now, not on a generator, wasting a bit of time here. We're going to see 3 generators completed, as he called it. I would love for Pedro to look back at the hook, see if this is body blockable, tries to get a bit more madness onto Doc, realize the generator is so high. Noah back on the gen. This means we're going to stage 2.
Very interesting choice there for Team Elysium. I don't know if I like this play. It's very risky from them, as what's gone wrong in the previous Doctor sets is when somebody goes to second stage and then potentially dies at a high amount of generators. So Pedro HZ and Noah immediately starting new gens. Noah now in chase at this double pallet, able to get the drop there on the first pallet, and looks like Doc and Pedro HZ still working on generators. Zaka sitting on the hook in second stage, and I mean, with first chase into letting him go second, all of the pressure is being put on Zaka here. Elysium is putting the full burden on Zaka.
Oh, they're stacking the generator here. Pedro, does he think he needs to commit? Noah can make the rotation to unhook Zaka anytime now. He chooses to stay on the generator though, so we're sending Pedro HZ for the pull instead. I would have liked for Doc to be the person who pulls, because he's the obsession of pulls, and he is in tier 3. He can't really do anything else right now. Second interrupt there, M1 as well. Do you get the trade here? What is happening? Pedro HZ does not get it. I don't know. I think he cancelled the unhook ones.
No, the residual effect of the shock therapy was still on him after the Save the Best for Last cooldown came through, and Pedro HZ... I'm not sure what happened there. I mean, I think you're right. The shock therapy disappears when you get hit. As Zaka is going to die on hook at 2 gens remaining, and it remains to be said, they needed to send 2 people for that.
Whatever happened here, it is a disaster for Team Elysium. Noah now in chase with Pedro, who has 4 stacks of Save the Best for Last. We get a free hook onto Pedro HZ as well. Good pathing coming through by Noah, but can it be enough? The shock finally lands. We get another tag, and with 5 stacks of Save the Best for Last to kick onto the generator, this map is Pedro's to play. Can return to the hook, play for the tunnel out onto Pedro HZ. He wants to get a 4K yet again, and this mishap at the hook is exactly what he needed to make it happen. Pedro is just putting up such crazy killer results here on the low ping, on the LAN, on every opponent's own pick.
Yeah, and now Pedro, he's in his generator setup here. He got the info from the static blast onto both Noah and Doc, resetting out of the gens, and now he knows he can take this chase on Pedro HZ. Stuck at a filler pallet here. Aura on him there from Eyes of Belmont and Inner Focus, working in tandem to increase the aura reading. Pedro HZ,
Wow.
what a read there on the killer, able to make a ton of distance away, and here comes Altruism from Doc. Team Elysium not out of this just yet, and it looks like Pedro has left in favor of chasing Noah, possibly thinking that he needs to get fresh hooks here, as even though Zaka died so quickly on hook, there was still so much gen efficiency from Team Elysium.
This is the dreaded double pallet, and somehow Pedro just hits those. How does that connect on 12 MS? This is going to be another pain res, another stack of save the best for last, and this is not what Noah expected to happen at all. Usually the double pallet setup so hard for the Doctor to outplay, but Pedro somehow makes it happen. Incredible! Stops the generator from completion yet again, and I don't know what Elysium can do. They did have a lot of proc on the map, but with these unfortunate mishaps on the survivor side happening again and again, just as things are looking up, just as Pedro HZ has an incredible send with the Eyes of Belmont, it's just so unfortunate for them.
Pedro HZ now forced to snap out of it in the corner of the map. Noah going to be unhooked by Doc, and now, I mean, Pedro, he's in a little bit of a dangerous position. He's got two generators that he knows have significant progress. They're a little bit far away from each other. He needs to potentially find this last pain res onto Doc. Is he willing to give up those save the best for last stacks in exchange for the gen regression? Doc wins that mind game on the first pallet, able to vault again, but he should be giving over a hit here, as that's going to be -2 stacks, but this double pallet eventually needs to be kicked, as Pedro, he's forced to leave, doesn't want to take the kick on the double pallet, as Noah, 75% on the generator, as Pedro walks back into the map looking for info with this static blast. What he finds here is going to be critical to injured survivors, Emmy.
And I feel like every other killer player at the LAN would have just committed Doc there, the fresh hook, be happy with the result. But Pedro is hungry for blood. He wants the 4K against Elysium. He wants to bring it home for Team Invictus. And he has Pedro HZ in his eyes. Still has this pallet, but I don't think he makes it. Noah has the generator at 95% now. I think it's going to pop. But in the end game, with everybody injured, Pedro can still make something happen. Leaves towards the generator. It's going to pop in his face. Doc is not in tier 3, which means he can pick up Pedro HZ. Noah, same amount of stages as Pedro HZ right now. So we need this down fast to 4K.
Noah must survive here at this jungle gym. He's going to lose the mind game there. Pedro with the down once again. 6 stacks of save the best for last now. And it looks like he is going to take the pickup on to Noah, confirming yet another stage. Missed out on that fresh hook with Doc. But it looks like survivors are pathing away from the doors here potentially, Emmy. What is Team Elysium planning here in the endgame?
We do see, I think, at least one light on that exit gate, but it is not enough. And if you're Pedro, of course, you want to find Doc right now, but that means that you are letting Pedro HZ open the gate for 3.
And Pedro HZ able to finish the gen as Doc gets found going for the unhook on the rotation. This is devastating for Team Elysium, as Pedro just needs to win one mind game on this half-broken double pallet. Back and forth here on the map terrain, gets hit with the shock therapy, and Doc won't be lasting much longer as the down comes in onto the 4th fresh hook for Pedro. He's confirming as many stages as he can here for Team Invictus. Pain resonance not going to matter, and it looks like Pedro wants basement here.
Pedro is playing out of his mind at the LAN. Noah is also one static blast away from being put into tier 3, which means that it's going to be so impossible for the survivors to reset. We see Pedro HZ snapping out. We see the last couple seconds of Sloppy Butcher is still in play. Can this reset happen? Because we need to pull Doc. Otherwise, this is just way too many stages for a Doctor set.
It really is way too many stages for a Doctor set, and they're going to leave. I mean, 9 stages for fresh for Pedro, picking up right where he left off before he passed the torch to Nightlight. Pedro continuing to dominate in the LAN.
He's just so good. Like, what can you do? He somehow outplays the double pallet, getting a ridiculous hit onto Noah there. And yeah, just the mishap on the unhook, I don't think that the amount of stacks that Save the Best for Last had at that point was enough to get the 2-tap. I think it must have been an unhook cancel. So Pedro HZ, super unfortunate there. Could have been avoided had we just sent 2 people, played it safe, but we were pushing for gen progress, trying to outpace the killer player, and it backfired horribly for Elysium.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's very difficult for us to tell exactly why that unhook went wrong on the caster side, but the main point stands. Team Elysium needed to send a double save there. We've seen time and time again in these doctor sets where they go wrong is when unhook stuns happen with the shock therapy, something gets body blocked, and somebody dies on hook prematurely. That needed to be planned for on Team Elysium's side, and as a result, everything is going to fall on Zaka here.
Do you think he can make it happen again? 4K2 against Team USA. Is it going to happen against Invictus?
I think if anybody's going to do it here, it's going to be Zaka for Team Elysium. I mean, he's picking up the Doctor, one of the most intense close-range chase killers we have, one of the most difficult to consistently win with killers in competitive. He's super simple to pick up, a great killer for new players, right? But his depth just becomes exponential in competitive environments with the shock therapy delay, with preloading vaults and trying to win those mind games. I mean, even we see mind games, people going back and forth while they're channeling the shock therapy.
Yeah.
And it gets even deeper when the ping is low, as we see Pedro's stats here on the Doctor. 9.3 average hook stages on a killer that we usually expect to be multiple outs. Pedro is just on fire this weekend.
Absolutely ridiculous statistic there for Pedro, one of the best M1 killer players in the game. But so is Zaka. And Zaka did it before. Hopefully he can do it again to push us to the 5th set here. I want to see more, and I don't want to say goodbye to Elysium just yet. I always want to go all the way in the finals, but right now it is looking so one-sided. Momentum has been on Invictus' side ever since they dropped down into the losers bracket. They've not dropped a set. They've not tied a set. And they're not planning to do so right now. They want to do the clean lower bracket sweeps all the way to grand finals.
And Team Invictus, we talk about them all the time as a team who thrives in the losers bracket, but it's mirrored in-game as well. The classic Eternal 3v1, right? Eternal is the team that Invictus used to be, and it's always been known that these guys get a second wind when they lose a player to a tunnel out, and it's almost like they become stronger in the 3v1. Like the killer, you get a tunnel out, you think you're safe, that you can spend a little bit more time on your chases, but these guys always come back. They always have one more gen than you think they do, and that's been serving them so well today. So in the end, Zaka gonna have to put the team on his back one more time, trying to keep Elysium alive in the LAN.
And it's so rough to put that much pressure onto one player, right? It is almost impossible. The expectations, the result that he needs to get here, and I can't wait to see him make it happen. But we're talking about the Eternal 3v1. Maybe with this LAN, we need to introduce a new term, the Invictus 4v1, where you get your tunnel out to stage 2, and then they just refuse to die? Because that's what's been happening in so many sets here at the LAN.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Doctor is a set that has been seen in as well. We saw it in the Unknown. We've seen it in other killer sets, even like Blight this time. It's been so incredible, the Survivor performances that we've been seeing in the LAN so far, and I'm curious to see what kind of build Zaka is going to go for. Will it be the totems? I think that's kind of a high roll thing that will definitely have a chance of getting him those stages that he needs, or is he going to go for the tried and true Sloppy Butcher and Save combo?
I think against Team USA he brought Undying Ruin and they got cleansed first chase, so that's the totem build special, right? So I really like Pedro's build. I think Sloppy Butcher is always guaranteed value against Doctor, and if you pair it with Save the Best for Last, even if you're resetting the Obsession, you're always buying more time. So really good decision. And Zaka bringing rapid brutality, no save at all, so doesn't care who he's chasing. Ruin, Sloppy Butcher, don't look at the HUD. Rocket already found the Ruin. Zaka gets the shock. I like that we're not bringing Corrupt Intervention because we want pressure early, and we're pre-dropping early as well. The comp drop from Team Invictus' Survivor side, and Rocket first chase.
Yep, first chase for Rocket at this double pallet here. It's a relatively strong area, but the shock therapy does give him the potential to get a hit. Zaka forced to break that first pallet as Rocket playing it very safely. Now back around the side of the rock. Forced to play the short side now of this half double pallet. In danger of giving a hit is Rocket as Zaka back around the side once again. Gets hit by that shock therapy. A little bit of a mind game from Zaka, and this should result in a hit. Great movement from Zaka so far. He doesn't have that save the best for last, so it doesn't matter that Rocket's the obsession.
Yeah, we're making it to the shack. We're going to need some altruism here. Rocket with the pathing, going a window side, of course, not vaulting, not dropping. Is somebody here to drop the pallet for the teammate? Yes, but Pedro gets caught by the shock therapy himself. Drops the shack for his teammate still, but still extends the chase. Of course, does not get the stun, so not the perfect play here, but again, extending the chase so important. Rocket now on the double pallet gym, drops the first one, holds the check spot, and this is so awkward to play, because if you have the distance to drop one of the two pallets, it becomes so hard for the Doctor to play. Second drop comes through as well, and Rocket is buying so much time here for his team, not panic vaulting either, and just holding distance, forcing Zaka to break.
Yeah, forcing Zaka to break here is so important for Rocket as the first gen pops in the distance. Rocket using this geometry. It's not even a pallet so far. He's able to path back into the pallet as well, and he's out of line of sight, going back towards the non-pallet area. Baits a swing even. Rocket, are you kidding me here in this first chase? Misses the shock therapy once again, but Rocket finally going to be going down here on the edge map, and Team Invictus looking like they want to put the nails in the coffin here for Elysium.
Dan has so much progress on his generator, and Zaka does not expect it. He does not expect this much progress to be on the map and chooses to not go for the pain resonance. Maybe saving it for later, trying to get it to the 3v1, but that is a little bit questionable for me here. You can never underestimate the gen progress that Team Invictus are putting on the table, and that pain resonance would have gotten full value. Zaka now wants to hopefully have the same thing happen that Invictus had to happen, where, you know, unfortunately we mess up the pull and Rocket somehow dies on the hook. But I don't think it's gonna happen, and Nightlight is just working a gen off in the distance. Pedro's location is still unknown, so I'm assuming he's also on a generator. Zaka does not really have the time to camp here. He tries to put Dan into tier 3, does not quite have the time to commit to enough shocks. We see the scratch marks nearby, a survivor rotating for the pull, and time is running out for Zaka.
Yep, Zaka looking like he wants to camp Rocket to death here. Possibly just the second stage though, but it's dangerous here. He doesn't have good information on how progressed the gens are in this situation. We were just talking about before, Team Invictus always seems to have one more gen than you think, as he sees Nightlight healthy over here with a gen 50%. Rocket goes to second stage. Team Invictus knows they have so much time to play with here. They actually pull him right after the second stage. I'm not really so sure about that play.
They want to keep the pressure high, they want to keep Zaka away from the generators, and they want him to commit to this chase. We do have Dan, who is healthy, playing for the tunnel out here. Rapid Brutality in play, giving us 5% of haste. And Invictus are making the call that this should be enough to pop the last two generators. And we haven't seen Pedro in so long, so we know that he's working a generator. Dan playing altruistically, taking the down here. Zaka will want to commit. Remember, he still has the pain resonance onto Rocket if he can get this down. But Rocket, with some unique pathing, sends it all the way back to the ornament tile. So much distance onto Zaka, and he's too afraid of the last generator popping. Great call, because we saw Nightlight and Pedro stacking. Nightlight in tier 3 now, but Pedro could still pop it. He's here for the tunnel out or the pickup as well, and Nightlight needs to snap out. Great macro play by Zaka, somehow keeping track of every survivor.
This could be your final chase, Zaka, as Nightlight snapping out of tier 3 near the 90% generator in that little dip in the ground. Rocket back around the side of the ornament tile here. Any second now the final generator will be done. Invictus, what is this efficiency? The final generator is done. Pedro picked up, but Zaka needs so much to get to this 10-stage win condition. Invictus just needs to get themselves over the finish line, opening one of these doors, get any amount of survivors out the door here with stages on them, and they will be the winners of this LAN. Now Rocket in chase at this cross tile once again. Rocket has been so incredible this game.
And He's just using the map structures to his advantage. Has this pallet, doesn't drop it. Good pathing. Can Zaka get the down yet? Even if he can, is it going to be enough? Because we know the exit gate is open. And Rocket is the least stages. He does go down and it doesn't matter. Invictus are out of the door. And Invictus are your DBD League LAN Grand Champions.
What a team. Team Invictus in a dominating fashion, taking it 4-0 over Team Elysium. Just incredible play from them all day. Rocket taking it home on the Survivor as well. What a way to cap it off for these guys. Let's give it up for Team Invictus, everybody.
Yeah, you better give them a super loud cheer for your LAN champions. And if you have the time, take a look at the bracket, right? They dropped to the losers bracket. They've not lost a single set ever since. They won it all. And all the credit goes to Team Invictus. What an incredible performance. Hats off.
Yep, Team Invictus here taking a victory lap on the stage, and it's been such an amazing tournament, right, Emmy? We saw a full sweep here in the finals, but every match was so fun. It was close at the end, and I couldn't be happier with how this turned out.
It was such an amazing time being here, getting to cast, getting to cheer on the teams. Even though Elysium did not win today, unfortunately, it is another cast occurs by Emmy. I'm so sorry. But yeah, I think Invictus dropping into the lower bracket was just what was needed to get full control over their gameplay, to get comfortable with the setting, and to truly prepare themselves to the perfect amount, right? They did so well, and they deserve all the credit. And we talked about the MVP talk right before this, right? Now we've seen the full match play out between Invictus and Elysium. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's finally our time on the staff to do full deliberations about this MVP talk. I have what I think would be my roster, but I think it's time for us to go over to a little bit of a break here as we set up the award segment. All of us staff who've been following competitive DBD for such a long time now, we've all got our opinions, so we need to come to a conclusion here as who is going to be the full tournament MVP, MVP Survivor, and MVP Killer. So we're going to go over to a very short break here, guys, while we come to a conclusion, and we'll see you very soon.
All right, everybody. We have our winners for the DBD League LAN 2026. Everybody, again, give it up for Team Invictus. Phenomenal performance. Even from the start where they lost the first one by a hair, they come back, they battle back, and they win definitively here in the finals. And we couldn't be happier to be presenting you guys as our first ever LAN champions. Before we do that, though, we have some special awards. We are going to be naming a couple special awards. First up, we have the best survivor from the tournament. It was very hard to deliberate. I gave my opinion. I said, it's this person or that person or that person, so I helped not at all. But in the end, we feel like the most impactful survivor was Rocket. Congratulations, Rocket. Congratulations, well played. All it takes is a couple dead hards, and I'm like, Rocket. Or Nightlight. Or, anyways. No, Rocket. Congratulations. All right. This one's, guys, this is not going to be as hard, okay? Best killer of the tournament. We did deliberate, but we had to say, Pedro, best killer of the tournament. Well deserved, well deserved. Well deserved. Nightlight, you cooked as well. Well deserved. This is so hard because, like, I'm already, like, I know the different ones I went with. And finally, our tournament MVP. So when it comes to competitive Dead by Daylight, what do we see? We see that head-on play. We see that dead hard. We see all these great plays by individual players. But at the end of the day, there is usually one person behind the scenes, one person calling out, we need a hit tank. Those hit tanks happen because of a strong leadership and communication. MVP of the tournament goes to Dan. And with that, we would love to present Team Invictus with the championship medals and trophies for DBD League's 2026 LAN, first of hopefully many. Yeah. Let's hear it for our team, guys. Team captain. We just did team captain, so. Now, I want to spend a little bit of time, again, congratulations to everybody. I want to spend a little bit of time talking to our players here. So, Nightlight, by the way, like, as we're doing this, I'm like, I feel like we're shafting Nightlight, because it's not like, I definitely was like, dude is on fire. You had some amazing chases, some great teamwork. I personally like today's Plague game, where you were walking just long enough to tank the hit without getting infected, and then also not getting one-tapped right after that because you got spit on. So there was definitely some incredible plays there. Is there anything that stands out to you in the entire tournament where, I don't know, it was a key moment, or you thought you guys really locked in, or you were maybe worried you weren't going to take it and then, you know, fall through?
The only set versus Praxis at the first match was definitely like one where I thought that we are going to have it 100% because of the end game, like Obi pop power in a pretty like risky way, but then he found Rocket somehow on the edge map, so that definitely was the one impactful thing from the tournament that I remember the most.
It was interesting. We were talking at the break. We were talking about that 5-gen. I'm talking about Plague again, but it was Plague, right? Yeah. We're talking about that 5-gen, and it's really interesting. We were talking about how it almost works against you because the survivors know exactly where to die. So, like, you guys saw that. I'm saying this, but I'm like, I just want you to confirm. Like, you're like, that's cool. We like that. We appreciate it. Let's go break a 5-gen, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely easier for you to like play with a 5-gen because you can just die on the side where the 2-gen spawn. So you just know where to die the whole time. Plague also cannot one-shot you unless you are fully infected, so it is pretty simple to just go to the other side and just always die there. So we had a pretty difficult time there, 100%.
Is there anything else that stands out to you? First time, this isn't your first ever LAN, correct?
It is.
This is your first ever LAN. I don't know who has done what. Any specific highlight, the number one point?
I mean, it was very fun meeting my team for the first time, and I think we played very well in the loser bracket especially, and yeah, we showed why we are a #1 team.
Fantastic. That's amazing. Thank you very much, Nightlight. Moving along to, again, just the heavy lifter, not just great Survivor games, of course, but the killer of the day. Looking back at the entire tournament, what would you say is your favorite moment, or your maybe the sort of best play you made on Killer, Pedro? Sorry to put you on the spot.
It's hard to think about. Not trying to be egotistical, I feel like I played very well throughout most of the tournament. Probably Cenobite, the 4K1 against Praxis. I don't usually perform the best on that killer, and so I was pretty proud of the result I got and for beating the win con. Yeah, I'd say that's the one.
You actually, that's a really good.
Also, the mastermind flick he did on Jungle Gym onto it was actually game-winning stuff.
Pedro's too humble. We have to hear it from the teammates. So I lost my train of thought. No, I literally lost my train of thought. That's a great answer, though. Oh, I got it now. I remember where I was going with that. Sorry. You did wind up taking several sets, like where it was the other team's pick. That's gotta feel pretty good, knowing that they pick Blade against you and then you crush them, kind of thing, right?
Yeah, not only once, twice. We ended up losing the first matchup, but yeah, we won both flight sets. Felt pretty good. So yeah, after that match, we won every other set. We didn't drop a set. We just tied against X9 one of the sets. So yeah, definitely feels pretty good.
Amazing. Same question. Anything that stands out from the entire event that really is like the MVP for you? Like not MVP, but like the best moment kind of thing.
I think honestly, just meeting my team, the rest of the players, everyone else, the viewers. It's really just the whole experience. Really fun.
I think everybody in this room agrees with that. I think it's very clear. Thank you very much and congratulations, Pedro. And then Dan the man, again, it's the intangibles that we don't see. You see all these great teamwork plays, and you don't know that it's like the call-outs, the great call-outs. Obviously, it helps having teammates who are so, they're already ready to do what's going in. But are there any particular times when you felt like the comms were really clean, or that you made a really, really strong call that led to maybe averted disaster when things were maybe not going great, or something along those lines?
I just think throughout the whole LAN, my team felt very synergized. I don't know how, because we didn't really practice much before this. But I don't know, I feel like playing together all in the same place made us play, stronger. We had really good synergy throughout the games. Also, having low ping helped a lot, but I mean, you know what I mean? Like, everyone together, everyone happy and stuff, and winning, but except the first time, But it's okay. I mean, I'm just very proud of the whole team, how we perform together. And it's not only me doing the calls. I incentivize them a lot to think for themselves and ask questions and do stuff as well, Because I cannot see the whole game through the 4 monitors. Here I could, but usually I cannot.
Yeah.
And so basically, yeah, I'm just really proud of the boys, how they played. It was very good, very fun to play with.
I mean, that's like a leader right there. It's like, what was your best moment? It's like, my team was my best moment. Absolutely agree with that. What about you? Any highlight from the weekend? And you can keep saying meeting everybody, because I think that it can't be said enough, but is there anything else that particularly stands out for you from the LAN?
Playing on 12 MS was an experience, bro. I'm going to move to Germany. What is this, bro? This is fucking cheating, bro. This is cheating. I'm not joking.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Also meeting everyone was insane. A shout out to Americans as well, bro. These guys are actually cool as fuck. I didn't talk with them much, but they're actually very cool people. Yeah. And everyone is very fun and very cool. I didn't expect this, but I don't think there's any person that I don't really like. I think everyone's cool.
What's your home ping?
My home ping is 70, bro.
Yeah, me too. It's brutal. It's absolutely brutal.
Spitz, whatever happened on 3 doesn't happen. What matters is this is here, okay? This is here. Also, Anna, you see, I told you, I'm winning this, bro.
Let's hear that. That's amazing. Well, thank you, Dan. Fantastic job, both of you and the team. And then, I should probably cross over here. I'm going to cross over here. And then we got Rocket. Rocket, phenomenal plays. I still laugh at the fact I'm like, did you get caught out? No, I was baiting the dead hard. I got this, no worries. 12 MS, let's go. There were some really notable plays. You hit a dead hard today that I didn't even notice because it was around a rock, and I'm like, he's in deep wounds. Oh, he pressed E. What the heck? Were there any moments like that maybe stand out that I haven't mentioned?
Okay, I mean, probably the chase on Doctor. I mean, honestly, I think. I did really good. I tried 3-gen chase. I even said Pedro HZ, if they pick Doctor after it was Doctor on the game, I would be doing 3-gen chase, so I actually delivered. I mean, I'm just very confident on Doctor. It's my favorite killer, so yeah, probably that.
Fantastic, absolutely. It's a good one. Yeah, no. So I mean, just really solid throughout. And again, I got to ask, I mean, I interviewed you yesterday, and you kind of mentioned how I was marveling at how wholesome Rocket was, because it was just like, every team is great. I love you all. You're fantastic. I got to imagine it's the meeting everybody. Is there anything else that stands out, or any particular meet or moment that really you're going to take with you on the road?
probably taking photos with fans. I mean, it's probably one of my favorite things. Just to see, you know, their faces. I don't usually see them. I only see them on Twitch chats, or you know. So just asking them what's their name, and then say, "Oh, you were that person." It's really cool. I mean, that's probably my favorite thing. And just meeting everyone that you know played. I mean, I respect everyone generally for the you know actually putting up work and stuff. I respect that. I respect that generally.
Absolutely fantastic. Well, again, everybody, let's give it up for your champions, Team Invictus. You guys can go and celebrate and mingle with all your lovely, lovely fans while we close this out. Thank you so much again. Appreciate you guys. You guys can go. You're off the hook now. You guys can go shake hands and kiss babies and whatnot. So, all right. Well, with that, I'm so happy and sad at the same time to say that is a wrap on 2026, on the first ever DBD League LAN. I just want to say thank you. I feel like I can't say thank you enough to everybody here, to everybody in Twitch chat, to everybody from all the staff here is amazing. All the staff from Dead by Daylight League who put in tireless hours just to make this work and just to have it go off without a hitch. I've talked to so many of you and the great things you have said, just how much you've enjoyed the production and how everything went off mostly without a hitch. I cannot express enough just like how full my heart is to be here and be a part of this, and so thankful you can all be a part of this as well. And hopefully this is the first of many. I want to hear it. Everybody, let's give a big round of applause to all the teams. Let's give a big round of applause to all the staff, everybody in the building, and again, everybody out there in the Twitch chat. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. Big round of applause for everybody here. Let's go. Pat yourselves on the back. This was phenomenal. I'm trying not to be emotional. And genuinely, I am not the spokesperson. I mean, I actually am the spokesperson, but I'm not the one who makes these decisions. So don't get too excited when I say this, but I truly hope this is one of many, and we get to see everybody back here again in the future, whether it's next year or beyond that. Thank you, everybody. Have a great night, Twitch. We will be back in the fall for All Hallows League, and there may be more cups and stuff. I didn't plan this at all. Thank you so much, everybody, and have a fantastic evening.